Chapter 240. You're not my opponent. I just can't stand seeing you embarrass yourself. Luo Qingyun shook his head and had no intention of coming down. His Cloud Creek Sword sect was the same as the Azure Water sect, a Sword Dao sect. A swordsman always understood a swordsman the best. Li Fuchen's combat awareness was very high, but as long as it wasn't ridiculously high, he would be able to resolve it easily. Don't you dare? Li Fuchen asked. Luo Qingyun continued to shake his head. It's not that I don't dare, but I disdain it. Since you aren't willing to come down for a fight, then what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You aren't fit to be a swordsman, you are just a fake swordsman who pretends to be benevolent and righteous. Li Fuchen retorted coldly. Luo Qingyun's eyes were filled with coldness. You are trying to provoke me. You are not worthy for me to anger you, because I do not see you as an opponent. Good, very good. Since you want to taste defeat, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Qingyun jumped down from the pavilion. His aura changed. It became as sharp as a sword, as sharp as a blade. Even the corner of his clothes seemed to be able to kill people. I want to see how Li Fuchen is going to win this time. Luo Qingyun is known as the Green Cloud Swordsman and his ability is just below the Star's ranker. He isn't someone that Xian Wuyuan and Hu Ming can compare with. Luo Qingyun is naturally not someone that Xian Wuyuan and Hu Ming can compare to. Xian Wuyuan is only ranked in the top 5 in his own sect, while Hu Ming is only ranked in the top 7. As for Luo Qingyun, he is ranked second among the direct disciples of the Cloudy Creek Sword sect. His strength is extremely terrifying. What's more, both of them are swordsmen. Swordsmen should understand swordsmen better, which is why Luo Qingyun didn't have to spend much effort to defeat Li Fuchen. Wait and see. I hope Luo Qingyun can settle Li Fuchen in a few moves. I don't want to see his arrogant face anymore. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Luo Qingyun. Even the expression on Xiao Bai's face had eased up. With Luo Qingyun taking action, there was an 80% to 90% chance of success. Even in the Heaven Fiend sect, this person was definitely number 2. Only he could suppress him. Li Fuchen, you must do your best. Right now, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were rather apprehensive. Luo Qingyun wasn't like Xian Wuyuan or Hu Ming. He was a true expert. If the Star's ranker didn't make an appearance, Luo Qingyun's strength would definitely be at the pinnacle. Humph. Huang Yuxiang grunted. He was waiting for Luo Qingyun to defeat Li Fuchen. He wanted to see what else Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu had to say. After all, Li Fuchen wasn't even a match for Luo Qingyun, let alone Xiao Bai. Qin Keishi, sit down. There's basically no more suspense in this spar, Wan Qianxiu said with a smile as he sat down and sipped on his tea. Qin Keishi didn't say anything and stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, oh, Li Fuchen. Whether or not I am talking big will depend on this. I hope I am wrong. The East Unicorn continent was too big. There were close to 100 sects, geniuses, and prodigies. The eyes of the people present were not all bright. Even she would sometimes have a discerning eye, which made her rather vigilant. On the martial stage, Li Fuchen's qi presence had also changed. The aura on Luo Qingyun's body was as sharp as a sword and as sharp as a blade. The aura on his body was also as sharp as a sword, but it also carried a heat that could burn the heavens. Li Fuchen didn't underestimate Luo Qingyun. Even though his true ability was definitely above Luo Qingyun, but it was his habit to keep a trump card. This person can be considered a quasi-prodigy. Li Fuchen thought to himself. In the sects, elite 4-star bone frames were considered prodigies, while 5-star bone frames were considered elite prodigies. But in the entire East Unicorn continent, 4-star bone frames were only considered prodigies, while 5-star bone frames were considered elite prodigies. Only those elite 5-star bone frames were considered quasi-prodigies. Which meant to say, in the current Azure Water sect, only Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword could be considered as quasi-prodigies. The rest were still up for discussion. 10 moves. Luo Qingyun's eyes turned sharp. You will have to withstand 3 moves from me first. Li Fuchen pointed the black gold sword at the ground. You are truly detestable. Now, shut up. Luo Qingyun made his move. A bone-chilling cold chi assaulted on the face. Luo Qingyun's sword was almost everywhere and everywhere. The surface of the martial stage that was reinforced by the array was covered with a thin layer of frost. The sword intent was bone-chilling. The chi was bone-chilling too. Luo Qingyun's chi was obviously the chilling cold chi. This kind of chi could freeze the opponent's chi and blood, slowing down their speed and reaction. Transform. Against Luo Qingyun's omnipresent bone-chilling sword, Li Fuchen executed the rotating flow sword art. The frost melted and in the air, a flaming whirlpool formed by sword lights was absorbing the chilling cold chi and sword chi. The surrounding temperature instantly rose and was unbearably scorching. Go! With a swing of the black gold sword, the flaming whirlpool sword light blasted at Luo Qingyun. As the heat wave assaulted his face, Luo Qingyun's expression changed. His cold wind sword art was actually neutralized so easily. Li Fuchen's sword art rank was obviously on par with his and was even slightly weaker than him. But Li Fuchen's timing and angle were too precise. It happened to be the flaw of his cold wind sword art. I would like to see how strong your combat awareness is. Luo Qingyun wasn't like Xian Wuyuan after all. His footsteps changed and there were layers of afterimages on the martial stage. If Li Fuchen could cultivate all the mystic class, low-tier martial arts to the trance stage, then Luo Qingyun could naturally do it too. Executing his footsteps, his figure became erratic. Coupled with the omnipresent cold wind sword art, it was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. In the past, weaker Earth Realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to block a single blade from him. Unexpectedly, Li Fuchen didn't execute his light body technique or leg arts. Instead, he stood there without moving and used the black gold sword to defend. Li Fuchen is being suppressed. He must be feeling extremely aggrieved and humiliated. Everyone was happy to see this scene and looked like they were watching a good show. I have already figured out your moves. The 5th stage of the Star Road Hidden Domain was the solution of martial Dao. It tested one's combat awareness and combat skills. Li Fuchen only took a few moves to pass the stage and it was much easier than the 4th stage. But Luo Qingyun's combat skills weren't even comparable to the 5th stage and was only slightly stronger than the 4th stage. When the Starfire sword art was executed, there were sparks bursting out. This was the moment when Luo Qingyun's footsteps and sword art were at their most uncoordinated. It was also the moment when the old force was used up and the new force hadn't been regenerated. Once the Starfire sword art was executed, Luo Qingyun was instantly forced into a desperate situation. Ah! Luo Qingyun roared with rage and executed the cold wind angry hull. PFFF, 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 Li Fuchen's Starfire sword art enveloped from 3 sides. Luo Qingyun was only able to defend from 2 sides and didn't have enough time to defend from the other side. The Starfire scorched through the chi protection and left behind tiny charred wounds on Luo Qingyun's body. Compared to Hu Ming, Luo Qingyun's cultivation technique realm was 1 or 2 levels higher, and his cultivation realm was also 1 level higher. Thus, his resistance to the Starfire sword art was much stronger. However, the injuries he suffered weren't too serious, and he only looked ugly. You have lost. If you have anything to say, then say it all at once. Li Fuchen stared at Luo Qingyun who had a pale expression and spoke indifferently. PFFF. Luo Qingyun was overwhelmed with anger and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 241. To a certain extent, he was even more humiliated than Hu Ming and Xian Wuyuan. Because Hu Ming was the first to go up, it could be said that he wasn't clear of Li Fuchen's ability and was a little arrogant. Xian Wuyuan was extremely embarrassed. And he was even more humiliated than Xian Wuyuan. He was so humiliated that he had lost all his face. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Puff! Spurting out another mouthful of blood, Luo Qingyun's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. At the peak of Mount Autumn Rain, everyone was dumbfounded. Clear Sky Swordsman, Luo Qingyun was defeated too, and he was defeated in such a straightforward manner. Before this, they thought highly of Luo Qingyun and believed that Luo Qingyun wouldn't need to exert much effort to defeat Li Fuchen. Indeed, he had been defeated effortlessly. Am I dreaming? Hit me. This is simply incomprehensible. Who exactly is this Li Fuchen? He is only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm and is actually able to jump 3 levels to defeat Green Cloud Swordsman, Luo Qingyun. The Azure Water sect only has Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Where did this Li Fuchen come from? Damn it, is there no one who can strike a blow to his arrogance? Everyone felt a burning pain on their faces. Li Fuchen had repeatedly used facts to tell them what was the meaning of face-slapping. Be it Hu Ming, Xian Wuyuan, or Luo Qingyun, all of them were extremely confident before the event, but ended up in a miserable state after the event. As for them, they were slapping their own faces time and time again. We won! Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu exclaimed in joy. Previously, they weren't too surprised and felt that it was reasonable for Li Fuchen to defeat Hu Ming and Xian Wuyuan. Now that Li Fuchen had even defeated Luo Qingyun, his heart was more or less pleasantly surprised. Beside them, Huang Yuxiang's expression was complicated and awkward. Who exactly is this Li Fuchen? Huang Yuxiang murmured. He had to admit that he had misjudged her time and time again. This Li Fuchen couldn't be viewed with common sense. His combat awareness was far superior to Luo Qingyun's. Even a star's ranker might not have a stronger combat awareness than him. Perhaps only a star's ranker could defeat him. Of course, even if he saw the crux of the problem, Huang Yuxiang's impression of Li Fuchen was already fixed. Li Fuchen had humiliated him several times and he couldn't treat it as nothing had happened. That trace of disgust was buried in the bottom of his heart. Kacha! The teacups in the main pavilion and Xiao Bai's pavilion were crushed into powder. The ones who crushed the teacups were Wan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai. Wan Qianxiu felt that he had lost all his face today, especially in front of Qin Keishi. This caused him to be unable to raise his head as he felt that Qin Keishi was secretly mocking him. Little did he know that Qin Keishi was embarrassed as well. When Luo Qingyun left the stage, Qin Keishi didn't think highly of Li Fuchen either. Although she didn't say it out loud. Sigh. Qin Keishi shook her head and returned to her seat. She picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea, trying her best to soothe her emotions. Wan Qianxiu laughed awkwardly. This Li Fuchen sure knows how to conceal his abilities. But that is because he hasn't met a true expert yet. If he met a true expert, concealing his abilities would only cause him to die faster. Qin Keishi declined to comment. In her heart, she did not think so. Battle awareness was not only used in battle, it was also very useful in analyzing the enemy's strength. Perhaps, his battle awareness had already sensed that he was able to fight against Xiao Bai. Qin Keishi thought. The tea flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Xiao Bai's face was expressionless. Immediately after, he took a glance at Qin Keishi who was in the main pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiao Bai still didn't make a move. In such a situation, if he could make a move to kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't attract the disgust of everyone. But if he was stopped by Qin Keishi, then he would be humiliated. Everyone would definitely doubt his demeanor and think that he was too scheming and would constantly look for loopholes. As such, who would dare to have a close relationship with him in the future? Who knew if he would suddenly turn his back on them? Winner takes all, loser takes all. This saying was applicable everywhere. The same action, if the outcome was different, would give off a different feeling to others. He either didn't make a move or made a move. He had to kill Li Fuchen without any mishaps. I shall let you live a little longer. Xiao Bai tried his best to suppress his fluctuating emotions. Who else wants to fight? After defeating Luo Qingyun, Li Fuchen simply didn't go up. He wanted to see who else would be the first to step up. Too arrogant. Isn't he just taking advantage of the fact that this is a tea party and Xiao Bai can't make a move? What other ideas do you have? Apart from the star's rancor, basically no one is a match for him. Sigh, that's true. Everyone was in a heated discussion. While they were angry, they were helpless at the same time. It is better to stop before going too far. Fan Qiansong was just about to send a qi transmission to Li Fuchen to ask him not to offend too many people. Qin Keishi, you sure are in a leisurely mood to actually host the autumn rain tea party here. A pity that with me, Tang Shiqi, around, it is best for you to stop hosting this autumn rain tea party. An enchanting and beautiful figure skimmed up the peak of the mountain. Like a black shadow, the person's toes landed lightly on the rooftop of a pavilion. This woman was around the same age as Qin Keishi and looked to be in her 20s. Her looks were only slightly inferior to Qin Keishi, but her figure was extremely enchanting and sexy. She was wearing a black leather shirt and skirt, revealing her perky breasts and revealing her pair of white thighs, which was dazzling to the eyes. It is the divine whip devil lady, Tang Shiqi. Ranked 89 on the star's ranking. She is Qin Keishi's archenemy. Once they meet, they will definitely fight for at least a few hundred moves. I heard that Tang Shiqi was injured by Qin Keishi previously. I reckon she is here to seek revenge. There is going to be a good show to watch. When everyone heard Tang Shiqi announcing her identity, they immediately recognized this woman. Qin Keishi stood up and spoke indifferently, Tang Shiqi, if you have anything to say, wait until the tea party is over. Why the need to create trouble? Humph, I am here to create trouble. What can you do to me? A white bone whip appeared in Tang Shiqi's hand. As she brandished the white bone whip, a sharp whip shadow was lashed at the main pavilion. In the air, there was a thunderous explosion and a ripple was emitted. 100-flower seal. In the air, a giant flower bloomed and blocked the whip shadow. Tang Shiqi, don't go overboard. Qin Keishi spoke coldly. Boundless nature. Tang Shiqi didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Qin Keishi. She brandished the white bone whip in the air and enveloped Qin Keishi like an inescapable net. In an instant, apart from the contest stage, the rest of the place was split open and crisscrossed with cracks. The appearance of the divine whip devil lady, Tang Shiqi, had excited Xiao Bai. He stood up and instantly rushed at Li Fuchen, who was on the contest stage. Li Fuchen, let's see who else can save you now. Die! He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and the opportunity was finally here. As long as Tang Shiqi could hold back Qin Keishi, he would have the opportunity to kill Li Fuchen. As for whether Qin Keishi would blame him, he wasn't worried at all. Would Qin Keishi kill him because of Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen didn't have that much influence. What's more, he wasn't necessarily afraid of Qin Keishi. Li Fuchen is going to be unlucky this time. It is fine if Xiao Bai doesn't make a move this time, but once he makes a move, he will definitely kill. Who asked him to be so arrogant earlier? I reckon he didn't expect the divine whip devil lady, Tang Shiqi, to appear. Xiao Bai, kill him. Someone shouted. Chapter 242. Xiao Bai's ability wasn't weak and Li Fuchen had already felt it when they exchanged moves earlier. But he didn't go all out either. He was still holding back a lot of his battle awareness. He had yet to activate his black iron sword essence. The dark cloud-like palm enveloped at Li Fuchen. On the contest stage, the chi flow was heavy and the tyrannical palm intent was compressing the space. For this palm strike, Xiao Bai obviously utilized his hand's secret technique, causing his palm's strength to increase by more than 2 folds. If a regular 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist was to be hit by this palm strike, they would immediately be crushed into a bloody pulp, leaving nothing behind. Right now, Qin Keishi was busy with her duel with Tang Shiqi and couldn't bother about Li Fuchen. Break! The flaming sword light converged into a vortex as Li Fuchen blasted at the chi palm. Kacha! This sword seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, there was finesse amidst its roughness. The angle and timing were very precise. The swirling sword light instantly melted a big hole in the palm made of Jinqi. But the Qi palm was too condensed. Even if there was a large hole, the remaining force didn't dissipate and was still slamming towards Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen flew back and slammed his Qi palm on the martial stage. The stage shook and cracks appeared on it. He actually dodged that palm strike. He won't be able to hold on for long. This is just the first palm strike. Everyone might be surprised, but it was still acceptable. After all, Li Fuchen's ability wasn't weak and it wasn't possible to kill him just like that. No wonder he is a star's ranker. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Xiao Bai might be a gold-class direct disciple from the Heaven Fiend sect and had a feud with the Azure Water sect, but his ability wasn't just for show. It was the real deal. Even if Sword Maniac made a move, he might not be a match for Xiao Bai. If that's the case. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The black iron sword pattern on his bones instantly lit up. A large amount of mystical dragon Qi rushed in and transformed into black iron sword Qi. The black iron sword Qi was actually a kind of true Qi. It could be used to attack directly, or it could be poured into a sword for a second amplification and guidance. Hua! The curling flaming sword light was like a crack of magma in the void as it surged towards Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's brows twitched as he slapped the flaming sword light with his palm. Rumble. On the martial stage, a terrifying explosion of Qi energy could be heard. The powerful shockwave caused the surrounding pavilions to tremble, as if they would collapse at any time. What a powerful strength! He actually clashed head-on with Xiao Bai. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase by so much? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength before? Everyone was shocked speechless for a long time. Tang Shiqi and Qin Keishi's battle was actually more intense, but most of the eyes were on Li Fuchen and Xiao Bai. So powerful! Huang Yuxiang sucked in a cold breath. His strength was similar to Luo Qingyun's, perhaps even slightly inferior. Hence, he knew very well how difficult it was to increase one's strength at their level. Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm and he didn't think highly of Li Fuchen. But now, everything he knew had been shattered. Li Fuchen's appearance had completely toppled his worldview. Starting from Xian Wuyuan, it had been subverted time and time again, and was still being subverted now. Boom boom boom, the two of them exchanged blows again and again. Xiao Baisheng's cultivation was profound, and his mystic class mid-tier true meaning was unfathomable. Li Fuchen was superior in his secret technique and combat awareness. Heavy Ghost Claw. Withdrawing his palm presence, Xiao Bai abandoned his palm art and switched to a claw art. This claw art was called the Netherworld God Claw. The Heaven Fiend sect had a set of claw art called the Netherworld Ghost Claw. Among the entire Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, only 3 individuals had cultivated this Netherworld Ghost Claw to the trance stage and had grasped the Netherworld Claw intent. Apart from Ghost Claw Jingxian, Xiao Bai was one of the other 2 individuals. But the Netherworld Ghost Claw was only a mystic class low-tier claw art, which obviously didn't suit Xiao Bai's status. Hence, he cultivated the mystic class mid-tier claw art, the Netherworld God Claw. The Netherworld God Claw was created by a senior from the Heaven Fiend sect based on the Netherworld Ghost Claw. It was even more domineering than the Netherworld Ghost Claw. The sky was filled with claw shadows that clawed recklessly, as though countless malicious spirits were attacking. Starfire Sky. Li Fuchen didn't decline and executed the Starfire sword style, causing sparks to burst out. Boom, boom. When the claw shadows and the sparks clashed, there was a continuous Qi explosion. He actually withstood so many of my moves. Xiao Bai was extremely displeased. He had already activated his 3-star secret technique and still wasn't able to settle Li Fuchen within a few moves. Let's see how you block now. Azura Ghost Palm, Netherworld God Claw. Xiao Bai used the Azura Ghost Palm on his left hand and the Netherworld Ghost Claw on his right. One on the left and one on the right, he violently assaulted Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way as he executed the 9 Revolution sword style. This move of Xiao Bai's was indeed hard to defend against, but it still wasn't beyond his limits. The sword lights twisted and turned, spreading out layers and layers of sword nets. Xiao Bai's palm and claw arts were like moths flying into the flame, like clay oxen entering the sea. They were all immersed in and couldn't be extricated. Return! The sword net burst apart as Li Fuchen brandished his sword. PFFF, 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 there was a frenzied chi flow explosion as Xiao Bai was forced to retreat. Li Fuchen's sword art was too comprehensive. The Starfire sword style focused on offense. The 9 Revolution sword style defended and counterattacked. The rotating flow sword style clashed head-on. There weren't any shortcomings to speak of. If Li Fuchen had only grasped a mystic class mid-tier sword art, he would definitely be in a tight spot. On the other side of Empty Autumn Rain's peak, Qin Keishi and Tang Shiqi's battle was even more intense. But Qin Keishi still paid attention to Li Fuchen's side. Seeing how Li Fuchen and Xiao Bai were fighting so well and not being at a disadvantage, her heart was indescribably shocked. No matter what, Xiao Bai was still a young powerhouse ranked 101 on the stars ranking. Even if she wanted to defeat him, she would need to expend a lot of effort. But Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm and was able to fight until this point. How could she not be shocked? Qin Keishi, you still have the mood to be distracted? Be defeated. Tang Shiqi's whip art could be hard or soft and had many variations. The long whip shadows interweaved and weaved into a giant net, enveloping Qin Keishi. Tang Shiqi, since this is the case, don't blame me. Qin Keishi formed a seal with both hands and blasted out abruptly. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the shadow of fresh flowers, which broke apart the whip net. The more Xiao Bai fought, the more apprehensive he got. He didn't know how the Azure Water sect could produce such a monster. Sword Maniac might be formidable, but he was still at the 8th level of the Earth realm, while Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm. His eyes were blazing with murderous intent. Xiao Bai dispersed his hand's secret technique and executed the 3-star secret technique, Azura Battle Chi. His chi presence rose steadily and his body was covered with boundless black chi. Die! Breaking through the sword chi seal, Xiao Bai struck out with his palm and claw at Li Fuchen. Xiao Bai took advantage of his powerful chi protection and coupled with the Azura Battle Chi, he intended to have a close combat battle with Li Fuchen. This move was indeed effective. Li Fuchen instantly retreated step by step. Block for me! Block for me! Xiao Bai was in a frenzied state. Blaze Devil Sword Art, back off! Li Fuchen yelled out, as a violent and blazing sword presence rushed into the sky. In the next moment, a blazing sword dipper swept out, forcing Xiao Bai to retreat a few dozen meters, putting him in a miserable state. The Blaze Devil Sword Art was a mystic class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen might not have been able to cultivate it to the trance stage and grasp the Blaze Devil Sword intent, but it was already at the perfection stage. Its firepower was 30% stronger than the Starfire sword style. Xiao Bai has been forced to retreat. Chapter 243. It was already shocking that Li Fuchen was able to resist Xiao Bai. Forcing Xiao Bai back was something that no one dared to imagine. The Stars Rankings young magnates weren't just words, but they had actual strength. In the Stars Ranking tournament that was held once every 3 years, which of the participants weren't prodigies? But only 108 of them were able to be ranked in the Stars Ranking. Stars Ranking 101. This ranking might be a little low, but it was only for the people in the Stars Ranking. To those outside the Stars Ranking, it was already a great honor to be ranked in the Stars Ranking. Not every sect had someone ranked in the Stars Ranking. But if Li Fuchen was able to force Xiao Bai to retreat in a single blade, it didn't matter what the final outcome was, it meant that Li Fuchen had the ability to be ranked on the Stars Ranking. A Mystic Class high-tier sword art is indeed a Mystic Class high-tier sword art. Even without comprehending the sword intent, it is still so powerful. After forcing Xiao Bai back with a single blade, even Li Fuchen was shocked. In his opinion, the Flaming Devil Sword Art was not only 3 times more powerful than the Starfire Sword Art, but it was also 3 times more powerful than the Rotating Flow Sword Art in a head-on clash. A single sword art combined the advantages of 2 great sword arts. Profound rank high rank sword art. Xiao Bai gritted his teeth. He had not been able to cultivate a high-grade profound level martial art to the great perfection realm. He had only cultivated a high-grade profound level martial art to the acme of perfection realm. A profound level high-rank martial art at the acme perfection realm, regardless of power or subtlety, could not compare to a profound level middle-rank martial art that had comprehended true meaning. Taking it out would only be a disgrace. But Li Fuchen was different. His mystic class high-tier sword art had already reached the perfection stage. It had surpassed all mystic class mid-tier sword arts that had comprehended sword intent. Profound level high-rank martial art consumes a lot of true qi. Let's see who can hold on first. Xiao Bai's body was emitting Azura battle qi as he rushed at Li Fuchen again. Really? Li Fuchen naturally knew that mystic class, high-tier martial arts consumed a lot of qi. Due to his low cultivation level, the qi consumption would be much faster than normal. But to deal with Xiao Bai, was there a need for a protracted battle? His battle instincts combined with the Flaming Devil Sword technique allowed him to completely suppress his opponent. Wielding the black gold sword with both hands, Li Fuchen raised it high and cleaved downwards. Hua! A dazzling fiery light burst forth, and a blazing magma-like sword energy slashed out, sending Xiao Bai flying. Regardless of whether it was the timing or the angle of this sword, it was extremely exquisite. Xiao Bai couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to and could only passively receive it. Again. Li Fuchen thrust at Xiao Bai again and the blazing sword dipper instantly extended. Puff! Xiao Bai didn't have any leeway to retaliate as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, I'm actually not his match. Xiao Bai's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't dare to believe the truth before his eyes. He was a star's ranker, and even if Sword Maniac was here, he was confident that he could suppress him. But a rising star was actually able to suppress him. How could he accept this? Die! Xiao Bai's hand instantly had a few more darts as he threw them at Li Fuchen. The speed of the dart was so fast that it almost ignored the space between them. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that the dart was coated with poison. There was also a crystal embedded in the center of the dart. This crystal was emitting a weak glow, which caused the power of the dart to increase. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he stood still, the dart would be able to penetrate his qi protection and severely injure or even kill him. This dart isn't simple. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Huff, huff. The dart naturally couldn't hit Li Fuchen. With his valiant combat awareness, Li Fuchen was constantly on high alert. Once the dart appeared, Li Fuchen's true body had already shifted, leaving behind only an afterimage. The dart penetrated the afterimage and penetrated a pavilion before flying far away. It was unknown where it flew to. Be defeated. Li Fuchen raised his sword diagonally and lifted Xiao Bai into the sky. But Xiao Bai wasn't that easy to kill. Li Fuchen's second sword didn't hit Xiao Bai, but hit the shield that was placed horizontally in front of Xiao Bai. Clang! Sparks flew violently like a storm. Xiao Bai's entire body was sent flying along with the shield, while he violently vomited fresh blood. Above the pavilion, everyone was completely numb. Li Fuchen's strength couldn't be described with words. Be it Xian Wuyuan, Luo Qingyun, or Xiao Bai, all of them went up and were brutally abused without exception. They suspected if the current Li Fuchen was going all out and was still hiding his true strength. Li Fuchen is too strong. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu felt as though they were in a dream and had a surreal feeling. They realized that it was as though this was their first day knowing Li Fuchen and they couldn't keep up with his tempo. All of us have belittled him. He might not be ranked on the stars ranking, but he is undoubtedly an elite prodigy. If he is given a certain amount of time, no one would be able to stop him. Qin Keishi was in an intense battle with Tang Shiqi while thinking to herself. Instantly catching up to Xiao Bai, Li Fuchen cleaved at him again. Clang! The shield in Xiao Bai's hand flew out, his entire arm was so sore and numb that he couldn't lift it. The shield might be indestructible, but the force of the Blaze Devil Sword art was transmitted over. Xiao Bai was appalled and quickly skimmed towards the main pavilion. There was someone there who could lend him a helping hand. Where are you going? Li Fuchen executed the finishing move of the Blaze Devil Sword art. With a single slash, a scarlet-red shadow enveloped Xiao Bai. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Multiple shallow sword wounds appeared on Xiao Bai's body. Ruan Xiong, why aren't you helping me? Xiao Bai roared at Ruan Qianxiu. Ruan Qianxiu had a gloomy expression and revealed his murderous intent. Li Fuchen's heart skipped a beat and withdrew 30% of the force from the sword move that he had executed. Rumble. The main pavilion shook as Ruan Qianxiu leaped up high like a rock spreading its wings. The pale gold truncheon in his hand was ruthlessly smashed at Li Fuchen. As the sword move crumbled, Li Fuchen took 3 steps back. Appearing in front of Xiao Bai, Ruan Qianxiu spoke indifferently, "How dare you be so unbridled in the autumn rain tea party? You really don't put us in your eyes. Since that is the case, don't blame me, Ruan Qianxiu, for making an exception." Ruan Qianxiu's murderous intent burst out and his appalling qi presence was even stronger than Xiao Bai's. Xiao Bai's injuries weren't considered severe as he didn't receive a direct hit from Li Fuchen. But if Ruan Qianxiu didn't make a move, he would definitely be dead. Seeing Ruan Qianxiu make a move, Xiao Bai's heart calmed down. He spoke to Li Fuchen with malevolence and hatred, "Li Fuchen, you must die today." If Li Fuchen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. His heart demon would continue to torment him. "Let's go assist Li Fuchen." Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu quickly spoke up when they saw Ruan Qianxiu making a move. "The two of you better stay behind and watch the show." Xian Wuyuan and the other gold-class direct disciples from the Long Saber sect obstructed Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu. The Cloud Creek Sword sect was also eyeing covetously. "You don't have to make a move." Li Fuchen sensed the commotion over there. "Dog-like thing. You better take care of yourself first. I allowed you to be arrogant for so long. Now it is time for you to pay the price." Ruan Qianxiu had long disliked Li Fuchen. Had it not been for the fear of Qin Keishi's blame, he would have already gone down to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Now that Xiao Bai was begging him, if Qin Keishi were to blame him, he could just say that he was helping Xiao Bai. Furthermore, Qin Keishi wouldn't make things difficult for him because of a stranger. Later on, I will make you beg for death. Li Fuchen, your life from now on will only be filled with despair." Xiao Bai laughed sinisterly. He no longer had that arrogant and superior look from before. The current him was like an evil spirit. As for propriety and honor, he had long discarded it. Chapter 245. Do you think you can defeat me? Up until now, the combat awareness that Li Fuchen revealed wasn't too exaggerated and was at the top of the stars ranking. But in fact, his combat awareness had already surpassed the stars ranking. This didn't mean that his ability had surpassed the stars ranking, but it meant that he hadn't reached the limit yet. Boasting shamelessly. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? You don't know your limits, back off. Ruan Qianxiu brandished his golden truncheon, turning it into a golden astral wind that blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's awareness instantly scanned the flaw in his opponent's move. With a thrust, the Blaze Devil Sword burst out. Boom! Li Fuchen's body shook a little while Ruan Qianxiu took 3 steps back. A pity? Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. His awareness was far superior to his physical qualities. Just now, his awareness had scanned the flaw in his opponent's move, but his body's reaction was a little slow and didn't strike the flaw without error, causing him to deviate by a hair's width. Don't underestimate this distance. The reason why a flaw was called a flaw was because it produced a slight deviation. The stronger the martial arts move, the smaller the flaw. In order to strike the flaw without error, the deviation had to be controlled to within a hair's width or even more meticulous. If Li Fuchen was at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm, even if he didn't improve in other aspects, he would still be able to instantly kill Yuan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai. Because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body's reaction. Coupled with the destructive power produced by awareness, it was enough to increase by a few folds or even 10 folds. You hit the flaw in my move. Yuan Qianqiu's eyes turned cold. His cultivation level was one level lower than Xiao Bai, at the 7th level of the Earth realm. But his ability was far superior to Xiao Bai. This was mainly because his perception was above Xiao Bai's and his combat awareness was also above Xiao Bai's. The same mystic class, mid-tier martial arts that were comprehended would have differences when executed by different individuals. The stronger the intent, the stronger the awareness, the more perfect the move would be. If others wanted to break the move, they would have to have a terrifyingly tyrannical awareness. If the awareness was only one level stronger, there was no way to break the move. His awareness is more than one level higher than mine. Yuan Qianqiu came up with an absurd conclusion. Xiao Bai, why are you still standing there in a daze? Yuan Qianqiu berated Xiao Bai. The Silver Cloth sect and the Sky Fiends sect were in a cooperative relationship. When the disciples of both sects were training, they would also be in a cooperative relationship, especially when they were united against outsiders. Before this, Xiao Bai had already worked together with him many times. Every single time, he had obtained great success and benefited greatly from it. Netherworld God Claw. Xiao Bai extended his right hand and layers of claw shadows that were like a spiral storm drilled towards Li Fuchen. Wind God Break. Yuan Qianqiu wielded the golden truncheon and brandished it in a crisscrossed manner. A bundle of golden snake-shaped astral winds rushed at Li Fuchen. Materialization of qi energy was something that could only be done by people whose true meaning had reached a certain realm. Once qi gene took form, the flaws would be pitifully small. Of course, this also depended on the type of martial arts move. Some martial arts techniques did not require qi energy to take form, but some did. Two major moves attacked in a frenzy, and it was much more formidable than Xiao Bai executing two different martial arts at the same time. Under the pressure of the martial arts qi pressuring, the air around Li Fuchen's location was heavy and chaotic. It had a terrifying binding force, and if it was a regular person, they would definitely be immobilized and could only wait to be killed. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. With a scan with his awareness, Li Fuchen could clearly sense the flaws of the duo's moves. The Blaze Devil Sword slashed horizontally and severed the golden snake-shaped astral winds and spiral storm. This time, Li Fuchen took 2 steps back, while Xiao Bai and Yuan Qianqiu took 3 steps back. 1 against 2, and he is still able to gain a slight advantage. Everyone who witnessed this scene was abnormally shocked. In their opinion, even Qin Keishi wouldn't be able to do this. Use your kill move. Yuan Qianqiu roared. Li Fuchen's ability was beyond his imagination, and he admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. But he wasn't willing to admit Li Fuchen's ability. The so-called kill move was a move that the duo created themselves. The duo was temporarily unable to comprehend mystic class, high-tier martial arts, but they could use the foundation of a mystic class, mid-tier martial art to create an incredible move. This move's power might not be as exaggerated and would still be at the level of a mystic class, mid-tier martial art. But it was extremely lethal and impossible to defend against it. Netherworld Claw. Xiao Bai let out an enraged yell. His right hand opened up like a beast's claw and raised high before swinging down abruptly. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared in mid-air, like countless disorderly waterfalls that slashed at Li Fuchen. Wind God All. Yuan Qianqiu wielded the golden truncheon and constantly drew circles. In the blink of the eye, he drew at least a few dozen circles, with each circle getting smaller and smaller. When the last circle was completed, the circle was smaller than a soybean. Immediately after, the truncheon blasted at Li Fuchen. Woo 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 woo, the sharp cone-shaped golden tornado was extremely fast, as though the void was about to split apart, letting out a mournful sound. Kill move, ha! Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. Once a kill move was executed, it was basically hard to defend against. If it was a one-on-one, Li Fuchen was confident he could defend against it. But if it was a one-on-two, he wasn't so confident. After all, his body's reaction and speed were still relatively inferior to his awareness. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. Since he wasn't confident, then Li Fuchen didn't think about defending. His opponent had a kill move, so did he. This kill move of his was the finishing move of the Blaze Devil Sword Art, but at their level, it was considered a first-rate kill move. A scarlet-red shadow burst out and enveloped the two of them, as though the entire space they were in had been dyed in scarlet red. TSS 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 TSS, crackle crackle, PFFF PFFF PFFF, Li Fuchen's body appeared with sinister claw marks and lacerations, with fresh blood spurting out. When facing the two kill moves, Li Fuchen's body's reaction speed was ultimately a little slower. Once he couldn't defend against one of the kill moves, he wouldn't be able to defend against the other's kill move. His chi protection was as weak as tofu and was easily torn apart by the two kill moves. But the two of them didn't have it easy either. Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Killer Shadow was a finishing move of a Mystic-class high-tier sword art. In terms of exquisiteness, it was far superior to the two kill moves. The two of them were instantly filled with countless sword marks, as though they were sliced into pieces, making them look extremely miserable. In this exchange, both sides suffered injuries and no one was spared. Too miserable. Someone let out a soft gasp. This Li Fuchen is simply a monster. Even Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu couldn't do anything to him when they worked together. It is hard to imagine what kind of ability he will burst out with in the next Stars ranking tournament. If he can improve normally, in my opinion, it is possible for him to enter the top 50 of the Stars ranking. I reckon that he will be able to enter the top 30. There is still more than a year before the Stars ranking tournament, but he is only at the 5th level of the Earth realm now. With every increase in cultivation level, his ability will definitely increase by quite a bit. The top 30 is too risky. Those young heavyweights on the Stars ranking are all monsters and cannot be calculated with common sense. Chapter 246. Li Fuchen was already very satisfied with relying on his own ability to fight until now. Their awareness might not be comparable to his, but they were still at the Heaven Realm level. Especially Ruan Qianxiu, his awareness was probably first class even among Heaven Realm martial artists. After all, 3-star bone frames had hopes of breaking through to the Heaven Realm. Most of the Heaven Realm martial artists were 3 or 4-star bone frames. As for 5-star bone frames, they would normally progress to the Reincarnation Realm. Hence, elite 5-star bone frames had extremely strong awareness. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were on par with Heaven Realm martial artists at the Earth Realm. It is impossible to kill them with my own ability. I have to rely on external items. The moment Li Fuchen retreated, the Earth-class weapon shard appeared in his hand. The black iron sword chi poured in and shot out. Buzz! In the air, a black light flashed. In the next moment, fresh blood spurted out from Xiao Bai's back. The Earth-class weapon shard pierced through his body and came out from his back. This injury was extremely fatal and belonged to the worst of the worst. Damn it! Looking at Xiao Bai, who fell on the ground without any combat strength, Ruan Qianxiu's expression changed. He was a little regretful for interfering. Before he made his move, he assumed that Li Fuchen's ability was only at this level. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's awareness to be much stronger than he imagined. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. After settling Xiao Bai, Li Fuchen rushed at Ruan Qianxiu and executed the Blaze Devil Sword Art's finishing move. Ruan Qianxiu tried his best to resist, but his body was still filled with sword wounds. This made him understand that the current him wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. It was extremely ironic. But it was an ironclad fact. At the start of the tea party, everyone didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes. They were discussing, slandering, and mocking him. But now, who dared to slander and mock him? When facing a true prodigy, everyone only had two emotions. One was envy and the other was admiration and shock. Enough! Right at this moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the peak of empty autumn rain. A figure appeared. The appearance of this figure shocked everyone. Because he descended from the sky. Even the young leaders of the stars ranking weren't able to skim in the sky and could only skim for a short period of time. Only Heaven Realm martial artists could descend from the sky. This was a very young figure who looked to be in his 30s. His eyes flashed like lightning, and with a sweep of his palm, Qin Keishi and Tang Shiqi were involuntarily separated. Li Fuqian and Ruan Qianxiu were also involuntarily separated. They didn't even have the strength to resist. "Who are you?" Tang Shiqi asked solemnly. The young man said, "Xiang Lei." "So it's senior brother Xiang Lei." Qin Keishi's eyes lit up as she hurriedly said. Xiang Lei was one of the previous hosts of the Autumn Rain Tea Party. Before he advanced to the Heaven Realm, he was ranked 68th on the stars ranking and had an illustrious reputation. Xiang Lei nodded slightly. He looked around and said to everyone, "No killing is allowed in the Autumn Rain Tea Party. This is the Iron Rule. I don't want the Autumn Rain Tea Party to become history, so I hope everyone can abide by this rule." The first host of the Autumn Rain Tea Party had set down a rule that if a massacre occurred during the Autumn Rain Tea Party, the Autumn Rain Tea Party would not be held again. This was also the reason why Qin Keishi tried her best to stop the massacre. She did not want to become the sinner of the Autumn Rain Tea Party. "Senior brother Xiang Lei, don't worry. We will definitely follow the rules." At this moment, no one dared to create any trouble. Before Xiang Lei progressed to the Heaven Realm, he was ranked 68th on the stars ranking. After progressing to the Heaven Realm, he could eliminate them with a single hand. Who would dare to court death? Very well. Xiang Lei nodded and looked at Tang Shiqi. "This place doesn't welcome you. Get down." As he spoke, Xiang Lei waved his hand. Tang Shiqi felt as though she was grabbed by an invisible giant hand and thrown off empty autumn rain. From start to finish, Tang Shiqi didn't dare to resist. Looking at Li Fuqian, Xiang Lei frowned and finally said, "Ruan Qianxiu, bring Xiao Bai and leave." Li Fuqian wasn't wrong in this matter as he saw everything clearly from above. Ruan Qianxiu didn't say anything. He helped Xiao Bai up and left empty autumn rain. Before he left, he glared at Li Fuqian with a blade-like murderous intent. "Xiang Lei Shixiang, we still have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave first." Xian Wuyuan and the others didn't dare to stay and left consciously. Xiang Lei didn't ask them to stay. He smiled and spoke to the remaining people. 1.5 years later, the new stars ranking tournament will be held as scheduled. Since I am here, I shall impart some martial Dao experiences to all of you. I hope all of you can go further. The Autumn Rain Tea Party would normally be held for an entire day. It was only half a day now, and it obviously wasn't the end yet. Many thanks, Xiang Lei Shixiang. Everyone was delighted. With a former stars ranker explaining to them, they would more or less have some gains. Flying into the main pavilion, Xiang Lei poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip before speaking. To be able to comprehend a mystic class mid-tier intent at the Earth Realm is basically the pinnacle. After that, the fastest way to increase one's ability is to create a mystic class mid-tier kill move. From what I know, everyone in the stars ranking basically has their own kill move. These kill moves are either extremely powerful or impossible to defend against. In short, they have to be extreme and there is no need to seek for balance. Because once you choose to release your kill move, it will be the time to determine the victor. Either you win or you lose. Hearing the explanation, everyone nodded. During the earlier duel between Li Fuqian, Xiao Bai, and Ruan Qianxiu, Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu had already released their kill moves. They were indeed formidable and extreme. Xiang Lei Shixiang, isn't it a little unworthy to spend time on creating a kill move? Wouldn't it be better to spend the time on comprehending a mystic class high-tier martial art? Someone raised a doubt. Besides Xiang Lei, Qin Keishi explained, it is possible to spend some time to comprehend a mystic class high-tier martial art. But only by cultivating it to the perfection stage would it be of great use. This is much harder than creating a Mystic class mid-tier kill move. When creating a kill move, you can totally use the Mystic class mid-tier martial art that you have learned to create it. As long as you have the inspiration, there is still hope to create a kill move. But to comprehend a Mystic class high-tier martial art, it requires a foundation, an extremely deep foundation. There is no room for shortcuts. Xiang Lei nodded. Qin Keishi is right. As compared to a Mystic class high-tier martial art, it is slightly easier to create a Mystic class mid-tier kill move. Of course, it depends on the individual situation. If you think that your perception is heaven-defying and your cultivation can keep up, you can try to comprehend a Mystic class high-tier martial art. As he spoke, Xiang Lei took a glance at Li Fuchen. He could naturally see that Li Fuchen had already cultivated a Mystic class high-tier sword art to the perfection stage. As compared to the extremity of a kill move, a Mystic class high-tier sword art was undoubtedly much more perfect, which was why Li Fuchen was able to suppress Xiao Bai and Wan Qianqiu. Hence, everything that he said was actually useless to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could definitely continue to work hard and comprehend a Mystic class high-tier sword art to an even more profound stage. If he could reach the trance stage, it would be more formidable than any kill move and he would definitely be able to enter the top 50 of the stars ranking. As for whether he could enter the top 30, it would depend on Li Fuchen's improvement in this 1.5 years. After all, if you were improving, so were others. In order to catch up or surpass others, the only way was to improve more than others. As time elapsed, after explaining the importance of a kill move, Xiang Lei began to explain the other things that needed attention. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. Xiang Lei gave a glance to Qin Keishi. Qin Keishi stood up and said, "All right, this year's autumn rain tea party shall end now. Many thanks for everyone's participation. The next autumn rain tea party will be held 2 years later. I hereby announce that the host of the next autumn rain tea party will be Li Fuchen. I wonder if Li Fuchen is interested." Qin Keishi's statement was shocking as she looked at Li Fuchen. Chapter 247. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen. Their initial disdain towards Li Fuchen had now turned into reverence. Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm and was able to suppress Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai. If he was at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth Realm, how incredible would he be? He would at least be in the top 50 of the stars ranking. Such an existence was something they could only look up to. As for catching up to him, it was just a dream. There was a difference between different prodigies too. They were considered elite prodigies in their respective sects and were considered as prodigies. But when compared to the entire East Unicorn continent, they weren't considered anything and could only be considered as ordinary prodigies. But Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a prodigy-class prodigy of the continent. The difference between prodigies and ordinary prodigies was too huge, and the further one progressed, the bigger the gap would be. Among them, most of them would need to be at least 30 or 40 years old to progress to the Heaven Realm and would be stuck at the Heaven Realm for the rest of their lives. As for the prodigies of the continent, they would normally be able to break through to the Heaven Realm at the age of 20 or so. There was a high chance that they would progress to the Reincarnation Realm and even the Battle Spirit Realm. Of course, it was just a high chance and not absolute. Ignoring everyone's eyes and Qin Keishi's anticipation, Li Fuchen shook his head and rejected, "I am not interested in hosting the autumn rain tea party." He wasn't interested. To him, hosting the autumn rain tea party was just a waste of time. With his rate of improvement, 2 years was a very long time. Perhaps, the autumn rain tea party 2 years later was just a child's play to him. Since it was a child's play, then what was the point of hosting it? Rejected? Everyone was flabbergasted. Hosting the autumn rain tea party was a glorious event. Those who hosted the autumn rain tea party were all reputable individuals. Furthermore, hosting the autumn rain tea party might just be able to form a relationship with the previous hosts, which would be beneficial for their future development. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Xiang Lei's face. Qin Keishi obviously didn't expect Li Fuchen to reject and said, "Since Li Shidi isn't interested, then Qin Keishi shall not force you." Dang shitty, I wonder if you are interested in hosting the next autumn rain tea party? Qin Keishi looked at another youth. This young man was called Deng Feng and was the #1 gold-class direct disciple of the Juk sect. His strength wasn't inferior to Luo Qingyun, but he was slightly younger than Luo Qingyun. In just 1.5 years, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the stars ranking. Hearing this, Deng Feng cupped his fists together. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister Qin. Deng Feng is willing. In his heart, he mocked Li Fuchen for being foolish. He didn't even know how to grasp such a good opportunity. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu felt pity for Li Fuchen as well. The autumn rain tea party had a long history that could be traced back to a century ago. All the previous hosts, as long as they didn't die, would at least be at the peak level of the heaven realm. Many of them were even at the reincarnation realm. It was said that behind the autumn rain tea party, there was the autumn rain building. The members of the autumn rain building were all one of the hosts of the autumn rain tea party, and a few of the building lords were reincarnation realm martial artists. If Li Fuchen was able to host the autumn rain tea party, he would naturally be able to enter the autumn rain building. By then, it wouldn't just be the Azure Water sect, but also the autumn rain building. But they also knew that prodigies like Li Fuchen were all proud and aloof. They might look amiable on the outside, but they were actually very determined. Once they decided on something, they wouldn't change their mind. Besides, it was too late to regret it now. The autumn rain tea party officially ended, and everyone left. Li Fuchen, my sister and I are planning to return to the Carefree sect. If there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely meet again. Fan Qiansong bade farewell to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, we will definitely meet again. May the two of you have a safe journey. Right now, Li Fuchen had already treated Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu as friends. As Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu left, Li Fuchen felt a trace of loneliness in his heart. But soon enough, this trace of loneliness dissipated. The path of the martial Dao was supposed to be lonely and lonely. If one couldn't even endure this little bit of loneliness, it was basically impossible to become a martial expert. After leaving empty Autumn Rain, Li Fuchen didn't return to Autumn Rain City. Li Wushue's death wouldn't be without consequences. Even though the wanted order was revoked, but even an idiot would know that the Heaven Fiend sect wouldn't let him off. If he were to return to Autumn Rain City now, he might attract experts from the Heaven Fiend sect. This was something Li Fuchen didn't wish to see. The 100 battle region was huge. After leaving Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen passed by city after city. This time, he specially disguised himself and looked like he was in his 20s. His looks were still extraordinarily handsome, but there were many other special traits that made him look different from before. Right now, even if Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu were here, they might not be able to recognize Li Fuchen from his appearance. Although his figure and chi presence might expose his identity, there weren't many who were familiar with him. It wouldn't be such a coincidence to meet someone who was familiar with him. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that not long after he left Autumn Rain City, a group of Heaven Fiend sect experts arrived at Autumn Rain City. This group of Heaven Fiend sect experts were all Heaven Realm martial artists. A pity that Li Fuchen had already left Autumn Rain City and this group of people naturally couldn't find him. Green Cloud City. Green Cloud Restaurant. This restaurant was 9 stories tall and was the most prestigious restaurant in Green Cloud City. Prodigies from various sects who came to Green Cloud City would basically enjoy eating and drinking at the Green Cloud restaurant. They could also meet other prodigies from other sects and interact with each other. On the 5th floor of the Green Cloud restaurant, Li Fuchen found a seat by the window and sat down. When the dishes were served, Li Fuchen started to eat and drink in a refined manner. Have you guys heard? Doling clan's Xiahou Chuan passed the 5th Mystic Martial Door in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain and was accepted as a personal disciple by a Mystic Martial expert. 5th Mystic Martial Door. Damn it, it is already praiseworthy to pass the 1st Mystic Martial Door. There is hope for him to become a right-in disciple of a Mystic Martial expert. Passing the 5th Mystic Martial Door is simply inhuman. This Xiahou Chuan is indeed a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. His aptitude might be inferior to a 6-star bone frame, but his perception is superior. Fifth mystic martial door. For the past decade, there aren't many who could achieve such an impressive result. Xiahou Chuan isn't on the same level as us. Let's talk about others. Indeed, talking about Xiahou Chuan is too demoralizing. At another seat by the window, a few youths were drinking and chatting. Dolin clan's Xiahou Chuan. Li Fuchen thought of Xiahou Shi. If he didn't guess it wrongly, be it Xiahou Chuan or Xiahou Shi, they should both be heaven-defying 5-star bone frames from the Dolin clan. Which meant to say that even if Xiahou Shi was inferior to Xiahou Chuan, it wouldn't be by much. If he was to attempt the mystic martial hidden domain, he would at least be able to pass the 4th mystic martial door. As for the mystic martial hidden domain, it was a mystical hidden domain that was similar to the Star Road hidden domain. In this hidden domain, there were 8 mystic martial doors and a total of 8 mystic martial experts. These 8 mystic martial experts were all reincarnation realm martial artists. Each of them had outstanding talents and each specialized in a certain ability. Chapter 248. There were rumors that the strength of the 8 mystic martial experts, even if they weren't the top 8 of the continent, they were at least the top 20 of the continent. If they weren't living in seclusion in the mystic martial hidden domain and ignoring the affairs of the world, the East Unicorn continent would definitely have a seat for them. If they were to join a certain sect, it would be enough to make that sect a supergiant. As such, the mystic martial hidden domain became a place that every sect's geniuses had to fight for. Whether it was becoming an in-name disciple or a pro-disciple of a mystic martial expert, it was a rare and precious thing. With a mystic martial artist as one's master, one's path on the martial Tao would be smoother. At the same time, it was also a kind of backing. Although the mystic martial experts never leave the mystic martial hidden domain, it is said that there is a price to pay to leave the mystic martial hidden domain, but a few decades ago, a mystic martial expert still killed his way out of the hidden domain and destroyed a sect, a shedding body realm, a dozen heaven dipper realm martial artists, because his favorite personal disciple was killed. At that time, the entire Eastern Lin continent was shocked. Gradually, the mystic martial expert's personal disciple became a taboo. No one would touch the mystic martial expert's personal disciple unless it was a last resort. As for becoming a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, one didn't necessarily have to pass the 5th mystic martial door. It mainly depended on whether the mystic martial expert valued you or not. If they valued you, even if you passed the 1st mystic martial door, they might still accept you as a personal disciple. But if they didn't value you, even if you passed the 5th mystic martial door, they might not accept you as a personal disciple. Of course, if one could pass the 6th mystic martial door, they would definitely become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. For the past 10 years, there weren't more than 10 individuals who passed the 5th mystic martial door, and only 3 individuals who passed the 6th mystic martial door. And according to what Li Fuchen knew, the mystic martial hidden domain didn't just rely on innate potential, it also depended on whether one was suitable or not. There were some outstanding individuals who weren't suitable for the mystic martial hidden domain and didn't have many achievements, thus they weren't able to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. In short, the reason why the 100 Battle region was able to become an influential place in the East Unicorn continent, a land of prodigies, wasn't just because it could train people here. It was mainly because there were plenty of fated chances here. As long as one could grab hold of these fated chances, one's future would be smoother and faster. Mystic martial hidden domain. I can go to this place. Li Fuchen's next objective after leaving the Autumn Rain City was the mystic martial hidden domain. He didn't need to host the Autumn Rain Tea Party because he wasn't interested, but it didn't mean that he wasn't aware of the danger he would face. Becoming a direct disciple of a mystic martial expert was undoubtedly the best choice to resolve the danger. It was not advisable to rely on others in martial arts. But he couldn't just not take advantage of the situation. Those who did not borrow power would either hide in the deep mountains for their entire lives and only come out when they were invincible. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would die without a burial. However, would he really be invincible after coming out from hiding in the mountains? Not necessarily. Without going through trials and tribulations, people wouldn't feel any pressure. Pressure could make people grow faster and become stronger faster. Unless one's talent and potential were truly heaven-defying, to the point that even the heavens would be jealous of them, no one could easily become invincible in the world. Not even the current Li Fuchen could do it. Perhaps in the future. But there were too many unknowns in the future and Li Fuchen couldn't wait. Drinking a mouthful of wine, Li Fuchen continued to listen to their conversation. There are too many mystical places in the 100 Battle region, and the mystic martial hidden domain is undoubtedly the most important place. It is even more important than the Star Road hidden domain. If only I could become a right-in disciple of a mystic martial expert. I don't agree with your statement. In terms of importance, the Star Road hidden domain is still number 1 and the mystic martial hidden domain can be ranked number 2. I think so too. Challenging the Star Road hidden domain will allow one to obtain the support of the Star Road's energy, allowing one's cultivation speed to advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, one would receive a type of Chi Fate support. This isn't something that the mystic martial hidden domain can compare with. Not only that, no one knows how many stages there are in the Star Road hidden domain. This is because no one at the Earth realm has ever been able to pass the Star Road hidden domain. The highest one has been able to make it to the 7th stage. According to the ancient records, if one is able to pass the Star Road hidden domain, one would be able to obtain a great legacy. This is just a speculation. How can speculation be counted? The mystic martial hidden domain is more practical. Not only can one obtain a large amount of martial Dao experience from the mystic martial experts, they can also obtain the backing of the mystic martial experts. After exchanging a few sentences, the few of them started to argue and discuss. Li Fuchen laughed. In all seriousness, he too felt that the Star Road hidden domain was the most important hidden domain. The stages of the Star Road hidden domain had always been a mystery. From the magnificence of the Star Road hidden domain, there would definitely be a heavenly surprise after passing the Star Road hidden domain. Perhaps, there wasn't even a need to pass the Star Road hidden domain. As long as one was able to pass the 8th and 9th stage, it would be a pleasant surprise. But this surprise, no one had the capability to uncover it, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Of course, this didn't mean that the mystic martial hidden domain wasn't important. From the current situation, the mystic martial hidden domain was more important and more practical than the Star Road hidden domain. Chen Yuanhu, come out for a fight? On the main street, there was a thunderous voice that echoed. On the 7th floor of the Clear Cloud Inn, a figure stood in front of the window. He looked down and said, "He Lianbao, 1 year ago, you lost to me. Do you want to lose to me again today?" Chen Yuanhu. He Lianbao. Li Fuchen was astonished. Chen Yuanhu was the Azure Water Sect Sword Tiger who was equally famous as Sword Maniac. Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu had already become one of the leading figures among the Azure Water Sect's direct disciples. As for He Lianbao, he was the son of the Violent Saber Sect's Grand Elder, He Lianhu. He was also one of the leading figures among the Violent Saber Sect's direct disciples. He didn't expect to see these two in the Green Cloud City. Enough nonsense. Come out for a fight. Are you afraid? On the main street, the 8 feet tall He Lianbao sneered. Afraid? I'll be afraid of anyone but you. Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu was a person who loved to fight. Why would he be afraid of a fight with He Lianbao? He immediately leaped off the Clear Cloud Inn and landed on the main street. This is the Green Cloud City. You and I shall exit the city for a fight. He Lianbao didn't dare to fight in the Green Cloud City. He executed his maneuvers and skimmed towards the east gate of the Green Cloud City. Chen Yuanhu followed closely behind. Let's go take a look. These two don't seem weak. They shouldn't be weak. They are both at the 9th level of the Earth realm. Plenty of people followed behind. Li Fuchen followed behind too. He wanted to know what level Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu's ability was at. Outside the East Gate, He Lianbao and Chen Yuanhu had just exited the city when they had an intense exchange. The two of them were both 8 feet tall and had the backs of a tiger and waists of a bear. One used a saber while the other used a sword. The saber light and sword light clashed at extreme speed. The feeling of a needle against an awn caused everyone's scalp to go numb. Such strength. Such strength seems to be stronger than some of the lower-ranked stars rankers. We nearly missed a good show. With their strength, they do have the chance to fight for the stars ranker rankings. The spectators were in heated discussions. They are indeed formidable. Li Fuchen observed the fight between the two of them and was surprised to find out that their abilities seemed to be above Ruan Qianxiu and Xiao Bai. But Li Fuchen understood that the stars ranker rankings were from more than a year ago. After more than a year, there were plenty of things that were hard to predict. Ruan Qianxiu might be ranked 98th while Xiao Bai was ranked 101st, but were the two of them really ranked 98th and 101st among the Earth Realm experts? It definitely wasn't the case. After more than a year, there were too many rising stars. There were also too many who gradually surpassed their predecessors by exerting their strength in the later stages. The true rankings would only be known when the stars ranking tournament started. Chapter 249. He Lianbao's blade was extremely fast, and the blade light was like a broken mirror as it extended towards Qin Yuanhu. On the other hand, Qin Yuanhu's sword was extremely domineering. His sword momentum was incomparably ferocious, like a ferocious tiger roaring at the sky. After several hundred moves, the two sides were evenly matched. Ha, Qin Yuanhu, it seems that your improvement is much smaller than mine. Next, lose for me. After He Lianbao figured out Qin Yuanhu's movements, his saber intent surged. The strong saber light was like a snow-white electric dragon flying at Qin Yuanhu. Qin Yuanhu sneered and stabbed out with his sword. The sword light crisscrossed like claws and teeth, tearing apart He Lianbao's blade light. He Lianbao, I was able to defeat you a year ago, and I will do the same a year later. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. Streaks of ferocious sword lights were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey as they scuttled towards He Lianbao. Mad Dragon Slash. He Lianbao released his killer move. Two sinister blade lights fused together and burst forth with many sharp spikes. It was as though a giant dragon had grown claws and teeth. Kacha! The earth was plowed open and gravel flew everywhere. Yuan Tiger Kill. Qin Yuanhu also released a killer move. This killer move was named after him. When the sword move was executed, the color of heaven and earth changed slightly. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. Faintly, everyone could clearly see a huge tiger phantom appear in the sky above Qin Yuanhu, and its aura was much stronger than He Lianbao's. Rumble. The earth trembled, and He Lianbao was sent flying while vomiting blood. In terms of basic strength, he was about the same as Qin Yuanhu. But in terms of killer moves, he was slightly inferior to Qin Yuanhu. Such a powerful killer move. Many people's eyes brightened. Li Fuchen nodded silently too. He Lianbao's killer move was about the same as Ruan Qianxiu's, while Qin Yuanhu had clearly surpassed Ruan Qianxiu's. There is always a higher mountain and a better person. I reckon that apart from the top 50 rankers of the stars ranking, it would be dangerous for anyone else to enter the stars ranking again. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. The mystic martial hidden domain opened once every 3 months, and only a month had passed. There were still 2 more months before the next opening. Li Fuchen had been staying in the Green Cloud City and would go to the Green Cloud restaurant to have a meal every day. At the same time, he would also gather information on the various sects' prodigies. After hearing a lot, Li Fuchen naturally knew the classification of prodigies. In everyone's eyes, the top 3 of the stars ranking were on the same level. The top 10 was the second level. The top 20 was the third level. The top 50 was the fourth level. The rest belonged to the fifth level. The gap between levels was huge. It was easy for a level 1 to instantly kill a level 2, and it was also easy for a level 2 to instantly kill a level 3, and so on. Even among the same class, the disparity wasn't small. Li Fuchen witnessed a star's ranking ranked 52nd defeating a star's ranking ranked 91st in a single move. Many people's basic strength was about the same, but once they used their killer moves, the difference in strength was obvious. Killer move, maybe I can study it. Although the Flaming Devil Sword art was powerful, comprehending the Flaming Devil Sword intent was not something that could be accomplished in a day. If he could create a mystic grade mid-tier killer move first, it might be of some help to him in comprehending the Flame Demon Sword intent. Putting his thoughts into action, Li Fuchen started to study the Mystic Class mid-tier kill move. A Mystic Class mid-tier killer move needed inspiration from a Mystic Class mid-tier sword art. Li Fuchen cultivated a total of 3 Mystic Class, mid-tier sword arts, the Starfire sword style, Rotating Flow sword style, and the 9 Revolution sword style. These 3 sword techniques had their own roles, but they were not completely unrelated. After a few days, Li Fuchen gradually had some inklings. He felt that creating a killer move was a very interesting thing. It was just like creating a work of art. This work of art was completely according to his intentions and was most suitable for his combat style. It was still on the 5th floor of the Green Cloud restaurant where Li Fuchen was having his meal. Thud thud thud, footsteps could be heard from the staircase. 2 figures passed by the 5th floor and were preparing to head to the 6th floor. Ah! One of the figures accidentally saw Li Fuchen, who was seated by the window, and had a flash of surprise. Han Shitty, what's wrong? The other figure inquired. Han Feng replied, Su Shixiang, this person's chi presence is rather familiar. Where have I seen him before? Su Xiong let out a faint smile. There are too many people with familiar chi presences. Why bother about insignificant people? Come, let's go up. All right. Han Feng nodded and followed Su Xiong to the 6th floor. Before going up, he took another glance at Li Fuchen and tried his best to search through his memories. His intuition told him that Li Fuchen seemed to have some connection with him, and it wasn't just a single encounter. It's him. When Han Feng went up to the 6th floor, Li Fuchen raised his brows. This person was the Han Feng that he met in the Star Road Hidden Domain, one of the Celestial 7 from the Celestial Star sect. It seems like this Green Cloud City is a place of turmoil. Just disguising myself isn't very safe. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. Disguising one's chi presence wasn't something that a regular person could do. He could only conceal his chi presence, but he couldn't do it every single day. After all, concealing one's chi presence was his spirit's sole talent, and it required a lot of energy. It doesn't matter. With my current cultivation level, there are some things that I don't have to bother about. Li Fuchen had his own confidence. During this period of time, his Mystic Class mid-tier sword intent had improved greatly. The power and exquisiteness of the 3 Mystic Class mid-tier sword arts were already comparable with the Perfection Stage Blaze Devil sword art. Every few days, Li Fuchen would only visit the Green Cloud restaurant for 1 or 2 meals. The remaining time was used to create a Mystic Class mid-tier kill move. There was still 1 month before the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, and Li Fuchen created the framework of his kill move. This kill move was a combination of the Starfire sword art and the 9 Revolution sword art's characteristics. At the same time, it contained 2 sword intents. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen stood there quietly while his body was emitting the Starfire sword intent and the 9 Revolution sword intent. After a long time, the wind blew violently. Kill! Li Fuchen made his move. With a flash, Li Fuchen thrust his sword through the air. TSS, 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 in the air, 7 sword lights started from a single point and burst forward. The attack angles were all different and the power was immense. Just the aftermath was enough to slash out cracks on the ground. Combining the burst power of the Starfire sword art and the tenacity of the 9 Revolution sword art. Even at the initial stage, it doesn't seem to be inferior to any Mystic Class mid-tier sword art. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with this move. Another week had passed and Li Fuchen finally pushed this move to perfection. Once the sword was brandished, 10 sword lights burst out from a single point. Each sword light contained a massive burst power, tenacity, and rebound force. In terms of lethality, it was around 30% stronger than the Blaze Devil Sword art. After all, this move contained both the Starfire Sword intent and the 9 Revolution Sword intent. With this kill move, I should be able to defeat Yuan Qianxiu in a single move. Li Fuchen analyzed in his mind. As time elapsed, it was getting closer to the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. On this day, Li Fuchen saw Xiahou Shi at the Green Cloud Inn. Xiahou Shi might not be ranked on the stars ranking, but that was because he was younger than Xiahou Chuan. Back at the Star Road Hidden Domain, Xiahou Shi was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Now that he was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, his ability was definitely far above Yuan Qianxiu. After all, Xiahou Shi was a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. After a period of time, Li Fuchen saw Su Muyu. Su Muyu had obviously passed the Star Road Hidden Domain, and her cultivation had advanced from the 4th level of the Earth Realm to the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Chapter 250. As it got closer to the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, there were more prodigies from various sects that arrived at Green Cloud City. On the streets, youths with high spirits could be seen everywhere. Li Fuchen kept a low profile, and due to his disguise, no one recognized him and no one took the initiative to interact with him. The 5th level of the Earth Realm wasn't considered high nor low. If one wasn't famous, no one would be interested in him. Of course, Li Fuchen was happy about it. With more prodigies came more disputes. In Green Cloud City, there were conflicts between prodigies every day. Some of them were due to conflicts between sections. Some of them were due to personal conflicts. Some of them were due to conflicts between women. Some of them were purely because they couldn't stand each other. Apart from that, there were also some who were unconvinced because their sects were similar. Qin Yuanhu, your Azure Water sect is a Sword Dao sect, so is my Cloud Creek Sword sect. Since we are both Sword Dao sects, there has to be a showdown. What do you think? On the 7th floor of the Green Cloud Inn, there were 5 to 6 tables. One of the tables had 7 individuals, and there was a youth with sharp brows and sharp eyes who spoke to Qin Yuanhu. Qin Yuanhu's table had 6 individuals, and they were all gold-class direct disciples from the Azure Water sect. Qin Yuanhu replied, Lin Teng, you are just the number 4 direct disciple from the Cloud Creek Sword sect. You aren't qualified to be my opponent. In order to be his opponent, one must be qualified. If it was Luo Qingyun, he would give him a chance. The youth with sharp brows named Lin Teng laughed, you aren't listed in the stars ranking and neither am I. What is there to be unqualified about? Furthermore, this isn't a contest between you and me, but between our sections. Why? Is your Azure Water sect afraid? Afraid? What a joke. Qin Shixiang, let's compete with them. Who is afraid? Beside Qin Yuanhu, another gold-class direct disciple sneered. The Cloud Creek Sword sect might be strong and their overall strength wasn't inferior to the Heaven Fiend sect, but based on the quality of their direct disciples, the Azure Water sect didn't have to fear them. Only the number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect was slightly better, ranked 72nd on the stars ranking. Outside the East City Gate, let's have a showdown. Lin Teng stood up and said. It was the nature of youths to love battles. With each battle, not only would their combat experience increase, but their potential would also be gradually excavated. Other than that, defeating opponents time and time again would allow one's spirit and willpower to improve, and the Star Road Mystic Realm would be even smoother. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. Qin Yuanhu didn't wish to fight with Lin Teng, but if he didn't accept the challenge, it would undoubtedly weaken the Azure Water sect's reputation. Just like that, the 13 gold-class direct disciples of the 2 great sword sects left the Green Cloud restaurant and rushed towards the East City Gate. Many people came after hearing the news. However, there were even more people who were indifferent. Be it the Azure Water sect or the Cloud Creek Sword sect, they were just ordinary sects and weren't worth watching. If there was a duel between stars rankers, then it would be worth watching. Li Fuchen had been paying attention to Qin Yuanhu and the other gold-class direct disciples of the Azure Water sect. The arranged duel between the two major Sword Dao sects naturally couldn't be hidden from him. Mixed in the crowd, Li Fuchen came to the East City Gate. "Lin Teng, how do we compete?" Qin Yuanhu asked. Lin Teng said, "My Cloud Creek Sword sect has 7 people, and you have 6. How about this? Each side will send out 6 people, and the sect that wins the most matches will be the victor. How about it?" "Sure." Qin Yuanhu nodded. "Wait." Not far away, a figure walked over. "Xue Feng." Qin Yuanhu's eyes lit up. In the Azure Water sect, there were only 2 people that he acknowledged. One was Sword Maniac, and the other was emotionless Sword Xue Feng. Perhaps emotionless Sword Xue Feng wasn't the number 3 direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, but that was because he had never come out to temper himself and his cultivation level was rather low. But now, Xue Feng's cultivation level was obviously at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, which was only 1 level lower than him. "I am also a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. 7 on each side is just right. Xue Feng just arrived at the Green Cloud City today." When he sensed the commotion here, he quickly rushed over. "No problem." Lin Teng let out a sneer. He was ranked number 4 among the gold-class direct disciples of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, but in terms of innate potential, he was superior to Luo Qingyan. Even if he was the number 1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, he might not be inferior to Luo Qingyan. After more than a year, his ability was no longer the same as before. This Lin Teng isn't simple. In the crowd, Li Fuchen sized up Lin Teng. His intuition told him that Lin Teng's ability was superior to Luo Qingyan. If he underestimated Li Fuchen just because he was the number 4 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, he would definitely suffer. I hope Qin Yuanhu can be more cautious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to make a move. "I shall go first. Who from your Azure Water sect will come next?" From the Cloud Creek Sword sect side, a youth with a short stature stood up. He was wielding 2 thin swords. "I, Wang Xiao, will try you." From the Azure Water sect side, a gold-class direct disciple named Wang Xiao walked up. Cling cling clang clang, the 2 of them quickly exchanged moves. It was obvious that the short youth's sword art was very meticulous. The 2 thin swords complemented each other, forcing Wang Xiao to retreat step by step without any chance to counterattack. After a few dozen moves, Wang Xiao was defeated. Second match. Third match. After 3 consecutive matches, Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng didn't look too good. The Azure Water sect actually lost 3 matches in a row. If they lost another match, there was no longer a need to compete. "Qin Yuanhu, I shall go for this match." Xue Feng's eyes were sharp. Qin Yuanhu nodded. With Xue Feng going, he was very assured. If their cultivation levels were similar, Qin Yuanhu didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Xue Feng. "Qi Long, you go against him. Remember, don't be careless," Lin Teng said to the youth beside him. Qi Long let out an indifferent laugh. "Lin Shixiang, don't worry. Qi Long isn't a nobody. It won't be that easy to defeat me." He was ranked 7th among the direct disciples of the Cloud Creek Sword sect. After arriving at the 100 battle region, he had already defeated plenty of prodigies. The match instantly began. Qi Long and Xue Feng both wanted to suppress each other in the first round, which was why they both brought out their strongest ability. The moment the 2 of them made their moves, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Xue Feng's sword drawing speed was undoubtedly faster than Qi Long. This match was in the bag. Cling, 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 cling. Sure enough, with his super-fast sword speed, Xue Feng suppressed Qi Long as soon as he came up. Qi Long's face was flushed red as he wanted to counterattack. But Xue Feng didn't give him the chance. Once Qi Long burst forth, Xue Feng would immediately attack from another angle, forcing Qi Long to be restrained and only able to utilize 50% to 60% of his ability. Shui Feng is walking on the emotionless sword Dao. Once he gets the upper hand, even I will find it hard to turn the tables. Qin Yuanhu thought to himself. After a dozen moves, Qi Long suffered a crushing defeat. From the start to the end, he didn't even have an effective counterattack. Lin Teng's expression didn't change. The Cloud Creek Sword sect didn't lose a single match. It didn't matter if they lost 1 or 2 matches. But if the opposition lost 1 match, they would immediately be defeated. Qin Yuanhu, let's fight. But Lin Teng didn't intend to drag it out with the Azure Water sect. He decided to end the match quickly. I will. Chapter 251. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Although they were both swordsmen, Lin Teng's sword art was cunning and ruthless. Every move was like a venomous snake coming out of its lair. As for Qin Yuanhu's sword art, it was ferocious and tyrannical, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a single strike of his sword, the ferocious and frenzied sword energy contained the power to destroy everything. Boom! The ground shook and sword qi wreaked havoc. Qin Yuanhu and Lin Teng both flew back. Lin Teng, I have underestimated you. Qin Yuanhu's expression was solemn. Lin Teng's strength was undoubtedly above He Lianbao's. Just now, He Lianbao had already used his killing move, but he actually couldn't do anything to Lin Teng. I've also underestimated you. Lin Teng's expression was not much more relaxed than Qin Yuanhu's. He knew his own strength. Before this, he had defeated a young powerhouse that was ranked 90+ on the STARS ranking. But Qin Yuanhu's strength was actually above the STARS ranking's young powerhouse that was ranked lower. If Qin Yuanhu wants to defeat him, he will need at least 300 moves. How powerful was Li Fuchen's awareness? He was able to observe the battle between Qin Yuanhu and Lin Teng clearly. Even the small details didn't escape his discerning eyes. However, Qin Yuanhu has a flaw. His sword art is too violent. When his sword art is pushed to the limit, there will be a period of extreme instability. Although it is very short, it is undoubtedly a fatal flaw. But Lin Teng also has a flaw. His sword art pursues craftiness and ruthlessness, and he always misses some opportunities. In terms of combat awareness and skills, Li Fuchen had long surpassed the level of the STARS ranking. In an evenly matched battle, he was able to see the fatal weakness of both sides. Dang 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 dang, blazing sparks filled the sky. 100 moves. 200 moves. 300 moves. After 300 moves, both sides had familiarized themselves with each other's moves and discovered each other's flaws. Defeat. It was the same killer move, but this time, both sides attacked from different angles, the timing was also different. Puff! Blood spurted out from Lin Teng's shoulder as he tumbled backwards. Qin Yuanhu's chest also had a sword mark. This sword mark was very shallow, but it was also very dangerous. An inch deeper would have injured Qin Yuanhu's heart. At the critical moment, both sides attacked each other's weaknesses. Qin Yuanhu's weakness was that when his sword art was pushed to the limit, his sword art would become uncontrollable. Lin Teng seized the opportunity and broke through the defense of his sword art in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the timing was not perfect, and he could only leave a sword mark on Qin Yuanhu's chest. You lost. Qin Yuanhu said coldly as he looked down at his chest. Lin Teng's expression flickered. He was unwilling to give up. If he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. The result was 2-3. Next, the 6th match began. Perhaps the heavens were favoring the Azure Water sect. In the 6th match, the Azure Water sect's gold-class direct disciples were obviously at a disadvantage, but in the end, the Azure Water sect won. In this way, the score was 3-3. There was only one match left. Evenly matched. It seems like it is impossible for the Cloud Creek Sword sect to suppress the Azure Water sect. They would at most be slightly superior. This is mainly because the number one true disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, Lu Yun, is not here. If he were here, he would be able to defeat Qin Yuanhu. The Azure Water Sect's Sword Maniac isn't here either. Sword Maniac Star's ranking is much lower than Lu Yun's. That was the ranking from over a year ago. After over a year, there are too many changes. Apart from the top few rankers, the rest are not guaranteed. I reckon that at least half of them will be eliminated. The spectators were in a heated discussion. In the 7th match, the Azure Water Sect's Gold Class direct disciples had the upper hand and had a significant advantage. Seeing until this point, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. As a direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect, he naturally had the pride of the sect and didn't wish for the Azure Water Sect to lose to the Cloud Creek Sword Sect. Lose! After 100 moves, the Azure Water Sect's Gold Class direct disciple rushed into the sky and brandished his sword downwards. Just like the rising sun, the tyrannical and sharp sword light instantly broke his opponent's sword art, severely injuring his opponent in a single blade. We won. The Azure Water Sect was delighted. They were in despair at the start and didn't expect the situation to reverse. But it was fortunate that Xue Feng rushed over. Without him, the Azure Water Sect wouldn't be able to win. At the same time, it was fortunate that Qin Yuanhu defeated Lin Teng and suppressed his opponent's morale. The next 2 matches were more or less affected by Qin Yuanhu. Just as the match was about to end, get lost. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Azure Water Sect's Gold Class direct disciple was sent flying with a bloody hole on his body. Such a horrific sword chi. The spectators looked into the distance and saw a figure rushing over. It is the #1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword Sect, Lu Yun. This time, the Azure Water Sect is in trouble. Now that Lu Yun is here, Qin Yuanhu won't be able to handle it. Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng had gloomy expressions. According to the rules, the Azure Water Sect had already won and the opposition had violated the rules. The newcomer was very fast and arrived at the stage in just a blink of the eye. He had a pair of short brows and had extremely sharp eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. Lu Yun, ranked 72 on the Stars ranking, #1 direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword Sect. Lu Yun, what is the meaning of this? Qin Yuanhu tried his best to suppress his anger. Lu Yun spoke indifferently, nothing much. I just don't like your Azure Water Sect. I heard you are ranked 72 on the Stars ranking. Let me try you. Xue Feng spoke coldly. Lu Yun replied, you aren't qualified. The 2 of you can come at me together. Shameless boasting. Xue Feng, don't move. How could Qin Yuanhu endure it? His figure flashed as he charged towards the other party. The huge sword in his hand slashed down ferociously. Ding! Without moving, Lu Yun easily blocked Qin Yuanhu's sword with his own. What powerful combat skills! Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. How could he not see how ingenious Lu Yun's attack was? It had struck the weakest point of Qin Yuanhu's sword, giving off a feeling of ease and ease. It didn't mean that Lu Yun's fundamental strength was far above Qin Yuanhu's. Actually, at the same level, the basic strength was about the same. It mainly depended on battle awareness, battle techniques, and killer moves. Go back! With a flick of Lu Yun's arm, Qin Yuanhu was sent flying back. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Qin Yuanhu. He knocked aside Qin Yuanhu's great sword with a swing of his sword, then pointed his left hand at Qin Yuanhu's chest. Puff! Qin Yuanhu's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was defeated, and it was a clean defeat. It wasn't because his fundamental strength wasn't enough, but because his combat skills were inferior. When one's fundamental strength was about the same, if one's combat skills were superior, one wouldn't even need to use a killer move to defeat the opponent. Back at the Autumn Rain Tea Party, if Li Fuchen's fundamental strength wasn't lacking, he would only need a single blade to defeat Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai. The so-called fundamental strength was actually cultivation level, sword intent level, and secret technique level. When Xue Feng saw that Qin Yuanhu was defeated, he quickly went up to obstruct Lu Yun. Puff! A pity that Xuefeng's cultivation level was obviously inferior. When facing Lu Yun, who was at the 9th level of the Earth realm, he was repelled in a single move and couldn't even get close to Lu Yun. Do I have to expose myself so soon? As Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh, there was a flash of radiance in his eyes. Get lost! Just as Li Fuchen was about to expose himself, a storm-like sword presence swept over. This feeling was similar to the sect origin swords. The entire heaven and earth was filled with sword chi. It's Sword Maniac. Chapter 252. Sword Maniac's name was rather famous in the East Unicorn continent. For a 4-star bone frame to reach the level of Sword Maniac was undoubtedly unbelievable. To say that he was a heaven-defying 4-star bone frame would be underestimating him. Don't even mention the East Unicorn continent, even in the sects, a 4-star bone frame wasn't considered elite. Out of the 31 gold-class direct disciples in the Azure Water sect, 90% of them were 5-star bone frames. The remaining 4-star bone frames were the weakest in terms of talent. But Sword Maniac relied on his 4-star bone frame to secure his position as the #1 direct disciple in the Azure Water sect. His perception was even higher than Qin Yuanhu and Xuefeng. In the Stars ranking tournament more than a year ago, the fledgling Sword Maniac had relied on his astounding combat awareness and combat skills to repeatedly defeat opponents who were stronger than him. He was ultimately ranked 105th on the Stars ranking. Of course, this was excluding Li Fuchen. Sword Maniac's 4-star bone frame was considered low. Li Fuchen's 1-star bone frame was truly low. This grade of bone frame was usually hard to progress to the Earth realm and would remain an Origin realm martial artist for the rest of their lives. But Li Fuchen didn't have much fame yet. One day, when the Stars ranking tournament started, if he was able to obtain a ranking, his identity and bone frame would definitely be exposed and it would definitely shock the continent. Because a 1-star bone frame was comparable to a 5-star bone frame. This couldn't even be described as a heaven-defying 1-star bone frame. Or rather, this heaven-defying was truly heaven-defying and had surpassed the meaning of bone frame. Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru. Lu Yun had a deep impression of Sword Maniac. During the Stars ranking tournament, he fought with Sword Maniac. Back then, he used his foundation to defeat Sword Maniac. In terms of battle awareness and skills, he was actually inferior to Sword Maniac. After 1.5 years, Li Xiangru's cultivation had a huge improvement and his ability was definitely much better than before. Li Xiangru. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, had the same surname as him. This was a name that Li Fuchen often heard when he entered the Azure Water sect. There were rumors that if Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru had a 5-star bone frame, his innate potential would definitely be able to stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. There weren't many that could be on par with him. A pity that he was just a 4-star bone frame. Of course, the current him was already very incredible. After all, he was a Stars ranking magnate. It's said that Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword have similar talents and potential. However, that was in the past. As one's cultivation increases and experience increases, even geniuses with similar talents and potential would gradually widen the gap. Right now, among the three, Sword Maniac Li Xiangru's talent and strength are undoubtedly the strongest. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Just from Sword Maniac Li Xiangru's chi presence, Li Fuchen was able to determine that Li Xiangru's ability was much stronger than Qin Yuanhu. If talent and potential were the foundation, there were many other factors that determined the speed of improvement. Some people were very perceptive. Some people were tough. Some people had transcendent temperaments. Some were stubborn and focused. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Li Xiangru didn't just have a strong perception, he was also sufficiently persistent and focused, which was why he was known as the Sword Maniac. It's senior brother Li Xiangru. Senior brother Li is here. With him around, Lu Yun might not be able to win. The arrival of Sword Maniac Li Xiangru had excited everyone from the Azure Water sect. Li Xiangru had always been a legend among the Azure Water sect's disciples. For over a decade, he had never disappointed anyone. They believed that this time wouldn't be an exception. It's sword maniac Li Xiangru. There is going to be a show to watch. One of them is ranked 72 on the stars ranking while the other is ranked 105. It seems like it will be difficult. That might not be the case. Over a year has passed and anything can happen. Putting aside everything else, just Lin Teng and Qin Yuanhu already have the strength of a stars ranker. It is imaginable that the others wouldn't remain stagnant. The spectators were all revealing curious expressions. Lu Yun and Li Xiangru might not have high rankings, but they were both famous individuals. This battle between the two of them should be an eye-opener for them. You are here. Wiping off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yuanhu spoke to Li Xiangru. He might not be willing, but he had to admit that the current him wasn't a match for Lu Yun. His combat skills were far inferior to Lu Yun's. Li Xiangru took a glance at Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng. The two of you have embarrassed yourselves. Xue Feng clenched his fist tightly. Li Xiangru's words were still unpleasant to the ears, but he didn't have any way to refute it. He wanted to be like Sword Maniac, to be obsessed with the Sword Dao, to persist in the Sword Dao, and to focus on the Sword Dao. This was also the reason why he didn't come out to temper himself. He was afraid that he would be distracted and be disturbed by the outside world. But after arriving at the 100 battle region, he realized that he was wrong. He wasn't Sword Maniac Li Xiangru. He wasn't able to be like Li Xiangru, who immersed himself in bitter cultivation to attain great accomplishments. Li Xiangru seemed to be born for the Sword Dao. Even though he didn't have much combat experience, his combat awareness and combat skills were still extremely formidable. He should have walked his own Dao. If he could walk his own Dao, he would definitely be stronger than the current him. At least he wouldn't be weaker than Qin Yuanhu. A single wrong step had wasted at least a year of his time. Shaking his head, Xue Feng didn't say anything. This Li Xiangru sure isn't easy to communicate with. Li Fuchen laughed. He could feel that Li Xiangru didn't have any intention to despise the two of them and was merely stating a fact. Perhaps only such people can avoid tempering and focus on their own martial Dao. There were thousands of paths. Tempering was one path, immersing oneself in bitter cultivation was another path. It all depended on one's own situation. Boom, boom. Li Xiangru's qi presence was like a sword qi storm, which was on par with Lu Yun's qi presence. When both of their qi presences clashed, there was a horrifying explosion in the air. Li Xiangru, 1 year ago, you couldn't even last 3 moves against me. 1 year later, do you think you can defeat me? Lu Yun gained the upper hand with a show of strength and used facts to strike at Li Xiangru's qi presence and confidence. Li Xiangru said, "Let's fight." He didn't like to speak much and in his opinion, words were all nonsense. Lu Yun was stunned. He didn't know much about Li Xiangru's personality and was instantly given the cold shoulder. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Withdrawing his aura slightly, Lu Yun drew his sword out inch by inch. 100 sword kill. Unexpectedly, Li Xiangru didn't even have the intention to gather his battle intent. He immediately drew his sword and executed a kill move. In the air, there was a dense sword qi, as though there were countless of Li Xiangru brandishing their swords. Every sword was extremely precise, drawing a stunning arc in the air. What terrifying combat skills! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. In terms of combat awareness, no one could match him, but in terms of combat skills, it might not be the case. 2 months ago, he was already 20 years old, while Li Xiangru entered the Azure Water sect at the age of 13 and was now 26 years old. After so many years of hard work, it was enough for Li Xiangru's combat skills to reach an astonishing level. Frowning, Lu Yun took a deep breath and executed his kill move as well. In the air, there was a sword shadow that was elongated and swept across the sky. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Li Xiangru's sword qi were all neutralized. Wolf sword kill. After neutralizing Li Xiangru's kill move, Lu Yun actually burst out with a second kill move. Once the kill move was executed, another sword shadow skimmed out and formed the shape of a wolf. 2 kill moves. Chapter 253. The more killer moves one had, the more perfect one's combat ability was. A slightly weaker Mystic class mid-tier killer move's power was comparable to a Mystic class mid-tier sword art, and it was even harder to defend against. It was extremely extreme. A powerful Mystic class mid-tier killing move was not only difficult to defend against, it was also extremely powerful. In theory, it was infinitely close to a Mystic class high-tier sword art. Of course, the stronger the profound grade middle-tier killer move, the harder it was to create. It would depend on the mid-grade profound rank sword intent he had comprehended. If he had just comprehended a Mystic class mid-tier sword intent, he would only be able to create the weakest killer move. If the Mystic class middle-tier sword intent was unfathomable, he could create a stronger killing move. If the profound rank mid-rank sword intent reached a limit, a stage that was infinitely close to a profound rank high-rank sword intent, then he would be able to create a killing move that was infinitely close to a profound rank high-rank sword art. However, there was another possibility. Killing moves did not necessarily contain one sword intent, they could contain 2 or even 3 sword intents. Li Fuchen's kill move contained the Starfire sword intent and the 9 Revolution sword intent. Killing moves that contained 2 sword intents were more varied and harder to defend against. To a certain extent, they were also more powerful. In theory, if many Mystic class middle-tier sword intents were infused into a killer move, it could push this killer move to the level of a Mystic class high-tier sword technique, or even stronger. However, it was only in theory. He had not heard of anyone being able to do it yet. Because when the sword intents were mixed together, it was too difficult to control them. The initial stages might be smooth, just like Li Fuchen. But as the killer move perfected and became stronger, the conflict between the sword intents would increase until it was irreconcilable. When Li Fuchen first came out to temper himself, his Mystic class mid-tier sword intent was still at the initial stage. Right now, his Mystic class mid-tier sword intent was already at the unfathomable stage. If it wasn't for his exceptional perception, he wouldn't be able to incorporate 2 sword intents into his kill move. If the day came when his Mystic class mid-tier sword intent reached its limit, it would probably be troublesome. However, heaven never bars one's way. With different sword intents mixed together, if one's perception was high enough, it was possible to fuse 2 sword intents into 1 sword intent. He only needed to give up a part of the irreconcilable sword intent and fuse the part that could be reconciled. Of course, it was easier said than done. The fusion of 2 mid-tier profound class sword intents would definitely result in a very powerful high-tier profound class sword intent. It wouldn't be impossible for it to reach peak-tier profound class sword intent, but the difficulty was too high. Li Fuchen didn't think too much about it for now. In his opinion, comprehending the Blaze Devil sword intent was enough for his strength to increase drastically. As for fusing sword intents, that was something to be done after comprehending the Blaze Devil sword intent. Once the wolf sword kill was executed, the air currents in the area where Li Xiangru was at became violent and sharp. This was an area of effect killing move and it was very hard to dodge. 10 sword kill. Li Xiangru's eyes squinted into a slit as he similarly executed his second killer move. Boom! The air currents flowed in reverse as boundless sword intent and sword chi surged around Li Xiangru's body like a torrential river, attacking Lu Yun. If the 100 sword slash was complex and ever-changing, then the 10 sword slash was unstoppable. When the number of swords decreased, the power of the swords increased, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as Lu Yun and Li Xiangru were both sent flying backwards. In between them, the ground was fractured and full of holes. It was as though countless Earth Realm martial artists had fought here. It was a horrifying mess. Too terrifying. He actually created a second killer move. Lu Yun is indeed worthy of being ranked 72 on the stars ranking. He isn't someone that those lower-ranked stars rankers can compare with. Sword maniac Li Xiangru is also unbelievably strong. He is actually on par with Lu Yun. The spectators were shocked. Creating a killer move wasn't a simple task. Creating a killer move was already extremely difficult, and perfecting it required a large amount of time. Creating a second killer move, which was even stronger than the first killer move, would definitely require a lot more effort. After all, the creation of a killer move had to be useful to oneself. One mustn't casually create an impractical killer move. Since the killer move couldn't do anything to the opposition, the two of them started to fight in close combat. As a famous stars ranker, Lu Yun's sword was like the flowing clouds in the sky, ever-changing. Sword maniac Li Xiangru's sword was precise, so precise that it made one's scalp go numb. Clang clang clang, the blades of the swords clashed against each other, causing sparks to burst out. The two of them were moving from east to west, up and down. Their figures intertwined and their sword chi intertwined. Towards the end, it was hard for the audience to observe the details of the battle. They could only sense who had the upper hand from the moment of contact. It seems like I cannot underestimate anyone in this world. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding and was naturally able to observe the details of the battle. There were some details that the two of them couldn't notice, but Li Fuchen was able to observe them clearly. In his eyes, Lu Yun's sword seemed to have a spirit of its own. It might look light and didn't have any presence, but every single burst of power was abnormally shocking. But Li Xiangru's sword was unimaginably precise. It was always able to find the tiniest gap and penetrate through. Both of their combat skills were exceptional, and just based on this point, it was enough to convince the audience. 100 moves, 200 moves. The battle between the two of them was in full swing, as though they wouldn't get tired. Li Xiangru has a higher chance of winning. In terms of details, he is superior. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Interesting. It seems like the Cloud Creek Sword Sect and the Azure Water Sect still have some decent individuals. It was unknown when a group of youths appeared in an open space not far away. This group of youths were dressed in pale golden robes with a dragon-shaped pattern on them. The leader had a golden crown on his head and a jade-like face. He had a sword on his left waist and a flute on his right waist. At the same time, he had a smile on his face, and a sharp and domineering chi presence filled the air, as though he was the Emperor of Swords. It's the Sky Dragon Sword Sect. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect is one of the two major Sword Dao sects in the East Unicorn continent. The leader should be young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuya. Someone noticed the situation here and quickly looked over. He couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect was one of the pinnacle forces in the East Unicorn continent and also one of the two major Sword Dao sections. It was much stronger than the Cloud Creek Sword Sect and the Azure Water Sect. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuya, 6-star bone frame, was a rare Sword Dao prodigy in the East Unicorn continent. He was ranked 28 on the stars ranking, and if it wasn't for his young age, he would definitely be able to break into the top 10. In the next stars ranking, he was a popular candidate for the top 10 or even the top 3. What is Qi Yuya doing here? What else can he do? He is definitely here to challenge the mystic martial hidden domain. That's true. Challenging the mystic martial hidden domain doesn't just require innate potential, but it also requires a certain amount of experience. It seems like this Qi Yuya isn't willing to only pass the 5th mystic martial door. He wants to pass the 6th mystic martial door, which is why he delayed until now. That's right. They are all personal disciples, but there are also differences. There are 8 mystic martial experts, and each of them is more incredible than the other. It is said that the top 2 mystic martial experts don't have any personal disciples yet. Some time ago, Xiahou Chuan only became a disciple of the 4th-ranked mystic martial expert. If Qi Yuya is able to pass the 6th mystic martial door, he might be able to become a disciple of the top 2 mystic martial experts. A storm is brewing. The 100 battle region is truly restless. I wonder how spectacular the next stars ranking tournament will be. Chapter 254. The arrival of the Dragon Sword young Master Qi Yuya made the East City Gate more lively. In the East Unicorn continent, everyone below the age of 35 belonged to the younger generation. Currently, there was a group of people with the most terrifying talent and potential in the younger generation. They were the 6 young masters, the 4 fairies, and the 3 king stars. Dragon Sword Young Master Chi Yuye is one of the 6 great young masters. Eternal Spring Valley's Su Muyu was also known as Fairy Muyu. The Celestial Star Sect's Young Master Celestial Star had the title of Young Master Celestial Star. Xiahou Chuan of the Dolin family had the title of Young Master Dolin. Heaven Fiend Sect's Yen Qinggu had the title of Fairy Qinggu. This group of people were either 6-star bone frames or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. Of course, there were some heaven-defying 5-star bone frames that didn't enter. For example, Xiahou Shi of the Dolin family. If a 6-star bone frame would definitely be able to enter, a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame would have to depend on their future performance. In the future, Xiahou Shi should be able to enter, but not now. As for the 3 king stars, they are the 3 supreme existences of the Eastern Lin continent's younger generation. Their status and strength are above the 6 young masters and the 4 great fairies. In the previous stars ranking, these 3 individuals were actually the top 3 with unparalleled strength. It wasn't that the others couldn't compare to them, but the main problem was that those who were older than them couldn't compare to them in terms of talent and potential. Those who had similar talent and potential weren't as old as them, so they weren't strong enough. Li Fuchen's eyes fell on Dragon Sword Young Master Chi Yuye. In the eyes of Li Fuchen, Chi Yuye, whose chi activity was supreme, had no flaws and was full of sharpness. It seemed that he could instantly attack from any angle. On this point, Lu Yun and Li Xiangru were far from him. As expected of one of the 6 great young masters, Young Master Dragon Sword, Li Fuchen silently praised. 2 years ago, he was ranked 28th on the stars ranking. After 2 years, his strength would at least be ranked top 15. Perhaps he has already comprehended the advanced profound rank sword intent. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that there should be plenty of people who comprehended mystic class high-tier sword intents. He didn't know if his comprehension was the best, but in the face of time, unless his comprehension was ridiculously high, there was no way he could make up for the gap of a few years. Young Master Dragon Sword Chi Yuye, 22 years old this year, Earth Fiend Realm 9th Layer Realm, 2 years older than him, equivalent to 2 more years of cultivation time. Giving a 6-star bone frame 2 years of cultivation time was already an exaggeration. A 6-star bone frame would basically have a huge transformation in a year. Lu Yun and Li Xiangru also sensed the existence of Chi Yuye. The sword chi emanating from the other party was simply too dense. As a swordsman, he could sense it even with his eyes closed. But at this moment, the 2 of them were like arrows knocked on a bowstring. They would not stop until the victor was decided. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew wildly. The battle between the 2 had reached a point of madness. Puff! Blood spurted from his body. Li Xiangru was too stable. Even with the existence of Chi Yuye, his emotions did not fluctuate, but Lu Yun produced a trace of fluctuation, which gave Li Xiangru a chance. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was someone else, Li Fuchen didn't think the outcome was set. However, sword maniac Li Xiangru wasn't an ordinary person. His spirit and willpower were unimaginably tenacious, which could be seen from his sword skills. Once he gained the upper hand, the chances of a comeback were close to 0. 400 moves. 500 moves. The battle between the 2 was exceptionally long, but it was understandable. After all, the 2 of them were similar in all aspects. It was almost impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Only in the case of a huge gap in strength could the winner be decided within 1 or 2 moves or a few dozen moves. After 500 moves, Lu Yun had several more cuts on his body, and his chi presence was slightly weaker than before. Li Xiangru's advantage was getting bigger and bigger. It may be because of someone's message, the number of people outside the East City Gate increased several times. Everyone didn't care about the battle between Lin Teng and Qin Yuanhu. But the battle between Lu Yun and Li Xiangru, everyone was still very concerned. What's more, star list ranked 28th, one of the 6 great young masters, young master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya, also came. Normally, they didn't have the chance to see Chiyuya. This person is young master Dragon Sword, Chiyuya. Surrounded by everyone, Xiahou came over. He was the first time to see Chiyuya, with a strong battle intent in his eyes, but this battle intent was extremely restrained, and ordinary people couldn't feel it at all. The eyes fell on Chiyuya from time to time, and Xiahou didn't notice Li Fuchen. 6 great young masters, interesting. For himself not being able to enter this group of people, Xiahou is more or less a little unhappy. But he doesn't care. Sooner or later, he will get back his glory. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind getting rid of Chiyuya himself. In his eyes, all the geniuses with the potential of king are his prey. Chiyuya is no exception. Chiyuya is not an ordinary person. His perception is sharp and terrible. For the first time, his eyes fell on Xiahou. The eyes of the two inevitably touched. Dolin clan's Xiahou has killing intent to me. Chiyuya's mouth cracked. He is not a kind person. He has always looked down on others. I didn't think that this time I was actually remembered. The sharpness in the eyes is wanton, attacking Xiahou. Xiahou retracted his gaze. Now with Chiyuya, it is very unwise, he will not give the other party this opportunity. More and more people, Su Muyu also came. As one of the 2 6-star root bones of Eternal Spring Valley, Su Muyu has the title of Fairy Muyu, not to mention its own talent potential, just the appearance is enough to oppress the group. She glanced at Chiyuya and Xiahou, looking indifferent. I don't know why, Li Fuchen's figure appeared in her mind. I don't know if he is here. The intuition of a woman is terrible. I didn't pay attention to Li Fuchen at first, and I didn't think anything, but after everything happened in the tomb, Li Fuchen gave her a very deep impression. Profound and incredible. If the so-called 6 great young master, 4 great fairy and 3 king star are stars in the sky, the other is a huge star hidden in the dark, low-key, introverted, but cannot be ignored. Looking around, suddenly, Su Muyu found the figure of Li Fuchen. Without hesitation, Su Muyu recognized the identity of Li Fuchen at a glance. Hidden in the dark? Su Muyu is very curious. Li Fuchen, long time no see. Su Muyu true spirit sound transmission to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, still can't hide from you. He knows that he can't hide from familiar people. After all, the appearance can be changed, but the aura can't be changed. Are you remembered? Su Muyu asked. Li Fuchen said, there is nothing wrong with doing things carefully, but Mystic Martial Hidden Realm opens, I will reveal my identity. He didn't intend to keep changing his appearance. When Mystic Martial Hidden Realm opens, he will naturally change back to his original appearance. As long as you can become a personal disciple of Mystic Martial Expert, I believe that Heavenly Fiend's sect dare not take him. After all, Heavenly Fiend's sect has no evidence that he killed Li Wuxue. As for whether he can become a personal disciple of Mystic Martial Expert, this is not in the scope of Li Fuchen's consideration. Chapter 255. 800 moves. 1000 moves. Puff! Sword maniac Li Xiangru pierced through Lu Yun's shoulder and won. You're really useless, Lu Yun. You were defeated by someone ranked below you. On the side of the dragon sword young master Chiyuya, an ugly look, carrying a big sword on his back, the young man laughed. The ugly swordsman, Gong Sun Yi, was the number 3 direct disciple of the Sky Dragon Sword sect and was ranked 48th on the stars ranking. His fame was far greater than Lu Yun's. Lu Yun snorted but said nothing. Li Xiangru, your strength isn't bad. I wonder if you can block my sword. The ugly swordsman Gong Sun Yi, because of his ugly appearance, was very prideful. He loved to show off his strength even more. He wanted to let others know that although his appearance was not very good, he was top-notch in all other aspects. Now in this situation, Dragon Sword young master Chiyuya will not lower his identity, but ugly swordsman Gong Sun Yi feels that the opportunity cannot be missed. Finishing his sentence, Gong Sun Yi didn't wait for Li Xiangru to reply as he pulled his right hand behind his back and instantly pulled out his huge sword. Shortly after, a sword slashed towards Li Xiangru. The dazzling sword chi was like a comet as it struck towards Li Xiangru. 10 sword kill. Li Xiangru released his killer move. Rumble. Li Xiangru flew back and his arm was numb. Actually, he could have dodged, but the other party had said whether or not he could block his sword, so there was no reason for him to dodge. In a head-on clash, he was still quite a bit weaker than Gong Sun Yi. After all, Gong Sun Yi was the third true disciple of the Sky Dragon Sword sect. The Sky Dragon Sword sect was one of the top forces in the East Unicorn continent and had a total of 5 direct disciples that were ranked on the stars ranking. Moreover, their rankings were not low. Not bad, but it's not worth a second strike. Gong Sun Yi laughed and sheathed his sword. Li Xiangru's expression was as usual and he was extremely calm. Just this psychological quality was enough to make Li Fuchen nod silently. In the cultivation of martial arts, talent and potential were important, but willpower and temperament were even more important. Without a good will and temperament, one's innate potential couldn't be fully unleashed. On the other hand, if one's innate potential was slightly inferior, but one's willpower and temperament were excellent, one could instead break through one's own limits and attain greater achievements. Li Xiangru's temperament was the best he had ever seen. With the same innate potential, Li Fuchen guessed that Li Xiangru would be able to go further in the Star Road hidden domain. It seems like your Azure Waters sect is rather lucky to have you and also Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru. Su Liyuan nodded in approval and transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled. Sword Maniac Xixiang is a legend in my Azure Waters sect. This is my first time meeting him too. Legendary? You will surpass the legend. You flatter me. In terms of temperament, you're not inferior to him. In terms of natural talent and potential, you're obviously above him. Am I wrong? Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. As the victor between the Cloud Creek Sword sect and the Azure Waters sect was decided, everyone returned to their respective cities. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the opening of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. In the courtyard. Black Wind 3 changes. Li Fuchen's body shook and one after another Li Fuchen walked out of his body. In the blink of the eye, there were 3 Li Fuchens standing side by side. I finally comprehended the true meaning of the Black Wind 3 transformations. Li Fuchen revealed a smile while the other 2 clones vanished. Black Wind 3 transformations, Mystic Class, Mid-Tier Light Body Technique. At the sub-perfection stage, 1 clone could be formed. At the perfection stage, 2 clones could be formed. Including the main body, it would be 3. But at the trance stage and comprehended the Black Wind 3 transformations, there would still be 2 clones, but they would be more realistic. Without a sound or presence, Li Fuchen's figure scuttled out. Due to his extreme speed, the courtyard was filled with his figures. There were 3 figures that were extremely realistic, just like the main body. The Black Wind 3 transformations doesn't just allow me to create clones, its speed is also exceptional. After comprehending this light body technique intent, it has at least doubled my mobility. What was the concept of having twice the mobility? It wasn't exaggerating to say that the current Li Fuchen could easily kill the previous Li Fuchen without any suspense. Of course, the prerequisite was to break the defense. If it was just speed and not enough attack power, it wouldn't be of much use. Once Li Fuchen circulated the Black Wind 100 transformations, he wouldn't be able to circulate the true Inferno technique and would undoubtedly sacrifice a lot of his attack power. No matter what, after comprehending the Black Wind 3 transformations intent, my overall ability has increased by quite a bit. Especially my survivability, it has at least doubled. An exceptional light body technique only had benefits and no disadvantages. If it could break the defense, it would be even more terrifying. 3 days passed by in a flash. 300 miles outside of Green Cloud City, there was a tall mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was half a palace. It was said to be half a palace, but it wasn't because the palace was in a dilapidated state. On the contrary, the palace was majestic and magnificent, without a trace of damage. But the other half seemed to be in another world. Early in the morning, a large number of figures arrived at the peak of the mountain. Li Fuchen raised his head and saw that above the palace gate, there was a plaque with 4 words, Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. The words were bold and powerful, like a saber, spear, and axe, with a vast and mysterious intent. No wonder it is the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The Mystic Martial Hidden Domain was a half-opened hidden domain. This palace wasn't a product of the origin world, but was constructed in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Every 3 months, the palace gate would open once. After entering, it would take 3 months before one could exit. There were plenty of people arriving at the peak of the mountain. Young Master Dragon's Sword, Chi Yuye. Ugly Swordsman, Gong Sun Yi. Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu. Xiaho Shi. Swordsman Travel Cloud, Lu Yun. Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, Sword Tiger, Chen Yuanhu, Emotionless Sword, Shui Feng, Li Fuchen. Just the stars ranking bigwigs were here, there were already more than a dozen of them. The rest of the people added up to more than 500. While the Azure Waters sect had 8 of them. The Mystic Martial Hidden Domain is about to open in 15 minutes. I wonder how many people will be able to pass the first Mystic Martial door. It would be great if 1 out of 10 could pass. Is it so difficult? You might not know if you haven't entered before. The 8 Mystic Martial doors aren't meant to increase the difficulty of each door. In fact, there isn't any difference in grades between the 8 doors. It purely depends on whether you are suitable or not and if your innate talent is all round. Let me put it this way. Those who pass the second Mystic Martial door might not have an innate potential that surpasses the first Mystic Martial door. Perhaps they are suitable, or perhaps their innate talent is just slightly more all-round. That's right. But if one is unable to pass the first Mystic Martial door, he will never be able to enter the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain for the rest of his life. Sigh, if only I was more cautious back then and entered the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain later. Isn't that so? I feel that the current me will definitely be able to pass the first Mystic Martial door. A pity that I don't have the chance anymore. Among the crowd, not everyone was able to enter the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. There were some who attempted the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain but didn't pass the first Mystic Martial door. They were only here to watch the show and had already lost their chance. Rumble. 15 minutes later, the palace gate suddenly opened. A rainbow radiance shone out from within and illuminated the peak of the mountain. The Mystic Martial Hidden Domain is opening. Everyone held their breaths and didn't even blink. Right at this moment, in the void, an imposing figure gradually formed. It was a figure that was half real and half illusory. Those who have lost their qualifications are not allowed to barge into the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Otherwise, they shall be obliterated. The illusory figure spoke indifferently and emotionlessly. Hearing the statement, everyone didn't have any strange reactions. This illusory figure wasn't a mystic martial expert and didn't seem to be a living being. Chapter 256. Interesting. Chi Yuye stared at the shadow and could feel the power of the shadow. The shadow's body was filled with martial Dao intent and had the power of Heaven Dao. Martial Dao intent that had the power of Heaven Dao was naturally an Earth-class martial Dao intent. As for Heaven-class martial Dao intent, it wasn't possible. Heaven-class martial Dao intent was close to the power of a god. Killing a reincarnation realm martial artist didn't even require a move. Since the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain has opened, then there is no need for me to disguise myself. Li Fuchen wiped his face and restored his true appearance. This person changed his appearance. Someone noticed Li Fuchen's abnormality and exclaimed. It's him. There were plenty of people who recognized Li Fuchen. Half a year ago, Li Fuchen was wanted by the Heaven Fiends sect and there were plenty of cities that had his wanted portrait. This person was wanted by the Heaven Fiends sect. Although it was later withdrawn, but the Heaven Fiend sect wouldn't let him go. I didn't expect him to expose his identity. If I didn't guess wrongly, he wants to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. That way, the Heaven Fiend sect wouldn't dare to touch him. In his dreams. It is so easy to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. There are so many mystic martial experts' personal disciples. I think he is indulging in fantasy and overconfidence. Let's see what he will do after he fails. Perhaps he will be captured by an expert from the Heaven Fiend sect once he comes out. Everyone was sneering. It is Li Fuchen. Young sect patriarch's death is definitely related to him. There were gold-class direct disciples from the Heaven Fiend sect here too. When they heard the discussions, they all looked over. Li Fuchen ignored everyone's eyes and arrived in front of sword maniac Li Xiangru and the others. He cupped his fist and said, "Seniors, I am Li Fuchen. I have heard of you." Li Xiangru nodded. Chen Yuanhu nodded too. "Well done for the 100 Herbs hidden domain." He had heard of Li Fuchen's domination of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Back then, only sword maniac Li Xiangru was able to do it. "We meet again." Xue Feng recognized Li Fuchen. He didn't notice Li Fuchen earlier because he didn't care. As long as he had the intention, he would still be able to recognize Li Fuchen even if he changed his appearance. "I heard that you defeated Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu. Is that true?" Xue Feng inquired. When he passed by the Autumn Rain City, he unintentionally found out that Li Fuchen was in the limelight during the Autumn Rain Tea Party. He defeated the Stars rankers Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu, which gave him a huge shock. "Oh! Really?" Chen Yuanhu's eyes lit up. Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu weren't normal people. Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm and was already able to defeat Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu. This ability was enough to move him. "Luck." Li Fuchen smiled. Li Xiangru sized up Li Fuchen and said, "If there is an opportunity, let's spar." Since the other party was able to defeat Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu, his strength was probably not inferior to Chen Yuanhu's. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was younger than Chen Yuanhu. "All right." Li Fuchen nodded. At this time, there was no need for him to be too humble. Sometimes, being too humble was hypocritical and arrogant. You shouldn't have revealed your true appearance at this time. Chen Yuanhu frowned. Li Fuchen said, "If I become a personal disciple under a mystic martial expert, I wonder if the Heaven Fiend sect would dare to touch me?" "Of course not." Xue Feng said, "Even if the Heaven Fiend sect had 3 guts, they wouldn't dare. The rage of a mystic martial expert isn't something a regular sect can withstand. At least the Heaven Fiend sect doesn't have the ability or the confidence. But becoming a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert isn't just a joke." Chen Yuanhu frowned and didn't say anything. He felt that Li Fuchen was too confident. To become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, one had to at least pass the 5th mystic martial door. Even if Li Fuchen defeated Xiao Bai and Ruan Qianxiu, it would still be extremely difficult for him to pass the 5th mystic martial door. There were some things that even if one was confident, one shouldn't be too full of confidence. After all, even a 6-star bone frame wouldn't dare to say that he could pass the 5th mystic martial door steadily. If Li Fuchen wasn't a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, he would have snorted in disdain. "Go inform the upper echelons. Tell them that Li Fuchen is here." A few of the Heaven Fiend sect's gold-class direct disciples transmitted their qi. After a few breaths, one of them descended the mountain and rushed towards Green Cloud City. "It's him." Xia Hoshi had also recognized Li Fuchen. He was the same as Xue Feng and didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to recognize him. After all, looks could be deceiving, but qi presence wasn't. At least for the Earth Realm, there weren't many that could do it. I wonder if he passed the 5th stage in the Star Road hidden domain. This was something that Xia Hoshi was extremely concerned about. If Li Fuchen passed the 5th stage, he would definitely kill Li Fuchen. If there is a chance, I will still have to get rid of him. It should be able to increase my chi luck by quite a bit. Xiaohou withdrew his gaze and concealed his murderous intent. Han Feng, who recognized Li Fuchen, had a pale expression on his face. Compared to Xiaohou, he had been completely humiliated by Li Fuchen in the Star Road hidden domain. There shouldn't be a need for me to make a move. One of the Heaven Fiend sect's direct disciples has already gone down the mountain to report. Han Feng thought to himself. When Li Fuchen returned to his true appearance, it caused some ripples on the mountain peak. But soon enough, the ripples calmed down and everyone's attention was back on the palace doors. Let's go in. Those who were qualified to enter the mystic martial hidden domain all skimmed into the palace doors. In the blink of the eye, there were only a few figures left on the mountain peak. These people were all those who had lost their qualifications. Sigh, so regretful. Why can't you give us another chance? As long as I can pass the first mystic martial door, I will have the chance to become a right-in disciple of a mystic martial expert. This is an existence that is even stronger than a supreme elder. I was too impatient back then and wanted to strengthen myself as soon as possible. In the end, I got nothing. Looking on helplessly as the others entered the palace doors, the remaining people were filled with regret. If the shadow wasn't standing guard, they would have wanted to barge in. Of course, they were just thinking about it. Even if the shadow wasn't standing guard, they wouldn't dare to barge in. After all, they were just puny Earth Realm martial artists. After entering the palace doors, everyone landed on a long path. This path was like a giant's path, which was a few hundred meters wide and 100 miles long. Every set distance on the path, there would be a stone door that could accommodate a few hundred people. There was a total of 8 of them. Is this the 8 mystic martial doors? Li Fuchen sized up the 8 stone doors and the mountains on both sides of the path with curiosity. The path penetrated through the mountains, and within these mountains, there were 8 main peaks. Each of the main peaks had a cave abode. In the 6 abodes that were closer to the group, 6 figures with different appearances opened their eyes. 3 months is up. I wonder if there are any good saplings this time. A white-haired veteran with deep eyes muttered and promptly closed his eyes. The personal disciple that Lao Si took in previously isn't bad. I hope there will be someone that I like this time. The man with the phoenix eyes let out a faint smile and was rather interested. A graceful and luxuriously dressed middle-aged beauty said, I only take in female disciples. I wonder if there are any outstanding female disciples this time. The 6 of them would often take in disciples. There were right-in disciples and also personal disciples. Of course, there were very few personal disciples. If one didn't pass the 5th mystic martial door, they wouldn't take them in as a personal disciple. Unless the person was too special and was extremely demonic in some aspects. But if someone could pass the 6th mystic martial door, they would take them in as a personal disciple no matter what. After all, there wouldn't be many who could pass the 6th mystic martial door in an era. It would be a pity to miss it. Chapter 257. As for the last 2 abodes, a preeminent man and a white-haired elder didn't even open their eyes from start to finish. They had never accepted a personal disciple and had only accepted some right-in disciples. It wasn't because they were picky, but there weren't many who met their requirements. Basically, they didn't have much hope. Arriving at the first stone door, everyone stopped. The first mystic martial door is relatively easier. But if one isn't adept at it, it might be the hardest. Everyone didn't have much confidence, including some of the stars rankers. What is there to be afraid of? I don't believe I can't pass it. One of them skimmed into the stone door. Swish! The stone door didn't seem to have any brilliance, but once this person entered, he immediately vanished without a trace. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people didn't hesitate and skimmed in. Li Fuchen followed suit. In the next moment, he appeared in a spatial zone. This was a space of a swamp. In this world, there was nothing else but the swamp. A test of light body technique? Li Fuchen frowned. He gently landed on the swamp and didn't cause any ripples. It doesn't matter. I will deal with whatever comes my way. This is just the first mystic martial door, there is no need to think too much. Circulating his chi, Li Fuchen sprinted on the swamp. The swamp didn't seem to have an end. Li Fuchen sprinted for 2 hours and still couldn't see the end. Swish, swish, swish. Unknowingly, there were ripples on the swamp. As the ripples undulated, Li Fuchen felt that his speed had obviously slowed down. Furthermore, the stickiness of the swamp was getting stronger. Stopping, Li Fuchen was pushed back a few dozen meters by the ripples. Seems like it is indeed a test of light body technique. Executing the Black Wind 3 clones, Li Fuchen's speed increased drastically. His entire body was like an afterimage as he sprinted on the swamp. At the same time, the others were sprinting on the swamp too. I can't take it anymore. Light body technique is my weakness. Damn it. A youth sprinted on the swamp with a depressed expression. This swamp wasn't an ordinary swamp. It had a powerful stickiness, and every time one tried to borrow strength, it would take a lot of effort to get rid of it. It was fine if it was for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, one would be exhausted. Ah! A young man unwillingly cried out. His entire body was sprawled on the swamp, unable to climb up at all. A great wave of the swamp surged, and this young man disappeared without a trace. Within 2 hours, half of the hundreds of people had been eliminated. Useless. The mystic martial door might seem to be testing one's light body technique, but it is actually testing one's control of one's chi. If one can't even control one's own chi, how can one be qualified to stay in the mystic martial hidden domain? In the cave abode, a skinny and small man sneered. The further they went, the faster the frequency of the ripples became, making them dizzy. Fortunately, it wasn't too strenuous for Li Fuchen. If it was just a light body technique test, he wouldn't have anything to fear. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen finally saw the exit. The exit was above the swamp. Li Fuchen stomped on the swamp and got rid of the sticky force. His figure soared into the sky and skimmed through the exit. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Fuchen was back on the path, and in front of him was the second stone door. Whoosh! Just as Li Fuchen emerged, a figure followed suit. It is the Dragon Sword young master Qi Yuye. Seeing Li Fuchen, Qi Yuye was a little surprised. As one of the 6 young masters, there was basically nothing he wasn't good at. Apart from sword arts, light body technique was also one of his specialties. He originally thought that he was the first to pass the first mystic martial door, but he didn't expect someone to be in front of him. Interesting, he should be going all out. Qi Yuye didn't care too much. He didn't go all out in the first mystic martial door and didn't need to. With a flash, Qi Yuye skimmed into the second stone door. Worthy of being young master Dragon Sword. Li Fuchen praised silently. The first mystic martial door wasn't easy. He executed the Black Wind 3 clones to pass so quickly. He didn't expect young master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye, to not be much slower than him. The two of them passed the first mystic martial door at almost the same time. Immediately after, Li Fuchen skimmed into the second stone door too. In a short moment, Xiahou Shi, Su Muyu, and the others all came out. They looked at each other and skimmed towards the second stone door. In the second stone door, there was a heavy space. In this space, there was only a thick mountain peak. The mountain peak had a steep cliff and it was almost impossible to climb it. Furthermore, the gravity in this space was too strong and it was almost impossible to fly. Walking to the foot of the mountain peak, Li Fuchen realized that at the bottom of the mountain peak, there was a giant closed stone door. It was about 30 meters tall and 20 meters wide. Standing in front of the stone door, there was a heavy chi presence assaulting his face. Do I have to push open the stone door? Li Fuchen asked curiously. Pressing on the stone door with both hands, Li Fuchen's chi burst forth and abruptly pushed forward. Rumble. The stone door opened with a rumble and it didn't seem to be very difficult. But after pushing open this stone door, a stone door that was 50 meters tall came into view. This time, Li Fuchen just used the true Inferno technique to revolve his chi and was unable to push open the stone door. After activating the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen only succeeded. But behind the 50-meter tall stone door, there was another 100-meter tall stone door. Li Fuchen used all his strength and was unable to push it open. Interesting. Li Fuchen drew his black gold sword and slashed at the stone door. Clang! The sword chi dissipated and the stone door was unscathed. As expected, I can only rely on my own strength to push it open and is unable to destroy it. Giving up on the thought of destroying it, Li Fuchen dispersed the mystical dragon's secret technique and activated the primary clear hand. The primary clear hand could increase the chi burst power of the hand, and the partial burst power was even above the mystical dragon's secret technique. Crack! The stone door trembled a little, but it was just a slight tremble. Open for me. With his muscles tensed, Li Fuchen's spirit will was highly concentrated. Exerting strength in both arms, he pushed the stone door again. Rumble. The stone door suddenly opened. So it is like this. Li Fuchen's face flashed with realization. The second mystic martial door wasn't just a test of strength, but also spirit will. When the martial artist's spirit will was highly concentrated, it would be easier to push open the stone door. But the prerequisite was that the strength and spirit will were strong enough. After the 100-meter stone door, there were no other stone doors. Li Fuchen walked out of this space. A dramatic scene happened. When Li Fuchen walked out, Qi Yuye followed and was one step slower than Li Fuchen. Qi Yuye was astonished, so was Li Fuchen. Perhaps, the 8 mystic martial doors will automatically adjust the difficulty based on the martial artist's cultivation level. If not, those with high cultivation levels will have too much of an advantage. It doesn't reflect the fairness that the mystic martial hidden domain should have. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Qi Yuye's expression turned a little unpleasant. He didn't go all out for the first mystic martial door, but for the second mystic martial door, he was considered to have gone all out. Could he have known from the start that he had to use his spirit will to match his strength? Qi Yuye felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. Not bad. These two individuals aren't bad. They actually passed the second mystic martial door so quickly. From the looks of it, their spirit will is very strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to pass the fourth mystic martial door. I wonder if they can pass the fifth mystic martial door. Chapter 258. Xiahou Shi and Su Muyu are not much slower than Li Fuchen and Qi Yuye. In the eyes of the 6 mystic martial experts, these 4 individuals would definitely surpass the 4th mystic martial door. At this time, there were only 20 people left out of the hundreds. The first mystic martial door was still alright. Out of 10 individuals, at least one would be able to pass it. However, at the second mystic martial door, more than half of the people were unable to push open the third stone door. Even if their spirit will was highly concentrated, it still wouldn't work. But the Azure Water sect's luck was heaven-defying. Including Li Fuchen, 4 of them passed the second mystic martial door. These 4 individuals were obviously Li Fuchen, Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng. Needless to say, Li Xiangru's spirit will was indestructible and had almost no flaws. Chen Yuanhu was extremely warlike. Even though his spirit and willpower wasn't as tenacious as Li Xiangru's, he was courageous enough and had the tendency of getting braver the more he fought. Xue Feng, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. One had to know that there were a few stars-ranking bigwigs who couldn't even pass the second mystic martial door. Third mystic martial door. This was a space of flames. The ground was a sea of fire, the sky was a cloud of fire, and countless beasts were running around. It might be a space of flames, but Li Fuchen didn't feel hot, as though it was all an illusion. What does the third mystic martial door test? Standing in the sea of flames, Li Fuchen glanced at the beast-shaped flames, and there was a faint flash of inspiration in his mind. These beast-shaped flames were full of explosive power. Moreover, they did not exist forever. They were constantly disappearing and erupting from the sea of fire and the fire clouds. Explode. That's right, an outburst. It's a test of true qi explosiveness. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The so-called explosive power differed from person to person. Some people had thick meridians, so their explosive power was stronger. Some people had high cultivation techniques and secret arts, so their explosive power was stronger. Some people had strong willpower, so their explosive power was also stronger. Explosive power had nothing to do with true qi cultivation. If a first-level Earth Realm martial artist's qi burst strength was 2 folds, then it would be no different from a 9th-level Earth Realm martial artist who had 2 folds of qi burst strength. It mainly depended on how many times the effect of one's true qi explosion. With the thought flashing, Li Fuchen suddenly blasted out a fist. Whoosh! A wolf-shaped flame erupted. This wolf-shaped flame was not formed by true qi, but by the flames in the flame space. It was a concrete manifestation of explosive power. Exchanging his fist for a palm strike, Li Fuchen executed a palm strike. This was the iron smelting palm. The flames surged, and a leopard-shaped flame rushed out. As expected. Li Fuchen's guess was right. The stronger the explosive power, the different beast-shaped flames would appear. In this way, his explosive power would probably have to reach a certain level before he could leave this fiery space. Activating the primary clear hand, Li Fuchen executed another palm strike. Roar! The flames roared, and a ball of tiger-shaped flames erupted. I wonder how explosive his sword technique is. Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen cleaved. It was obvious that as a swordsman, Li Fuchen's sword art's burst power was superior to his palm art. With a single cleave, a bull-shaped flame sprinted. The qi presence was vigorous and vast, far superior to the tiger-shaped flame. Next was the flaming devil sword art. As soon as he executed the flaming devil sword art, a rhinoceros charged forward in flames. A mystic-level middle-tier killer move was unleashed, a giant python of flames surged out. Activating the black iron sword essence, a flood dragon roared towards the sky, its momentum terrifying. At the same time, a flaming door appeared in front of Li Fuchen. There's no rush. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave the fiery space. He took a deep breath and concentrated his spirit will to a high level. In the unseen world, there seemed to be a force being nurtured. Roar! A sonorous dragon roar echoed, as a flaming giant dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly descended and burst forth violently. At that moment, the entire sea of flames seemed to be in an uproar. What? Explosive power at the dragon class? The mystic martial experts from the 6 abodes were shocked. Generally speaking, once one reached the flood dragon class, they would be able to pass the 3rd mystic martial door. There might not even be one dragon class expert in an era. Flood dragons and dragons might seem to only have a difference of 1 class, but the difference was like a chasm. A flood dragon was ultimately a flood dragon. But a dragon was a species of a higher class. I must take this child in as my personal disciple. No one shall contest with me. A mystic martial expert that was as tall and sturdy as a mountain roared. Old 6, you are not qualified to teach him. I should be the one to do it. The man with the phoenix eyes said. The tall and sturdy man wasn't convinced. I am most proficient in explosive power. Why am I not qualified? The middle-aged beauty said, in explosive power, we aren't inferior to you. Furthermore, you are only proficient in explosive power. What about the others? How are you going to teach him? Stop wasting God's gifts. The tall and sturdy man was still unwilling. I don't care. I must teach him. Producing an incredible personal disciple would be beneficial to them too. He couldn't give up. Don't be willful. Furthermore, it is up to him to choose. I don't think he will choose you. The man with the phoenix eyes didn't argue and laughed. They might be in their respective abodes, but the mystic martial hidden domain was extremely mystical. Furthermore, They were all reincarnation realm martial artists, and it was extremely easy for them to transmit messages across space. The rest of the mystic martial experts didn't say anything, but they were extremely tempted. They decided that when the time came, they would definitely tempt Li Fuchen and make him their personal disciple. After all, if they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance in the future. This child isn't bad. Right at this moment, the white-haired elder in the second abode spoke. Second brother, you have an idea? The man with the phoenix eyes wasn't calm anymore. Big brother and second brother had yet to accept a personal disciple. Furthermore, the two of them were the strongest. If the two of them were to participate in the competition, their chances would instantly be reduced by 90%. The white-haired elder spoke indifferently. The prerequisite is for him to pass the fifth mystic martial door. The fifth mystic martial door was the lowest standard. If it was in the past, even if one passed the sixth mystic martial door, he wouldn't normally accept a personal disciple. But Li Fuchen was a little special. After all, burst strength was an extremely important factor in one's strength. The difference between Flood Dragon class and Dragon class was just too huge. It was just like the difference between a normal person and a prodigy, which was unbelievably huge. I hope he doesn't pass the fifth mystic martial door. Subconsciously, apart from the preeminent man, the rest of the six mystic martial experts were hoping that Li Fuchen wouldn't pass the fifth mystic martial door. If outsiders were to know of their thoughts, they would probably be dumbfounded. But they didn't care at all. Whether they accepted a personal disciple was up to them. If it wasn't to their liking, so what if you passed the fifth mystic martial door? If they didn't accept you, they wouldn't accept you. But if it was to their liking, even if you only passed the third mystic martial door, they would still accept you as a personal disciple. Of course, the third mystic martial door was considered a lower standard. Even if it was lower, they would still have to consider it carefully. They couldn't possibly accept someone who passed the first or second mystic martial door as a personal disciple, right? I am most curious about why he didn't even pass the fourth mystic martial door. The stalwart man had evil thoughts in his mind. Li Fuchen was too much to his liking. He couldn't wait to snatch Li Fuchen over. As for the results, he couldn't be bothered about it. He only intended to accept Li Fuchen as a personal disciple. Li Fuchen didn't know the thoughts of the mystic martial experts. Chapter 259. Explode! In the flame space, Chiyuya screamed and slammed his sword forward. A resounding beast roar resounded, and a flood dragon of flames rushed out with majestic momentum. With the emergence of the flame portal, Akabane breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel that the difficulty of passing the third mystic martial door was much higher, and even he wouldn't be able to pass it casually. At the same time, the others were also rushing through the fiery space. Rain and Xiaohoushi were the first to pass. Following closely was Li Xiangru and Han Feng. Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng, on the other hand, could only unleash the explosive power of a giant python and left regretfully. As such, out of the 20 over people, there were less than 10 who passed the third mystic martial door. Only 9 people passed. The Azure Water sect had 2 members, Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru. Out of the flame space, Chiyuya did not see Li Fuchen. Still not out? Chiyuya muttered. After waiting in place for a moment and seeing that no one came out, Chiyuya skimmed towards the fourth mystic martial door. The fourth mystic martial door was a world of water. As soon as he entered, Li Fuchen was immediately wrapped in water. Not far away, a big fish swam over. Looking at it up close, he realized that it wasn't a real fish, but a fish made of precious materials. The fish's belly opened up, revealing a control room inside. Entering, closing the fish belly, Li Fuchen looked at the control room. The control room was very simple. Other than a transparent crystal at the front, there was only a rudder. He held the rudder with both hands and turned it slightly. The big fish followed suit. If he pulled it down, the big fish would sink. If he pulled it up, the big fish would rise. Immediately after, Li Fuchen tried to input qi again. Whoosh! The speed of the big fish increased exponentially. It was now more than 10 times faster than before. What will this test be? Li Fuchen didn't understand. If it was a test of the output of true qi, then he would definitely not be as good as someone with a higher cultivation than him. His intuition told him that it had something to do with the rudder. The big fish swam for a while. Suddenly, densely packed black dots appeared in front of it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these black dots were actually a school of fish. The school of fish was extremely fast and rushed towards Li Fuchen. This is a test of reaction speed and awareness. Li Fuchen instantly understood. Although reaction speed and awareness were related to one's cultivation, the relationship was not particularly large. At the very least, it was not a decisive factor. Of course, if Li Fuchen was just a regular prodigy, he would definitely be at a disadvantage now. After all, he was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm. The increase in his reaction speed and awareness was too little. It was a level lower than the 6th level of the Earth realm, a huge difference from the 7th level of the Earth realm, and a level lower than the 8th and 9th level of the Earth realm. For the 4th mystic martial door, one's cultivation had to be at least at the 7th level of the Earth realm. The 4th mystic martial door tests reaction speed and awareness. I wonder if he can pass it easily. Being at the 5th level of the Earth realm is too much of a disadvantage. But with his ability, it shouldn't be a problem. It is just a little pathetic. The 6 mystic martial experts were all paying attention to Li Fuchen. The others were just paying attention to it in passing. But soon, the 6 of them realized that they were wrong. Their eyes gradually widened, and they had an incredulous look on their faces. Li Fuchen's reaction speed and awareness were too terrifying. That overwhelming school of fish was densely packed and impenetrable. If a regular prodigy encountered such a situation, their mind would definitely go blank and be dumbfounded. Only the formidable prodigies would be able to calm down and do their best to dodge. But Li Fuchen was able to control the big fish to the limits. Under his control, the entire big fish was able to find a gap and slip in smoothly. Seeing Li Fuchen controlling the big fish was simply a form of enjoyment. When the 6 of them placed their attention on the others who entered the space of water, they instantly noticed the disparity. Seeing these people controlling the big fish from the start to the end, they were all on tenterhooks, afraid that they might be bumped by the school of fish. It was the complete opposite of Li Fuchen. How can his awareness be so strong? The eyes of the man with the phoenix eyes were bursting with a horrifying radiance. He could naturally see that Li Fuchen's reaction speed was secondary. The crucial point was that Li Fuchen's awareness was too terrifying, allowing him to instantly understand what to do. Horrific, too horrific. Even a heaven realm martial artist wouldn't have such a strong awareness, right? After the stalwart and sturdy man recovered from the shock, his face revealed a sorrowful expression. He admitted that he wasn't qualified to teach Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen being in his hands was a complete waste of talent. Only boss and second brother can teach him. The stalwart and sturdy man thought to himself. The preeminent man and the white-haired elder were very well-rounded and didn't have any shortcomings, while the 6 of them more or less had some shortcomings. This child is an anomaly. As compared to his awareness, strength burst is nothing. The middle-aged beauty covered her forehead. Awareness was her forte, but boss and second brother were much stronger than her. The crucial point was that she wasn't able to teach strength burst. The big fish passed through the school of fish and a water portal appeared in front. Walking out of the big fish, Li Fuchen skimmed into the water portal. Outside of the mystic martial hidden domain, someone passed the 4th mystic martial door, but it actually isn't young Master Dragon's sword, Chiyuya. It is this person named Li Fuchen. On the left pillar of the palace gate, there were 8 stone door shadows. Everyone clearly saw Li Fuchen drilling out from the 4th stone door shadow and skimming into the 5th stone door shadow. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Who was young Master Dragon's sword, Chiyuya? He was one of the East Unicorn Continent's 6 young masters. He had supreme innate talents and was known to have monarch-class potential, while Li Fuchen was at most a rising star. In everyone's opinion, even if someone was faster than young Master Dragon's sword, it should be Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu, or Xiahou Shi who had the heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. It shouldn't be Li Fuchen. We have misjudged. This person's innate potential is actually so formidable. Everyone's face was burning. Previously, they mocked Li Fuchen for overestimating himself and being overconfident. Reality gave them a ruthless slap in the face. Let's see. He might not be able to pass the 5th mystic martial door. It isn't like this hasn't happened before. He passed the first 4 doors very quickly, but got stuck at the 5th mystic martial door. Some were still unconvinced. Damn it, he actually passed the 4th mystic martial door. The Heaven Fiend Sect's gold class direct disciple had an awful expression. The more mystic martial doors Li Fuchen passed, the more likely it was for him to be accepted as a personal disciple by a mystic martial expert. They were already in a dangerous situation. Once Li Fuchen became a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, the Heaven Fiend sect would have to think thrice before making a move on him. Killing Li Fuchen was a small matter, but offending a mystic martial expert was a huge matter. Who knew if the mystic martial expert would go crazy and cause a huge ruckus in the Heaven Fiend sect, killing a few reincarnation realm martial artists. After entering the 5th mystic martial door, what appeared in front of Li Fuchen was a world of thunder and lightning. The sky was filled with thunder clouds and lightning bolts descended from the sky, intertwining like a net. Li Fuchen didn't move forward and carefully observed the space of thunder and lightning. These thunderbolts seemed to be martial arts. After observing for a long time, Li Fuchen came up with a shocking conclusion. Every bolt of lightning was like a martial artist executing an ultimate move. Some ultimate moves were slow, some were fast, some were ever-changing, and some were incomparably fierce. At this moment, the white-haired elder in the second abode opened his eyes and began to observe Li Fuchen. Chapter 260. It should be a test of martial arts. With this thought, Li Fuchen drew his black gold sword and executed the Blaze Devil sword art. But there was no reaction. Is the martial arts not exquisite enough? Li Fuchen executed his kill move. There was still no reaction. Why don't I attract a bolt of lightning? Li Fuchen cleaved at one of the lightning bolts. Crackle! The lightning bolt was successfully attracted and instantly struck Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's mind was filled with martial arts essences. I see. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen was slightly shocked. This bolt of lightning actually contained martial arts essences. Using the martial arts essences to create my own moves? Li Fuchen guessed. Li Fuchen started to study the martial arts essences. This bolt of lightning contained a leg art essence. After obtaining these leg art essences, Li Fuchen could feel that his leg art proficiency had improved significantly. It was almost at the level of a sword art. It should be a higher class leg art essence. Li Fuchen felt that it was good to stay here for a longer period of time. Obtaining a leg art essence was different from cultivating a leg art manual. The former would be injected directly into the brain, while the latter would require time to cultivate. After studying for a moment, Li Fuchen started to create a leg art move. Boom! A kick was executed and a chi explosion could be heard. Boom 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 boom, like a thunderclap, Li Fuchen kicked a few hundred times in a single breath. Each kick was stronger and more exquisite than the last. Towards the end, it wasn't inferior to a mystic class low-tier leg art and was starting to produce leg art intent. But it still didn't cause any abnormalities. Li Fuchen wasn't discouraged and continued to study. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's legs began to produce electric sparks. His kicking speed was like lightning, inconceivably fast and ferocious. If it was a regular prodigy, they wouldn't even be able to see the trajectory of the kick and would only be able to see a burst of lightning. 1 hour later, a bolt of lightning emerged from Li Fuchen's legs and resonated with the lightning in the sky. At the same moment, a door of lightning appeared in front of Li Fuchen. As expected, as long as I use the martial arts essences to create a mystic class mid-tier martial art, I will be able to leave the space of lightning. I wonder if I can continue to attract the lightning. Li Fuchen cleaved at the lightning in the sky again. But this time, there was no reaction from the lightning. Looks like one person can only attract one lightning bolt. I can't be greedy. With such thoughts in mind, Li Fuchen stepped into the thunder door. This child's comprehension is superb. I'll take him in, the white-haired old man said word by word. The man with the phoenix eyes was unwilling to give up. Second brother, can you give him to me? The white-haired old man smiled and said, Third brother, you already have a personal disciple. Why are you still fighting with me? The man with the phoenix eyes said, At most, I'll exchange my personal disciple with you. The white-haired old man said, Do you think I'm a fool? I don't care about your personal disciple. Second brother, if he chooses me, you can't stand in his way, the man with phoenix eyes continued. The white-haired old man said, What do you mean by obstructing others? But don't worry, if he still chooses you after knowing our background, I won't fight with you. He believed that this possibility was almost impossible. Who would choose the third mystic martial artist and give up on the second mystic martial artist? Unless they were stupid. All of you, stop fighting. I want him, said the pretty-looking man. Big brother, you fancy him too? The white-haired old man wasn't calm anymore. The pretty-looking man was the #1 mystic martial artist and also their big brother. In fact, they weren't sworn brothers and weren't blood-related brothers. But because they were all mystic martial artists, they addressed each other as brothers. The white-haired old man's age wasn't that old, he just looked old. Of course, he was actually older than the pretty-looking man, but the pretty-looking man was stronger, hence, he could only be the #2. The pretty-looking man said, I have a few right-in disciples. Only he is qualified to be my personal disciple. How can I miss this opportunity? As the #1 mystic martial artist, it was too difficult for him to accept a personal disciple. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but these people were too inferior. After all, it was beneficial for them to produce formidable personal disciples. Apart from him and his second brother, the rest of them already had personal disciples. The white-haired old man said helplessly, It isn't easy to accept a personal disciple. Sigh. Lao San couldn't compete with him, similarly, he couldn't compete with Big Brother, unless Li Fuchen was really stupid. Second brother, wait a little longer. Before the Stars ranking tournament, you will definitely be able to accept a personal disciple. According to my estimations, this era should be the strongest era after the disappearance of the absolute experts. You still have a high chance of accepting a personal disciple. The preeminent man consoled. The white-haired old man nodded. I hope so. He also felt that there was something special about this era. Otherwise, they would not have appeared here. Outside the mystic martial hidden domain. Past the 5th mystic martial door. To be able to pass the 5th mystic martial door, there is at least a 90% chance of becoming a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. TSK. Everyone was shocked. As for the Heaven Fiend Sect's gold class direct disciple, his face was ashen. Li Fuchen becoming a mystic martial expert direct disciple is in the bag. In the future, their Heavenly Fiends sect will no longer be able to deal with Li Fuchen, unless someone in the younger generation of Heavenly Fiends sect can kill Li Fuchen. The mystic martial artists had once said that they would not intervene in the sparring between the same generation, but only forbade the older generation from intervening. Do not think that you can hide from a mystic martial artist. It might be hard for a mystic martial artist to investigate the truth, but the shadow that was guarding the mystic martial hidden domain could. There were rumors that the shadow that was guarding the mystic martial hidden domain was the spirit of the mystic martial hidden domain. It had all sorts of mysterious powers, and if a mystic martial expert paid a price, the spirit of the mystic martial hidden domain could investigate the truth. Otherwise, when a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert was killed, the culprit wouldn't be exposed so quickly. After all, the East Unicorn continent was huge and there were countless experts. Who would know who was the killer? Swish 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 swish, a few figures descended from the sky and they were all Heaven Realm martial artists. Are you sure he is in the mystic martial hidden domain? A Heaven Realm martial artist asked a gold-class direct disciple from the Heaven Fiend sect. This gold-class direct disciple replied bitterly, "Elder, this person has already passed the 5th mystic martial door. I am afraid he will become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert." What? He passed the 5th mystic martial door? These Heaven Realm martial artists were all inner sect elders of the Heaven Fiend sect. When they heard the news, they were all flabbergasted. They knew that Li Fuchen's innate potential was high, but they didn't expect it to be this high. Those who passed the 5th mystic martial door were all elite prodigies of the continent. They were either 6-star bone frames or heaven-defying 5-star bone frames. But Li Fuchen was just a 1-star bone frame. Damn it, why is his potential so high? We cannot let this matter rest like this. The sect patriarch said to capture Li Fuchen at all costs. That's right, capture him. Mystic martial experts are unable to casually leave the mystic martial hidden domain. Every time they leave, they will have to pay a huge price. We are just capturing him. Once we capture him back, we will let the sect patriarch make the decision. These people didn't want to return empty-handed. In their opinion, as long as they didn't kill Li Fuchen, there shouldn't be any problems. As for what the sect patriarch would decide, they weren't able to fathom it. Maybe he would let him go. Maybe he would kill him out of anger. Chapter 261. When Li Fuchen passed the 5th mystic martial door, 5 people were still in the lightning space. They were Qi Yuya, Rain Su, Xiahou Shi, Han Feng and Li Xiangru. As for the others, they all failed. After a long time, Qi Yuya, Rain, and Xiahou Shi passed the 5th mystic martial door one after another. Han Feng and Li Xiangru weren't able to create a mystic-class mid-tier martial art within the stipulated time, hence, they stopped at the 4th mystic martial door. Qi Yuya, Su Muyu, and Xiahou Shi have all passed. Including Li Fuchen, there are a total of 4 individuals who passed the 5th mystic martial door, creating a new record. Last time, only Xiahou Chuan passed. This time, it's 4 times. This is too exaggerated. Apart from Li Fuchen, with their innate talents, it is actually possible for them to pass the 5th mystic martial door. I wonder if they can pass the 6th mystic martial door. I don't think that's possible. As of now, only 3 individuals have passed the 6th mystic martial door. That's right. Among the 3 king stars, only 2 of them passed the 6th mystic martial door. The other one didn't even pass. The 6th mystic martial door is extremely difficult. Let's wait and see. In the outside world, everyone was discussing fervently. The 6th mystic martial door was a space of wind blades. Between heaven and earth, there were wind blades everywhere. The bigger ones were dozens of miles long, while the smaller ones were the size of a cow's hair. Puff! A wind blade slashed at Li Fuchen's shoulder, causing a wound to appear. You can hurt me? Li Fuchen was shocked. The first 5 spaces were all illusions and didn't possess any killing power. In the 6th space, the wind blades could hurt people, and they were only slightly smaller ones. If they were a bit bigger, they would be able to cut him in half. Li Fuchen was a little confused as he didn't know what the 6th mystic martial door was testing. It wasn't realistic to test his defense. With so many wind blades, even if he was a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Puff puff puff, with a gust of wind, Li Fuchen's body was left with hundreds of wounds. Some of the wounds had penetrated Li Fuchen's body and fresh blood was flowing out. Taking out a mystic-class shield, Li Fuchen blocked in front of him. Kacha! The mystic-grade shield broke and turned into powder. The power of the wind blades was unbelievably great, and it seemed to be even more lethal to objects other than the human body. No! Li Fuchen shook his head. He could only rely on himself for the 6th mystic martial door and couldn't borrow any external help. Puff! An arm flew up. Li Fuchen's left arm was severed at the shoulder by a wind blade that was a few meters long. With a pale face, Li Fuchen kept dodging. Puff! Between heaven and earth, there was wind and wind blades everywhere. The wind could condense into wind blades at any moment. Even if Li Fuchen had heaven-defying awareness, it was impossible to dodge all the wind blade attacks. This time, his right leg was severed. In the second abode, the white-haired elder said, "The sixth mystic martial door is a test of unyielding willpower. Whether he can pass it or not will depend on his comprehension." The man with phoenix eyes in the third cave abode said, "There are strong and weak spirit wills. This trial not only tests one's spirit will, but it also tests one's most primal will when facing death." His will fluctuated greatly. Some people with strong willpower would still be afraid when faced with true fear. Some people with weak willpower might burst forth with a terrifying primordial will before they died. The sixth mystic martial door was extremely mysterious. It was fair and unfair at the same time. In general, those with strong willpower would have a higher possibility of passing. But it wasn't absolute. The path of the martial Tao is to go against the heavens. It is all about defying the heavens. Whoever has a strong will to defy the heavens will be able to pass the sixth mystic martial door. In the first abode, the preeminent man hit the nail on the head. The rest of the mystic martial experts nodded. With his four limbs severed, Li Fuchen's head was dizzy and he didn't have the strength to dodge the wind blades. The space of wind blades was an illusion, but he couldn't differentiate if it was real or fake, because everything was too realistic. The current him only had one obsession in his heart, which was to persevere. He didn't know what he had to persevere for, but he knew to persevere. Just like how he didn't give up on himself when he lost his talent. If he had given up on himself back then, he might not have encountered the golden amulet. At the same time, Chiyuye arrived at the space of wind blades too. PFFF. There were two more bloody mouths on his body, and Chiyuye was shocked. What is the sixth mystic martial door testing? Chiyuye was a little flustered. PFFF. As the violent wind swept over, Chiyuye's legs were severed at the base, causing him to groan in pain. It was too realistic and there wasn't a single bit of falsehood. I am the monarch of swords, how can I yield? A wind blade that was over a dozen meters in size swept over while Chiyuye roared with rage. Crackle! Chiyuye was severed at the waist and looked extremely miserable. Immediately after, Sumuyu and Xiaoshi arrived at the space of wind blades too. The two of them encountered the same situation. As compared to Xiaoshi, Sumuyu was much better. Xiaoshi had always liked to reduce the danger to the minimum and wasn't adept at dealing with such situations. He was feeling anxious and worried about his gains and losses. His subconscious told him that everything was a test. But his body told him that everything was real. Damn it, what kind of test is this? Xiaoshi's eyes were red. If others can do it, so can I. Sumuyu's thoughts were much simpler. If no one could pass the sixth mystic martial door, she might not be so persistent. But someone had already passed the sixth mystic martial door. Since others could pass the sixth mystic martial door, she didn't believe that she would be inferior to others. In the second abode, the white-haired elder shook his head and laughed. The test isn't this simple. It isn't enough to just rely on perseverance. If the body is shattered and the willpower is blurred, how many people can persist? Just like what Big Brother said, one must have the heart to defy the heavens. The man with the phoenix eyes nodded. PFFF. Li Fuchen's body was shattered into scraps and his willpower was completely blurred. In a trance, he felt as though he had turned into the wind and became a part of the space of wind blades. He no longer had his own thoughts and could only drift with the flow. Float and float. Blow and blow. It felt as though an instant had passed and as though an eternity had passed. His willpower was getting more and more blurred. Ah! The instant his body was shattered, Xiaoshi was frightened and felt despair. But in the next moment, his body reformed and he was teleported out of the sixth mystic martial door. I failed one. The white-haired elder shook his head. This one is actually not bad. Why don't I accept it? A mystic martial expert that was ranked towards the back said. If one could pass the fifth mystic martial door, they would basically accept them as a personal disciple. After all, personal disciples were hard to come by and they couldn't be picky. With so many personal disciples, there would definitely be one or two that were promising. Only Big Brother and Second Brother would rather have nothing than a substandard disciple, because their requirements were too high. From the start to the end, Sumliu didn't feel despair, but her willpower had also dissipated. Her heart to defy the heavens was ultimately not strong enough. Furthermore, she was too young and was around the same age as Li Fuchen. She didn't have enough experience. If she had a few more years, she might be able to pass the sixth mystic martial door. Sumliu had also failed, but she was chosen by the third mystic martial expert, the man with the phoenix eyes. As the third mystic martial expert, the number of personal disciples the man with the phoenix eyes accepted were very few. It was very rare for him to be chosen by her. Chapter 262. This kid is not bad. The white-haired old man is interested in Chiyuya. Not bad indeed. The handsome man nodded. You're not going to fight with me again, are you? The white-haired old man was no longer calm. The preeminent man said, Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. He's still some distance away from my standards. That's true. The white-haired elder nodded. In fact, Chiyuya was still a distance away from his standard and could barely be his personal disciple. Of course, the premise was that the other party could pass the sixth mystic martial door, otherwise, everything would be empty talk. The middle-aged beauty said, the sixth mystic martial door requires one to maintain their willpower for a period of time. As long as one passes this period of time, they would be able to pass it. I wonder if these two would be able to pass it. Although the hope of Li Fuchen becoming her personal disciple is very small, but the mystic martial experts cherish geniuses very much. The former should be possible, but the latter is probably a little dangerous, another odd martial artist with grizzled hair said and analyzed. Time passed bit by bit, but the two of them maintained their will and did not dissipate. Especially on Li Fuchen's side, not only did his willpower not dissipate, it even had the tendency to condense. What a terrifying will! The white-haired elder was moved. Within the wind blade space, it was already extremely difficult to maintain one's will and not dissipate. One simply did not have the strength to condense one's will. At the very least, they had never seen anyone who could do it. But Li Fuchen did it. This meant he still had strength to spare. The will grew stronger and stronger. The wind seemed to have quietened down a little. Does he want to rely on his own strength to recover? All the odd martial artists were shocked. The preeminent man was also staring at Li Fuchen's space of wind blades. Enduring the time limit and relying on one's own strength to recover were two different concepts. It was just like the difference between unleashing the explosive power of a flood dragon and unleashing the explosive power of a dragon in the flame space. No, the difference was 10 times greater than that. One's spirit and will could be tempered. However, there was no way to train primitive willpower, at least not for mystic martial artists. He could only rely on himself. He could only rely on the guidance of fate. Big brother, can you give it to me? The white-haired old man was extremely tempted. Teaching such a personal disciple was something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. Dream on. The pretty-looking man said. With a single point as the center, the wind within a large area stopped. Yes, the wind had stopped. No more wind blades were produced. A spot of radiance was blooming. Is this kid going to defy the heavens? The middle-aged woman murmured. He's already defying the heavens. The burly man's heart ached. Compared to him, the previous direct disciples were too weak. The white-haired old man shook his head. He was the fourth mystic martial expert, but he looked old. The disciple he had accepted previously was Xiahou Chuan, a disciple of the Doling clan. On the other side, Chiyuye's will is very condensed, there is no trace of dissipation, but there is no trace of condensation. He was holding on. As the top sword Dao prodigy of the East Unicorn continent, He vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword Tao and become the monarch of the sword. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind blades shuttled back and forth, crazily cutting at his will. He felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. But he was unwilling. His goal was to become the successor disciple of the first or second mystic martial expert and do what others couldn't. This was his mission. Hang in there. His will, which had dissipated a little, was like a candle flame, trying its best to hold on. I will use my life to defy heaven's will, condense for me. When the radiance illuminated the surroundings, Li Fuchen's voice suddenly echoed. The next moment, with the radiance as the center, the shattered body began to reform. In just a short moment, a complete body was formed. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen saw the space of wind blades again. But this time, the space of wind blades didn't have any more wind blades. Where he looked, the wind blades in the distance were all dissipating, as though they couldn't withstand his gaze. The space of wind blades was also a space of willpower. As long as your willpower was strong enough, the wind blades wouldn't dare to be rash. He succeeded. Apart from the preeminent man, the rest of the 7 mystic martial experts took in a cold breath. What kind of person was he? He just had to persevere for a period of time and he would be able to pass the 6th mystic martial door. But he surpassed this rule and recovered by himself, breaking the restrictions of the space of wind blades. Producing a dragon-class burst strength and relying on his primordial willpower to recover his body. Is such a prodigy really a prodigy that grew up in the East Unicorn continent? The white-haired old man was bewildered. The preeminent man spoke with a stern expression, he is an anomaly. But I do not agree with your statement. The East Unicorn continent might be small, but it isn't impossible to produce a heaven-defying prodigy. A true dragon might appear in such a small place. They, the mystic martial experts, weren't reincarnation realm martial artists, but existences that surpassed the reincarnation realm. But they were restricted by the rules of the mystic martial hidden domain and were unable to leave the mystic martial hidden domain without permission. Even if they paid the price to leave, their strength would be suppressed to an extremely low level, and they would only be able to exhibit the combat strength of a reincarnation realm martial artist. Hence, their horizons were much broader than everyone in the East Unicorn continent. But a prodigy like Li Fuchen was truly beyond their imagination. Up here. Li Fuchen pointed to the front and a lump of wind gathered, turning into a whirlwind door. Taking a step forward, Li Fuchen walked into the whirlwind door. The outside world was in a complete frenzy. He passed the 6th mystic martial door. Is he still human? In this era, only 3 individuals have passed the 6th mystic martial door. He actually passed it too. Everyone's emotions were fluctuating. Passing the 6th mystic martial door was a huge matter. If the previous Li Fuchen was unknown, then right now, his fame would spread throughout the entire East Unicorn continent as time elapsed. There would definitely be a place for him in the Stars ranking tournament 1 year later. Li Fuchen passing the 6th mystic martial door was naturally the most unhappy group from the Heaven Fiend sect. The more mystic martial doors Li Fuchen passed, the higher the price the Heaven Fiend sect had to pay if they wanted to touch him. If it was before, they were still lucky that Li Fuchen wasn't able to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. But now, there wasn't a single bit of luck left. After passing the 6th mystic martial door, one would definitely become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert. This was the iron rule. On the main path, the 7th stone door appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The preeminent man suddenly shouted, "May I request for you to seal the 7th and 8th stone doors?" He felt that Li Fuchen had hopes of passing the 7th mystic martial door. But once the news of Li Fuchen passing the 7th mystic martial door got out, it would only be detrimental to him. For their own benefits, some of the sects would still take the risk out of desperation. What's more, the East Unicorn continent still had a few formidable reincarnation realm martial artists. If they could walk out of the mystic martial hidden domain without paying any price, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. But after paying the price, they didn't have the confidence to win. In short, it wasn't good to be too low profile, but it wasn't good to be too high profile either. He didn't wish for Li Fuchen to encounter any mishaps outside. The shadow that was guarding the mystic martial hidden domain seemed to have heard the preeminent man's voice. With a wave of his right hand, the 7th and 8th stone doors on the stone pillar on the left of the palace gate vanished. What is going on? Everyone didn't understand. Chapter 263. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed into the 7th stone door. The 7th stone door was called the Door of Earth. Each of the 8 mystic martial doors had a name. The first stone door was called the Door of Lake, the second stone door was called the Door of Mountain, followed by the Door of Fire, Door of Water, Door of Thunder, Door of Wind, Door of Earth, and Door of Heaven. The Door of Earth and Door of Heaven were also known as the Door of Heaven and Earth. Since ancient times, only a few individuals could pass through them. The space of the Door of Earth was a space of earth. Standing in this space of earth, Li Fuchen could feel a boundless energy enveloping him. His body gradually turned stiff and his thoughts started to turn unclear. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen's body was covered in stone and turned into a stone man, as though he had been through a lot of hardships. Inside the 8 abodes, the 8 mystic martial experts couldn't see the scene inside the Door of Earth. The 8 mystic martial doors might be called the 8 mystic martial doors, but in fact, they could only see the 6th mystic martial door. The Door of Earth and Door of Heaven were places that they couldn't step foot into, and were also places that other prodigies couldn't step foot into. The previous 3 prodigies that passed the 6th mystic martial door only relied on time to pass the 6th mystic martial door, hence, they didn't have the qualifications to enter the 7th mystic martial door. Perhaps after countless years, only Li Fuchen had the qualifications to enter the Door of Earth. I wonder what he will experience inside the Door of Earth? The white-haired elder asked curiously. The preeminent man said, the 8 mystic martial doors are formed by imitating the 8 Tao doors. The Tao doors are related to the secrets of heaven and earth, especially the Door of Heaven and Earth, which is the beginning of heaven and earth. The 8 mystic martial doors might only be an imitation and don't even have a tiny bit of the essence, but it is still not to be underestimated. The Door of Earth will probably have some strange happenings and the fated opportunities within are not something we can pry into. Tao Door, an existence of legends. It was said that if anyone could see the existence of the Tao Door, they wouldn't be far from becoming a legend. Of course, legends were just legends and no one knew if the Tao Door really existed. The moment he turned into a stone man, Li Fuchen felt his thoughts freezing. In an instant, he couldn't think or feel anymore. It was useless no matter how strong his spirit will was. Because the 8 mystic martial doors, the Door of Earth, involved a trace of the secrets of heaven and earth and wasn't something that the previous 6 stone doors could compare with. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that the moment he turned into a stone man, patterns started to extend on his body. These patterns looked a little like a tool pattern, and also a little like the circulation route of a cultivation technique. The speed at which the veined patterns spread was very slow. It took a full hour before they covered his entire body. In an instant, a heavy and majestic chi presence was emitted. It felt as though the stone man that Li Fuchen had turned into was heavier than a mountain and had a chi presence that was more vigorous than a lake. The entire space was centered around Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't know what was happening to his body, but the golden amulet obviously knew. It slowly revolved, allowing the patterns to be carved into Li Fuchen's body. As time passed, the stone man gradually became modeled. Wind blade space. When the time came, Qi Yuye's body began to condense. Opening his eyes, Qi Yuye exudes indescribable domineering and arrogance. He had passed the 6th mystic martial door. This means that he is not weaker than the 3 king stars. In terms of innate potential, he stands at the top of the Eastern Lin continent. I should be the 4th to pass the 6th mystic martial door. A little over a year's time is sufficient for me to reach the pinnacle and compete with the 3 king stars. Qi Yuye's lips curled up as a smile of supremacy appeared on his face. A whirlwind door appeared and Qi Yuye stepped into it. When he reappeared, Qi Yuye had shifted out of the main path and appeared on a giant plaza. On the plaza, as long as one passed the first mystic martial door and above, they were all there and waiting. Qi Yuye is out. No wonder he is young Master Dragon's sword. From the looks of it, he seems to have passed the sixth mystic martial door. Incredible. Xiahou passed the fifth mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the fourth mystic martial expert. Qi Yuye will at least be accepted as a personal disciple by the third mystic martial expert. There is even hope for the second mystic martial expert to take a liking to him. This time, Su Muyu and Xiahou also passed the fifth mystic martial door. I wonder which mystic martial expert will take a liking to the two of them. Seeing Qi Yuye, everyone was very envious. As compared to the Qi Yuye trio, they could only try their luck. If they had good luck, they might be accepted as a personal disciple. If they had ordinary luck, they could only become a right-in disciple. If they had bad luck, they shouldn't even think about becoming a right-in disciple. With results below the fourth mystic martial door, the mystic martial experts were very capricious in taking in right-in disciples. Some of them passed the third mystic martial door and they didn't take a liking to them. Some of them only passed the first mystic martial door but were taken a liking to them. It seemed like it depended on their performance in a certain door. Did he pass the sixth mystic martial door? Su Muyu and Xiahou looked at Qi Yuye. After experiencing the space of wind blades, the two of them knew the difficulty of passing the sixth mystic martial door. Young Master Dragon's sword, Qi Yuye passing the sixth mystic martial door was more or less out of their expectations. With a faint smile on his face, Qi Yuye stood still and his eyes were brimming with vigor. Where is he? Qi Yuye swept a glance around and didn't find Li Fuchen. When venturing into the mystic martial hidden domain, as long as one passed the first mystic martial door, they would be able to stay temporarily. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wouldn't be expelled from the mystic martial hidden domain. Not out yet? Qi Yuye frowned. He already knew that as long as he persisted in the sixth mystic martial door for a period of time, he would be able to pass the sixth mystic martial door. According to the time, Li Fuchen was definitely in the space of wind blades inside the sixth mystic martial door. 1 hour later, Qi Yuye's expression was a little unpleasant. The longer the time, the higher the possibility of Li Fuchen passing the sixth mystic martial door. It was enough for him to pass the sixth mystic martial door alone and there wasn't a need for a second person. Especially when Li Fuchen was also a swordsman. 2 hours later, Qi Yuye's expression was gloomy like water. He was arrogant and didn't even put those people who were ranked in front of him on the stars ranking in his eyes. Only the 3 king stars could arouse his battle intent. In the space of the door of earth, crackle. The stone man that Li Fuchen turned into had a crack. Immediately after, there was a second crack, a third crack. In just a short moment, the surface of the stone man was covered in cracks. Fine stone shards were falling off and dissipating into nothingness. When the last piece of stone shard fell, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. What happened? Li Fuchen was very curious. In the space of the sixth mystic martial door's wind blades, he was still conscious. But in the space of the seventh mystic martial door's earth, he didn't have any consciousness at all. It was as though his entire body had sunk into the deepest level of sleep. Lowering his head, Li Fuchen suddenly realized that the surface of his palm had faint patterns. Removing the clothes in front of his chest, there were also patterns on his chest. These patterns? Li Fuchen was shocked. From the patterns, he could feel traces of tool pattern and at the same time, there was also the scent of the cultivation technique circulation route. Could it be an Earth-class body refinement technique? Earth-class body refinement techniques were very mystical. Li Fuchen had seen it in the records. There were some body refinement techniques that could forge the fleshly body like a weapon. It was indestructible and had boundless strength. At the same time, it could also give birth to body refinement intent. Chapter 264. An Earth-class body refinement technique isn't that easy to cultivate. Furthermore, I don't even know if it is an Earth-class body refinement technique. Letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen didn't know anything about the pattern on his body and could only make guesses. Furthermore, the pattern seemed to be embedded into his blood vessels and Li Fuchen wasn't able to study it. A stone door appeared and Li Fuchen walked in. He didn't move to the plaza and appeared on the Mystic Martial Avenue. In front of him was the 8th Mystic Martial Door, the Door of Heaven. He passed. The 8 Mystic Martial experts took in a cold breath. Even though they predicted that Li Fuchen had a high chance of passing the 7th Mystic Martial Door, the Door of Earth, they were still shocked when Li Fuchen actually passed. After all, ever since they arrived at the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, no one had passed the Door of Earth. No, that wasn't right. No one had passed the Door of Earth. Li Fuchen was the first to enter the Door of Earth and also the first to pass the Door of Earth. What the 8 of them didn't know was that as long as one entered the Door of Earth, they would be able to pass the Door of Earth. 8th Mystic Martial Door, Door of Heaven. Li Fuchen's eyes were burning as he stared at the Door of Heaven. With a flash, Li Fuchen stepped into the Door of Heaven. Boom! In the next moment, Li Fuchen was blasted out. His left hand was trembling and at the center of his palm, there was a deep imprint. This imprint was as unfathomable as the Heaven Tao. When compared to the pattern that Li Fuchen obtained from the Door of Earth, it was like comparing heaven and earth. But the imprint vanished quickly and couldn't be felt anymore. It was as though it never existed. Imprint of heaven, pattern of earth. What exactly are they? Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to calm himself down. Inside the Door of Heaven was a boundless starry sky. But it was different from the peaceful Star Road Hidden Domain. The starry sky inside the Door of Heaven was filled with danger. Just as Li Fuchen entered, there was a ray of light that shot at him. Li Fuchen was only able to lift his left hand before he was blasted out of the Door of Heaven. He was blasted out. The 8 Mystic Martial experts were puzzled. After entering the Door of Mystic Martial, one would either fail and be teleported out of the Mystic Martial Tao or pass it. Li Fuchen was blasted out? It seems like he didn't pass the door. The preeminent man said. On the plaza, a figure's figure. It was Li Fuchen is out. Damn, he has stayed on the Mystic Martial path for so long. I wonder how many Mystic Martial doors he passed. At least the 5th Mystic Martial Door. I wonder if he passed the 6th Mystic Martial Door. Everyone was discussing and staring at Li Fuchen with curiosity. How many Mystic Martial doors did you pass? Rain transmitted a message using her true energy. Li Fuchen was startled before replying, 6th Mystic Martial Door. He hadn't known Rain for long, there was no need for him to tell her the truth. Sun Liu stared closely at Li Fuchen. Why did she feel that Li Fuchen was lying? He passed the 6th Mystic Martial Door later than me. His results shouldn't be as good as mine. Qi Yuye thought so. Although he was a little unhappy before, now that things had come to this, what he really cared about was which mystic martial expert would accept him as a personal disciple. His target was naturally the 1st and 2nd mystic martial artists. The 3rd mystic martial artist was his bottom line. As expected of the prey that I have set my eyes on. I wonder how much luck will descend upon me after I kill him. Xiahou Shi licked his lips as killing intent flashed in his eyes. In front of the square, there were 8 stone platforms. Swish 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 swish, 8 figures descended from the sky and landed on the stone platforms. The 2 in the middle were naturally the 1st and 2nd mystic martial experts, the preeminent man and the white-haired elder. First, it was the confirmation of right-in disciples. The others were still fine as they accepted right-in disciples who passed the 1st and 2nd mystic martial doors. When it came to the white-haired elder, his target was obviously the 3 individuals who passed the 3rd mystic martial door. In this mystic martial hidden domain, only 9 individuals passed the 3rd mystic martial door, 6 passed the 4th mystic martial door, 4 passed the 5th mystic martial door, and 2 passed the 6th mystic martial door. Among the 3 individuals, 2 of them agreed to become the white-haired elder's right-in disciples. The right-in disciple of the 2nd mystic martial expert was rather decent. Most importantly, they didn't have confidence in themselves. If they rejected the white-haired elder and weren't able to become the personal disciple of the other mystic martial experts, it would be a huge loss for them. In fact, the three of them didn't know that the 8 mystic martial experts had already discussed in secret. As long as the personal disciples that they had set their eyes on, they wouldn't accept them as right-in disciples. It also meant that the 3 individuals that the white-haired elder picked were destined to never become the personal disciple of any of the mystic martial experts. After the white-haired elder finished his selection, it was the preeminent man's turn. The preeminent man took in the remaining one as his right-in disciple. That person hesitated for a moment before agreeing. His result was only the 3rd mystic martial door. He might have performed outstandingly, but he didn't have any confidence in becoming the personal disciple of any of the mystic martial experts. As such, apart from those who weren't chosen, only Li Fuchen's group of 6 were left. Li Fuchen's group of 6 had all passed the 4th mystic martial door. If there weren't any accidents, they would basically become the personal disciples of the mystic martial experts. The only difference was which mystic martial expert would accept them as a personal disciple. "Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" The first to speak was the 8th mystic martial expert, the skinny man, as he spoke to Han Feng. "I am willing." Han Feng wasn't willing, but he had no choice but to accept. He swore to himself, "The mystic martial hidden domain doesn't mean anything. There are some things that the mystic martial hidden domain can't detect. I don't believe that my achievements will be inferior to others. Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" The 6th mystic martial expert, the stalwart man, asked Xiaohoshi. Xiaohoshi was stunned. He had passed the 5th mystic martial door and was actually the 2nd to be chosen. It was fine if Li Fuchen, Qi Yuya, and Su Muyu were ranked in front of him, but even Li Xiangru, who passed the 4th mystic martial door, was ranked in front of him. Why? But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept. "I am willing," Xiaohoshi replied. The stalwart man nodded. Xiaohoshi's burst of strength was rather outstanding and was rather suitable for him. "Are you willing to become my personal disciple?" The 5th mystic martial expert, the middle-aged beauty, asked Li Xiangru. Li Xiangru's results were actually very outstanding, and she could see that Li Xiangru only had the sword in his heart. Such a person would usually be able to achieve great results. "I am willing." Li Xiangru had a normal expression and didn't have a trace of fluctuation in his emotions. "Interesting." The middle-aged beauty revealed a smile. Next up was Su Muyu. The one who asked her was the 3rd mystic martial expert, the man with phoenix eyes. Su Muyu naturally agreed. "Is it 1st or 2nd? Qi Yuya's eyes flickered with a strange light. Since the 3rd mystic martial expert didn't choose him, then the 1st or 2nd mystic martial expert would definitely choose him. As for failing to be chosen, it was impossible. He had passed the 6th mystic martial door, and if he wasn't able to become a personal disciple of a mystic martial expert, then this mystic martial hidden domain was just a place to fish for fame, and it wasn't worth it for him to stay. "You are barely qualified to be my personal disciple." As expected, the white-haired elder smiled and said to Qi Yuya, "Qi Yuya will not disappoint you." Qi Yuya spoke with respect and confidence. The white-haired elder laughed and didn't say anything else as he looked at Li Fuchen. It wasn't just the white-haired elder, the rest of the mystic martial experts had also looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was the most terrifying monster in this era. He had passed the 7th mystic martial door and entered the 8th mystic martial door, the door of heaven. Just by hearing of his results, it was enough to shock everyone. When compared to him, even Qi Yuya was overshadowed. "You are more than qualified to be my personal disciple, if you are willing." The preeminent man spoke. When he spoke, everyone was shocked and went silent. Chapter 265. More than enough to be the 1st mystic martial expert's personal disciple. Everyone was flabbergasted. Qi Yuya had also passed the 6th mystic martial door, but he was barely qualified to be the 2nd mystic martial expert's personal disciple. But Li Fuchen, who also passed the sixth mystic martial door, could be the first mystic martial expert's personal disciple and was more than enough. As for whether Li Fuchen passed the seventh mystic martial door, the door of earth, no one thought about it. From their point of view, this was something impossible. Because no one had done it before. I reckon that his performance in one of the doors is heaven-defying, therefore, the first mystic martial expert took a fancy to him. Someone guessed. Perhaps the direction of his innate talents is extremely suitable for the first mystic martial expert. I am afraid it isn't just like that. The first mystic martial expert said that he was more than enough, and it definitely isn't to this extent. I reckon that among the 6 doors, he should have 2 or 3 doors that are heaven-defying. Everyone was making their own guesses. Creak. Qi Yuye clenched his fist tightly while his eyes were filled with intense anger. He was the first to pass the 6th mystic martial door but was only chosen by the 2nd mystic martial expert, and it was barely. Li Fuchen came out after him and was instead chosen by the 1st mystic martial expert, who said that Li Fuchen was more than enough to be his personal disciple. He who was as arrogant as a monarch couldn't tolerate such treatment. I am not convinced. Qi Yuye spoke in a grave and stern voice. The preeminent man looked over. What are you not convinced about? I don't think I am inferior to him, and I am the first person to pass the 6th mystic martial door. Qi Yuye argued. He entered the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth. The preeminent man didn't say that Li Fuchen passed the door of earth, but said that he entered it. Li Fuchen was astonished as he thought that the preeminent man would say his results. He might have been prepared, but he didn't intend to expose it in his heart. He didn't expect for the preeminent man to help him conceal his true results and only said that he entered the door of earth. Entered the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth? Qi Yuye's eyes shrank. Hearing the statement, everyone was shocked too. It turned out that Qi Yuye's results weren't number 1. Li Fuchen was number 1. The reason why Li Fuchen came out after Qi Yuye was because he entered the 7th mystic martial door, the door of earth was delayed. The first person to enter the door of earth? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. This result didn't just surpass Qi Yuye, it also surpassed the 3 individuals who passed the 6th mystic martial door in the past. In terms of innate potential, he was above the 3 king stars and stood at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. He is my Azure Water sect's disciple. Qin Yuanhu and Xue Feng were stunned. Before entering the mystic martial hidden domain, the 2 of them thought that Li Fuchen was blindly confident. The truth told them that Li Fuchen was already very low profile. Becoming a direct disciple of an ordinary mystic martial expert and becoming a direct disciple of the first mystic martial expert were 2 different concepts. In the past, none of the 3 individuals who passed the 6th mystic martial door became the first or second mystic martial expert's personal disciple. Is this a true monster? Xue Feng was speechless. As an Azure Water sect disciple, he was very clear about Li Fuchen's background. Li Fuchen was just a 1-star bone frame, but along the way, he had already broken countless conventions and shocked countless people. Who would have thought that the same thing would happen in the realm of 100 battles? Interesting. I am looking forward to the stars ranking tournament 1 year later. Rain stared at Li Fuchen's figure and let out a faint smile. As a 6-star bone frame, her greatest reliance was herself. The Star Road Hidden Domain, Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, and the others were just fated encounters. Even without these fated encounters, she was confident that she could stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent. Right now, she was just lacking in fated encounters and it didn't have much of an impact on her. Interesting. Xiahou Shi grinned and sneered. The same words from different mouths had entirely different meanings. When it came from Su Muyu's mouth, it was a kind of fighting spirit. But when it came from Xiahou Shi's mouth, it was a dense murderous intent. An undeserved reputation will only bring about one's own destruction. Xiahou Shi spoke in a soft voice. After getting the reply from the first mystic martial expert, Qi Yuye didn't speak anymore. What else could he say? He only passed the 6th mystic martial door, but Li Fuchen didn't just pass the 6th mystic martial door, he even had the qualifications to enter the seventh mystic martial door, the Door of Earth. But someone as prideful as him wouldn't admit defeat. He would only admit that he wasn't considered perfect, but he was definitely strong enough. At least the current Li Fuchen wasn't as good as him. In the years to come, he would always maintain this advantage and wouldn't let his opponent catch up or even surpass him. Slowly letting out a breath, Qi Yuye didn't speak anymore. His eyes turned even sharper and emitted a domineering qi field. The white-haired elder nodded silently. Those who could pass the sixth mystic martial door weren't reckless individuals. If Qi Yuye continued to pester him, he would look down on Qi Yuye. But Qi Yuye didn't pester him, nor was he discouraged. His spirit will was still tyrannical and extraordinary. There were all kinds of flowers, just as there were all kinds of people. Some had indifferent personalities. Some had a fiery mood. Some were tyrannical. Some were ruthless. Some were benevolent. There wasn't any difference in personality, but the true difference was in one's temperament. It was obvious that Qi Yuye might be arrogant, domineering, and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but his temperament was absolutely perfect and wouldn't do anything irrational. As the write-in and personal disciples were all chosen, those who weren't chosen were immediately transferred out of the mystic martial hidden domain. "Follow me," the preeminent man said to Li Fuchen and another youth. This youth was the write-in disciple of the preeminent man. Yes. The two of them nodded and followed the preeminent man. With a wave of the hand, a ray of light enveloped Li Fuchen and the youth. The three of them instantly appeared in a mountain. This mountain was the cultivation ground of the preeminent man. First mountain. Outside the hidden domain. They are out. They are out. As some of the failed candidates were transferred out of the hidden domain, it was bustling outside. "What's the situation inside?" someone inquired. The failed candidates spoke bitterly. Qi Yuye was accepted as a personal disciple by the second mystic martial expert. That Li Fuchen was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. According to the first mystic martial expert, Li Fuchen didn't just pass the sixth mystic martial door, he even entered the seventh mystic martial door, the Door of Earth. Everyone was stunned by this person's tireless explanation. Entered the Door of Earth? Became the personal disciple of the first mystic martial expert? This was too exaggerated. Back then, even the three king stars didn't do it. Why was he able to do it? The eyes of the Heaven Fiend sect's members shrank. They didn't expect Li Fuchen's results to be so astounding. Could it be that the Heaven Fiend sect couldn't do anything to him? The first and second mystic martial experts were the true pinnacle experts of the East Unicorn continent. Their weight wasn't something that other mystic martial experts could compare with. Could the Heaven Fiend sect afford to offend Li Fuchen? If the mystic martial experts didn't care about the cost and were determined to make a move on the Heaven Fiend sect, who could save the Heaven Fiend sect? This matter needs to be discussed at length. It is best for us to return and report to the sect patriarch. One of the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect elders spoke bitterly. The palace doors slowly closed, and the next time it opened, it was another 3 months later. On the peak of the mountain, everyone didn't wish to stay and had dispersed. Chapter 266. First Mountain. In the hall of the first cave abode. The preeminent man might only have one personal disciple, Li Fuchen, but he had plenty of write-in disciples. Apart from those that were in seclusion, the rest of the write-in disciples were waiting in the cave dwelling's main hall. There were a total of 7 of them. From now on, he will be your eldest senior brother. The preeminent man went straight to the point and pointed at Li Fuchen. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Under the gaze of the handsome man, no one dared to be presumptuous, even though they didn't really care. Li Fuchen's expression remained the same. He could see hostility and contempt in their eyes. Indeed, innate talent and potential were a relatively illusory thing. Strength was the unchanging truth. Your talent and potential will only make others jealous and unconvinced. But if you were strong, others would be jealous of you, but they would be even more afraid of you. The three kings were ranked top 3 on the star leaderboard, but was everyone convinced? Not necessarily. It was unknown how many people wanted to take down the three king stars. Hence, Li Fuchen's heart was very clear. He was very clear that innate potential represented the future, while ability represented the present. The future was unpredictable, but the present was real. If you wanted others to respect you and not dare to touch you, you had to convince them with your strength. It was impossible for everyone to respect you just because you passed the 7th mystic martial door and had the number 1 innate potential in the mystic martial hidden domain. I reckon that someone will take the opportunity to challenge me in the near future. Li Fuchen thought to himself. All of you can leave. The handsome man waved his hand. As for the nominal disciples, he would teach them when he was in the mood. Usually, he would let them fend for themselves. Hearing what was said, apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else retreated, including the youth who just became the preeminent man's right-in disciple. What's your name? The handsome man asked. Li Fuchen replied, reporting to master, disciple Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, huh? The preeminent man laughed, good name. A name was also a part of one's destiny. Li Fuchen's name was indeed a good one. The pretty-looking man continued, you're very lucky. Sword Dao is my main martial Dao. In this aspect, I can give you the best advice. Each of the 8 mystic martial artists was good at one skill. The first and second mystic martial artists were good at Sword Dao. Of course, there were still differences between the Sword Dao. Some Sword Daos were transcendent and unrestrained. Some Sword Daos were upright and righteous. Some Sword Daos were ruthless and heartless. Some Sword Daos reigned supreme, such as the Monarch Sword Daos. Some Sword Daos were unbridled and did not differentiate between good and evil. There were many types of Sword Daos, and they varied from person to person. The preeminent man's Sword Dao was the first type of Sword Dao, the transcendent Sword Dao. Li Fuchen nodded, he did feel a trace of sword intent from the preeminent man. The handsome man said, let me ask you, what is the Sword Dao? Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said, using the sword to kill is the Sword Dao. Isn't it a little too simple? The handsome man questioned. Li Fuchen said, the simplest is also the most realistic. If the sword can't be used to kill, then it can't be called the Sword Dao. At least, it isn't a complete Sword Dao. The pretty-looking man laughed, indeed, swords are used to kill. What if there is no sword? Sword of creation. Li Fuchen's answer wasn't the result of deep deliberations, but his personal understanding. Right now, he wasn't studying and didn't have to be meticulous. He just had to follow his heart. The pretty-looking man sized up Li Fuchen, you are very suitable for my Sword Dao. A sword is used to kill, but a sword isn't just a sword. Everything in the world can become a sword. The difference lies in the user. Take a tree branch for example. In the hands of a swordsman, it is actually a sword. Follow me. The pretty-looking man waved his hand and a mysterious energy enveloped the two of them. When they appeared again, the two of them were already at the peak of an uninhabited mountain peak. The trees on the peak were sparse and the gale was biting cold. When the two of them landed, their clothes were instantly blown up by the wind. The pretty-looking man said, the 8 mystic martial doors might seem to test many qualities, but these qualities can actually be reflected in the sword moves. The first mystic martial door tests chi control. The second mystic martial door tests basic strength and spirit will. The third mystic martial door tests strength burst and spirit will. The fourth mystic martial door tests reaction speed and awareness. The fifth mystic martial door tests creativity. The sixth mystic martial door tests primal willpower. The seventh mystic martial door is something only you know. Picking up a withered tree branch from the ground, the pretty-looking man said, watch carefully. As he spoke, there was a weak chi circulating in his body. From the chi presence, it was probably only at the origin realm. PFFF. The pretty-looking man thrust the withered tree branch forward. Li Fuchen couldn't even see the trajectory of the pretty-looking man's attack. he could only see a huge tree on the peak being instantly pierced. It wasn't just once, but countless times. Crash! The huge tree crumbled. Such a terrifying sword move. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. From this sword move, he saw many things. His opponent's chi was obviously only at the origin realm, but he utilized it perfectly without a trace of wastage. His opponent's basic strength didn't have a trace of fluctuation from start to end and was extremely stable. His opponent's burst of strength was stacked layer by layer, getting more and more horrifying. His opponent's reaction speed and awareness was needless to say. In short, from this sword move, Li Fuchen saw many unfamiliar domains. There were probably many that he couldn't see. The pretty-looking man looked at Li Fuchen and said, "If you can grasp 10% of this sword move's maturity, comprehending a mystic class high-tier sword intent will be easy. 20% of it will be enough for you to comprehend a mystic class peak-tier sword intent. This is an earth-class sword move?" Li Fuchen asked. The stronger the sword move, the higher the requirement for various aspects. Limited by his cultivation level and cultivation time, he had yet to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent, Blaze Devil sword intent. But just like what his opponent said, once he grasped 10% of this sword move's maturity, he would be able to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent in advance. The pretty-looking man said, "This is a casual sword move of mine, but I have already comprehended an earth-class sword intent. Therefore, this casual sword move can also be called an earth-class sword move." Earth-class sword intent, huh? Li Fuchen initially thought that the 8 mystic martial experts were only reincarnation realm martial artists, but now he knew he was wrong. The 8 mystic martial experts should be existences that surpassed reincarnation realm martial artists. But due to the restrictions of the mystic martial hidden domain, they weren't able to utilize their strongest ability after exiting. Apart from that, every time they exited, they would need to pay a huge price. Otherwise, just this Earth-class sword move would be enough to instantly kill any expert in the East Unicorn continent. If the Star Road hidden domain was helpful for cultivation, then the Mystic Martial hidden domain would be helpful for martial arts. Both of them were internal and external, both were indispensable. It isn't possible for you to comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent in a short period of time. My first goal for you is to create a sufficiently formidable mystic class mid-tier kill move. The pretty-looking man knew that it was too difficult for Li Fuchen to directly comprehend a mystic class high-tier sword intent. Chapter 267. For the following period of time, Li Fuchen spent most of his time on creating kill moves. If it was before, he could only create a killer move with about the same power as before. But now, with the guidance of the handsome man, his path of creating killer moves was much broader, and he started to pay attention to some details. For example, his control over his true chi, his basic strength, and his explosive strength. He also started to pay more attention to his spirit will, making his moves more murderous. Apart from that, Li Fuchen felt that his mystic class mid-tier sword intent was also rapidly increasing and was gradually approaching the mystic class high-tier sword intent. The second mountain. The white-haired old man will point to Qi Yuye every few days. Qi Yuye's realm is high, and with the guidance of the white-haired old man, it is not 1,000 miles in a day, at least it is a rapid progress. My way of the sword is the overlord way of the sword. It is very similar to your monarch way of the sword. I'll give you a few words. You can think about them when you have nothing to do. The white-haired old man said, "The monarch way of the sword is to control the way of the sword. Everything must be under control, even the sword in your hand. So, you must have a monarch heart of the sword. You must look down on your opponent when you act, but you must think highly of them. When you can control the sword in your hand one day, your battle strength will undergo an earth-shattering change." Emperor Sword Heart. Qi Yuye carefully aftertaste. The white-haired old man continued, "There are countless geniuses in the world, but there will always be some geniuses who fade into the crowd. It's precisely because they don't understand the path they want to walk. Talent and potential are only the lowest standard of success. Relying on talent and potential alone won't allow one to walk faster or further. Only by having a strong heart can one become a true expert. With that, the white-haired old man floated away. Although Qi Yuye's innate potential is barely enough to be his pro-disciple, but since it is accepted, it is natural to teach, and he does not think that innate potential represents everything. If talent and potential represented everything, then this world would be too boring. Fate was not that simple. Monarch Sword Heart. Qi Yuye's eyes bloomed with the light of the emperor. He clenched his fists and said, "My sword, to surpass everything in the world, so that it can be worthy of the emperor's sword Dao." The third mountain. The man with phoenix eyes was also giving pointers to Rain. In his view, Su Muyu is not inferior to Qi Yuye. The only thing he lacked was his age and experience. If Rain was to attempt the mystic martial hidden domain a few more years later, passing the sixth mystic martial door wouldn't be a difficult task. The mystic martial hidden domain was said to be fair, but there were actually areas where it was unfair. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Because sometimes, fair is unfair. Of course, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, achieving such accomplishments at the age of 20. Su Muyu, I might only be ranked third among the mystic martial experts, but as long as your innate potential isn't bad, I am confident that your improvement speed won't be any slower than anyone else. Perhaps apart from that Li Fuchen. The man with the phoenix eyes spoke confidently. His confidence stemmed from his understanding of Rain. This woman's understanding of martial arts was too deep, and she could often deduce many things from one instance. Thank you, Master, Muyu will work hard. Su Muyu is also very confident in her perception. Her spirit will and cultivation base may not be as good as Qi Yuye for the time being, but martial art perception is not worse than the other. To Li Fuchen, creating a kill move was either easy or difficult. It depended on what kind of killer move he wanted to create. Was it an ordinary killer move or a terrifying killer move? Obviously, creating an ordinary killer move was an insult to the master, so what Li Fuchen wanted to create was an absolutely terrifying killer move. The power of the killer move must at least surpass Li Fuchen's first killer move, Sword Flow. And this time to create a killer move, Li Fuchen does not intend to mix two sword intents. One sword intent is enough. He chose Star Fire Sword Intent. Star Fire Sword Intent is an explosive sword intent. As long as Li Fuchen's creativity is strong enough, he can create an extremely powerful killer move, a killer move beyond sword flow. Break. Holding a withered branch, Li Fuchen stabbed at the opposite boulder. Puff, the withered branch was not completely stabbed out, it exploded out of thin air and burned to ashes. No, true spirit control and power outburst are not perfect enough. Li Fuchen shook his head. He has controlled true spirit to the Qi realm level, but still can't stab with a withered branch. Killer move, the power is very terrifying, so the details are also very high. The requirements of the handsome man is to use the origin realm level of true spirit to launch a killer move with a withered branch. If the killer move can be successfully executed, it will be considered a success, otherwise it will be an incomplete killer move. Li Fuchen can't even execute a killer move with Qi realm level of true spirit, let alone origin realm level. The reason is simple. If one's Qi control isn't enough, it will easily leak out. Once leaked, it will shatter the withered branch. Other than that, the power outburst isn't perfect either. When the handsome man executed his move with the withered branch, the power was bursting out layer by layer, not all at once. Even though the withered branch would still shatter afterwards, but that is a matter for the future. Time passed quickly. 1 week later, break. Controlling true spirit to the Qi realm level, Li Fuchen wielded the withered branch and violently stabbed at the boulder. Bang! The boulder shattered, followed by the withered branch. Finally, there is some progress. Li Fuchen let out a breath. In the first abode, the handsome man let out a smile when he saw this scene. Li Fuchen's perception is too strong to actually be able to achieve this with an explosive sword intent. There are millions of sword intents, some of them are hard to control, like Li Fuchen's Star Fire Sword Intent. If it was a keen and soft sword intent, it would be much easier to control. Another 3 days passed. Li Fuchen was now able to shatter the boulder without damaging the withered branch. Next, I can use the Qi of the Origin Realm. The Qi of the Origin Realm was too domineering. When complemented with the kill move, the withered branch would explode with a single move. But this wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't lack perception, he only lacked Sword Dao Foundation and time. With the guidance of the handsome man, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Foundation was rapidly increasing. With the increase in Sword Dao Foundation, perfecting the kill move became smoother and smoother. On this day, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The withered branch in Li Fuchen's hand was mediocre and didn't leak a trace of qi. Burst! When the withered branch thrust out, there was a continuous flash of mirage in the air, giving off a shocking feeling of explosive power. Boom! The boulder shattered, even the surface of the ground was shattered, but the withered branch in Li Fuchen's hand was undamaged. The second kill move is finally completed. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with a terrifying radiance. After spending a month, he finally created the second kill move. This kill move was extremely ferocious and violent, it utilized the characteristics of the Star Fire Sword intent to the extremity. The crucial point was that this kill move wasn't a disorderly violent one, but an orderly violent one. The power was more reserved and more condensed. The second kill move shall be called Sword Explosion. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Chapter 268. Not bad, not bad. This kill move is even more tyrannical than I imagined. It was unknown when the preeminent man appeared behind Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen turned around and cupped his fist, Master. The preeminent man nodded, but it is still not enough. Next, I want you to create an even stronger kill move. Just a little bit stronger won't do. It has to be half a level stronger and be close to a mystic class high-tier sword art. Half a level stronger. Close to a mystic class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His first kill move was already much stronger than a regular person and its power was 130% of the Blaze Devil Sword Art's power. The second move was 30% stronger than the first move and was 170% of the Blaze Devil Sword Art's power. If the third move was half a level stronger, it would at least be 30% stronger than the second move. As such, the power would be at least 2 times stronger than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. Of course, the current Blaze Devil Sword Art had yet to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent and was only at the perfection stage. Once the Blaze Devil Sword intent was comprehended, no matter how incredible a mystic class mid-tier kill move was, it wouldn't be comparable to the Blaze Devil Sword Art. Unless the Mystic Class mid-tier kill move could break through to a Mystic Class high-tier kill move. Why? You can't do it? The preeminent man asked. Li Fuchen replied, I can. In his dictionary, there wasn't such a word that couldn't be done. If he had more time, he would be able to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent too. It is good that you can do it. The preeminent man laughed. He was trying to force out Li Fuchen's potential bit by bit. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's potential wasn't fully stimulated. In fact, basically no one would be able to fully stimulate their potential. They would need to go through all sorts of tempering and desperate situations. This was also the reason why there were people with the same bone frame, but there were people who had such great accomplishments. When creating the third kill move, I can try using the rotating flow sword intent. Li Fuchen had the framework of the kill move in his mind. When Li Fuchen was concentrating on creating the third kill move, some of the right-in disciples under the preeminent man couldn't wait any longer. Eldest Shixiang, Qing Shixiang invites you for a meeting. On this day, a right-in disciple came to Li Fuchen's sword practice spot. What is it? Li Fuchen knew who this senior Qing was. Among the right-in disciples under the #1 mystic martial expert, most of them passed the third mystic martial door, but there were 2 who passed the fourth mystic martial door, and one of them was Qing Guangjie. Qing Guangjie was the #1 direct disciple of the Long River Sword sect, but he was slightly younger than the number one direct disciple of the Cloud Creek Sword sect, Lu Yun. He was ranked 60th on the STARS ranking and had extremely formidable strength. Everyone is under Master's tutelage. It is natural for us to drink and deepen our relationship. Eldest Shixiang wouldn't refuse, right? This person stared at Li Fuchen with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Li Fuchen nodded lightly. You go first. I'll be right there. How could he not know that this was a challenge from a nominal disciple? The status of personal disciple and in-name disciple could be determined with just a word from the master. If master wants you to become a personal disciple, you can naturally become a personal disciple. If he wants you to become an in-name disciple, you can only become an in-name disciple. If Li Fuchen was a right-in disciple, he might also challenge a personal disciple. Perhaps, after defeating a personal disciple, he might catch the eye of his master and become a personal disciple. When Li Fuchen arrived at the gathering location, there were already 9 right-in disciples waiting there. The leader of the right-in disciples had a medium build and looked extremely fit. His eyes had a chilling intent. Qin Guangjie, the number one direct disciple of the Long River Sword sect. He was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm and had become a right-in disciple under the number one mystic martial expert over 10 months ago. The rules of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain stated that after staying in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain for a year, one would have to leave the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain and was not allowed to return. In less than 2 months, Qin Guangjie would have to leave. Before leaving, he wanted to become the personal disciple of the number one mystic martial expert. By then, he would have a backer in the outside world. He wasn't satisfied with just relying on the Long River Sword sect. Li Fuchen, you are here. Qin Guangjie addressed Li Fuchen by his name and didn't address him as eldest Shixiang. Li Fuchen didn't mind and found a seat to sit down. Who wants to challenge me? Come at me directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Li Fuchen didn't have time to waste with these people. If he had the time, he might as well research on his third kill move. Qin Guangjie laughed. We naturally have to spar. But Qin Guangjie, isn't someone who doesn't understand etiquette. Let's drink first. Sure. Drinking wouldn't take up too much time, hence Li Fuchen agreed. After 3 rounds of drinking, under the influence of alcohol, everyone's battle intent was elevated. Eldest Shixiang, Lang Tao would like to experience your brilliant moves. A youth with long arms and long legs stood out with sharp eyes. Please. Li Fuchen stood up too. Qin Guangjie said, for fairness, everyone shall fight within the restriction array. The gathering location wasn't an ordinary place. At the side, there was a restriction array. The so-called restriction array was an array that restricted qi cultivation. This restriction array would restrict everyone's cultivation to the qi realm. As such, everyone would be able to utilize the same qi cultivation and could only rely on their moves to determine the victor. Without relying on the restriction array, everyone might be able to control their qi cultivation. But in a moment of desperation, not many of them could truly control their qi cultivation. If they didn't control it well, there might be casualties. This wasn't what Qin Guangjie wanted to see. Entering the restriction array, Li Fuchen felt that his qi cultivation was fixed at the 9th level of the qi realm and couldn't be increased anymore. He had a feeling that even if he executed the mystical dragon's secret technique or the primary clear hand, he wouldn't be able to increase his qi cultivation. What a mystical array! Li Fuchen finally witnessed the mysticism of the mystic martial hidden domain. Just this restriction array alone wasn't something a regular sect could possess. Even the elite forces of the East Unicorn continent wouldn't have it. Inside the restriction array, Lang Tao and Li Fuchen stood 10 meters apart. Eldest Shixiang, be careful. Lang Tao drew his long sword and a sharp sword intent surged out. Even though he was only a right-in disciple, Lang Tao had received numerous pointers from the preeminent man. His sword skills progressed at a godly speed and at the same time, he created his second kill move. Just come at me. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent. Wind sword strangulation. Lang Tao immediately executed his kill move. This was his first kill move, which he created outside. Its power was much stronger than a mystic class, mid-tier sword art. This move was just a test. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could defeat Li Fuchen with this move. Propelled by the chi of the chi realm, the long sword was like a violent gale, strangling towards Li Fuchen. Bring out your true ability. Executing the Blaze Devil sword art, he casually used his blade to disperse his opponent's kill move, forcing him to take a few steps back. His opponent's kill move was too weak, even the Blaze Devil sword art was slightly inferior. Good. Kill of wind. Lang Tao took a deep breath and his eyes turned extremely sharp. The long sword in his hand seemed to turn into a storm as it violently attacked at Li Fuchen. In that instant, the violent killing chi was enough to cause one's heart to tremble. Too weak. Li Fuchen didn't even need to execute his kill move. He executed the Blaze Devil sword art and thrusted. The seemingly terrifying storm instantly dissipated. This blade went straight for the opponent's flaw, there wasn't a need for a kill move to deal with it. Relying on a mystic class, high-tier sword art. Qin Guangjie's eyes narrowed. Chapter 269. Subsequently, there were a few Raiden disciples who challenged Li Fuchen, but none of them were able to force Li Fuchen to use his kill move. Li Fuchen, let's fight. Qin Guangjie's expression was much more serious than before. He had to admit that Li Fuchen wasn't easy to deal with. He could only hope that Li Fuchen didn't have the time to study his kill move. Inside the restriction array formation, Qin Guangjie roared and activated his first killer move. For a moment, the sword will and sword energy surged. Bang! Qin Guangjie retreated rapidly. His first killing move was not stronger than Lang Tao's second killing move. It was just that his battle awareness and techniques were much higher than Lang Tao's. However, all of this was useless. In the restriction array, Li Fuchen didn't think he would lose to anyone. Even if it was a weak move, he could still play a great role. Qin Guangjie's expression was unsightly as he quickly used his second killer move. Bang! Qin Guangjie retreated again. This time, everyone's expression changed. Killer moves of the same power would have completely different effects when used by different people. Qin Guangjie's second kill move didn't just have overwhelming power, his combat awareness and combat skills were also superior to everyone. But in the hands of Li Fuchen, he actually retreated after a single strike and didn't have any room to turn back. Sweeping Shadow. Qin Guangjie roared as his third killer move erupted. This move was like a shadow flashing out with a speed as fast as lightning. And this was the chi propulsion of the chi realm. If it was the chi propulsion of the earth realm, the speed would be unbelievably fast. This move is not bad. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Among all the martial arts in the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely strong. No matter how exquisite your martial arts were, he would be able to find the flaws. But if your martial arts were fast, Li Fuchen's awareness would be able to display a lesser effect. A pity that it wasn't fast enough, at least it didn't exceed Li Fuchen's reaction limit. Li Fuchen's sword collided with the sword shadow. Zang! Dazzling sparks flew, Qin Guangjie's killer move was diverted. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's sword was pointing at Qin Guangjie's throat. You lost. Li Fuchen said indifferently. In a battle of the same realm, he did not even need to use his killer move. Back at the Autumn Rain Tea Party, Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai were only able to contest with him because of their cultivation levels. If their cultivation levels were the same, Li Fuchen would also need a single sword to defeat them. I lost just like that. Qin Guangjie's mind was a little dizzy. He couldn't imagine that the gap between him and Li Fuchen was so huge, it was simply outrageous. If he had a killer move, wouldn't the difference be even greater? If he had a killer move, the difference would be even greater. The rest of the Raiden disciples looked at Li Fuchen with a different expression. A personal disciple was indeed a personal disciple. Master's standards were indeed very high. A bunch of idiots. In the cave, the handsome man shook his head and sneered. When the Riten disciples challenged Li Fuchen, he didn't stop them. He wanted to use this opportunity to show these people the difference between them and a true prodigy. He wanted them to be more grounded and not be overly confident. Li Fuchen s Feng Li Fuchen s the Fuha Fuchen s Li s Tian kill. If I want to create the third killer move, does the rotating flow sword intent have to reach the level of a high-rank profound class sword intent first? On this day, Li Fuchen muttered to himself. Your thinking is wrong. The preeminent man appeared behind Li Fuchen. Master. Li Fuchen turned around and cupped his fist. The preeminent man said, sword intent is the essence of sword techniques and sword moves, but the sword moves themselves are also very promising. If sword intent is compared to a human spirit, then sword moves are the human body. A strong spirit can indeed make a person extraordinary, but if the body is equally strong, wouldn't that be even better? The handsome man said slowly. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. His master's words were naturally correct. Take the Flaming Devil Sword Art for example. Even if the Flaming Devil Sword Art had not reached the trance stage, the power of the Flaming Devil Sword Art would still be stronger than a profound rank mid-tier sword art that had comprehended the sword intent. This was precisely because the moves of a profound rank high-tier sword art were powerful. If you want to comprehend high-rank profound rank sword intent as soon as possible, then you'll first have to create a sufficiently powerful sword technique. If the sword technique sword intent is powerful, then the sword technique itself must be powerful as well. The preeminent man said slowly. Yes, master. Li Fuchen nodded. 1 month later. On the peak. Li Fuchen wielded the withered tree branch and slashed in the air. In an instant, there was a faint circular shadow that appeared. Bang! The withered tree branch exploded. There are some signs now. Li Fuchen was in a good mood as he continued his research. The rotating flow sword intent required the sword move to have a rotation technique. How to make the rotation speed faster was the crux of the third kill move. According to Li Fuchen's conjecture, if the rotation speed was fast enough, even a stream of water would be able to cut steel. Another half a month had passed. Li Fuchen's withered tree branch slashed again. Bang! Crack! This time, the withered tree branch might have exploded, but the remnant chi force was still able to cut half the boulder. This move is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He was only using Chi Realm level Chi. If he used Earth Realm level Chi, a single slash would probably be able to cut apart Mystic class low-tier metals. The day before the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain reopened, on the peak, Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. The withered tree branch in his hand seemed slow but was actually fast as it slashed. In an instant, a fiery red full moon appeared. Crackle! The boulder was connected to the surface of the ground and was split into two. The deepest part was at least 1 meter deep. The third kill move is finally completed. At this moment, Li Fuchen was in a joyous mood as his sword intent surged. Unknowingly, his rotating flow sword intent had been upgraded to a mystic class high-tier sword intent when the third kill move was executed. It caused the third kill move's power to be even stronger than expected. He estimated that the third kill move's power was around 2.5 times that of the Blaze Devil Sword Art. In terms of pure power, it wasn't any inferior to a mystic class high-tier sword art that comprehended sword intent. In terms of moves, the third kill move seemed to be even sharper than the Blaze Devil Sword Art. Good. Your mystic class mid-tier kill move is the strongest mystic class mid-tier kill move I have ever seen. The preeminent man descended and laughed. Master. Li Fuchen woke up from his excited state. The preeminent man nodded. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. But talented people usually have a bumpy path. With me around, I believe no one in the East Unicorn continent will dare to touch you. But there will be a day when I leave. When that time comes, you can only rely on yourself. Master, you are leaving? Li Fuchen was surprised. The preeminent man said, Don't worry, I will not leave for a short period of time. At least not before the Stars ranking tournament. He had only been in the mystic martial hidden domain for a short period of time, so he knew that there would be a day when he would leave. Li Fuchen went silent. Half of the reason why he came to the mystic martial hidden domain was to borrow power. He didn't expect for the mystic martial experts to leave one day. Mystic martial experts were rarely seen in the records. It seemed like they would only appear once in a certain period of time. Now that the mystic martial experts had left, it would probably be many years before another mystic martial expert would appear. It seems like I still have to rely on myself for my future path. Chapter 270. The mystic martial hidden domain opened again, and this time, there were more people than the previous time. There was less than a year before the Stars ranking tournament. Some of the prodigies from the various sects who had been patiently waiting for a long time couldn't hold it in any longer and came to attempt the mystic martial hidden domain. This included Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu was definitely the youngest among them. She was only 18 years old this year, but her cultivation wasn't low. She was already at the 5th level of the Earth realm and her cultivation speed was much faster than most of the 6-star bone frames. It was even better than Su Muyu's cultivation speed. Of course, the reason why Yan Qingwu was able to advance to the 5th level of the Earth realm was mainly because she passed the Star Road hidden domain. With the support of the Star Road's energy, her cultivation was forcefully increased by 1 level. Is he really the one who passed the 6th mystic martial door and was the first to enter the 7th mystic martial door, the Door of Earth? In just 3 months, Li Fuchen's achievements had spread throughout the various sects, especially the Heaven Fiend sect. As a disciple of the Heaven Fiend sect, Yan Qingwu naturally knew about this. But she found it hard to believe that Li Fuchen's innate potential was so formidable. Yan Qingwu had very complicated emotions towards Li Fuchen. There was admiration, anger, and gratitude. Admiring Li Fuchen, who was only a 1-star bone frame but was able to reach this stage. She was angry that Li Fuchen took advantage of her. She thanked Li Fuchen for killing Li Wuxue and resolving a problem for her. When the mystic martial hidden domain opened, Yan Qingwu and the other geniuses entered the mystic martial hidden domain. First mystic martial door. Second mystic martial door. 5th mystic martial door. In one go, Yan Qingwu passed the 5th mystic martial door. When they reached the 6th mystic martial door, Yan Qingwu and Rain stopped helplessly. Sometimes, age was also an advantage. The older they were, the more thoroughly their potential would be developed. The younger they were, more or less, at a disadvantage. This girl is not bad. Her talent and potential are both top-notch. The man with phoenix eyes was moved again. Just like that, Yan Qingwu was chosen by the 3rd mystic martial artist, the man with phoenix eyes, and became his personal disciple. At the same time, Yan Qingwu and Rain got to know each other. On the 3rd day after the opening of the mystic martial hidden domain, Li Fuchen's cultivation level naturally progressed to the 6th level of the Earth realm. Advancing a realm in half a year wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Especially when Li Fuchen was just a 1-star bone frame. If not for the support of the Star Road, it would have taken him at least a year to advance. After all, the further one advanced into the Earth realm, the harder it was to advance. Without the support of a high-grade bone frame, just relying on the 15th rank of the True Inferno technique was somewhat strenuous. After progressing to the 6th level of the Earth realm, more than half of Li Fuchen's Star Road energy was used up. The remaining Star Road energy wasn't enough for Li Fuchen to progress to the 7th level of the Earth realm any faster. It seems like I still have time. I need to find a star stone to enter the Star Road secret domain. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Star stones were extremely rare. Whenever a star stone appeared, it would be snatched away. But as long as there was an opportunity, Li Fuchen wouldn't let it go. It seemed like he had accumulated enough time. After another 3 days, Li Fuchen's True Inferno technique had a breakthrough too. From the 15th rank to the 16th rank, it might seem like it was just a single rank, but the difference was something only Li Fuchen knew. Don't look at those stars rankers who had a profound cultivation level and were basically at the 8th level of the Earth realm. But Mystic class, peak tier techniques would at most be at the 15th rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that in the entire East Unicorn continent, among the youth generation, there wouldn't be more than 10 who could cultivate a Mystic class, peak tier technique to the 16th rank. Even the Azure Water Sect's Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin, could only cultivate the Mystic class, peak tier true Azure Water technique to the 19th rank. Most of the inner sect elders were only at the 16th rank. The current Li Fuchen's technique rank had already reached the inner sect elders level. Even though he was at the bottom of the inner sect elders, it was already rather impressive. After all, Li Fuchen was only 20 years old this year and his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Earth realm. Furthermore, it was because of various fortuitous encounters. The 16th rank of the true Inferno technique had a boundless and blazing qi. In terms of qi quality, the current Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to those prodigies who were at the 7th level of the Earth realm. As his cultivation level increased, Li Fuchen realized that he was able to execute the Blaze Devil Sword art with greater proficiency. If one were to describe the Flaming Demon Sword art as a youth brandishing a great sword, then, now, it was a teenager wielding a great sword. If I had the cultivation of the Heavenly Dipper realm now, I would probably be able to comprehend the Flame Demon Sword intent in a short while. Li Fuchen was very confident in his perception, but it was his cultivation that limited his perception. Another 3 months passed. The Mystic Martial Hidden Domain opened once again. This time, there were a lot fewer people who came. Everyone was calculating the time and tried their best to stay in the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain for a full year. Right now, there was only half a year left before the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Apart from those who weren't confident in themselves, those who were confident had already entered the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Whoosh! On the peak, the withered branch in Li Fuchen's hand burst into flames. However, this fire did not harm the withered branches. Instead, it protected them. Is this the Flaming Devil Sword will? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The Flame Devil Sword intent was even more wondrous than he had imagined, faintly imbued with a trace of the mystical power of heaven and earth. Kacha! Wielding the withered branch, Li Fuchen cleaved down vertically. The ground in front of him split open and the deepest part was 5 meters deep. The blazing sword intent burst out and gave off a feeling of bursting lava. Good! You finally comprehended the Mystic class high-tier sword intent. The preeminent man was very gratified. His help to Li Fuchen wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. But the cultivation was still dependent on Li Fuchen. Others could only give pointers and weren't able to help Li Fuchen comprehend it directly. I still have to thank Master for the pointers. Li Fuchen replied humbly. Most of it was on you. You don't have to be humble. The preeminent man laughed and said, since you have comprehended the Mystic class high-tier sword intent, then you shall try to create a Mystic class high-tier kill move for me. The preeminent man had very strict requirements for Li Fuchen. A Mystic class high-tier kill move was something that not even a regular Heaven Dipper realm martial artist could create. Although with his pointers, the difficulty would be much lower. Yes, Master. Li Fuchen wasn't used to saying no. Since he had already grasped the Mystic class high-tier sword intent, it wasn't impossible for him to create a Mystic class high-tier kill move. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but he had already passed the first hurdle. I believe you can do it. The preeminent man wanted to see how far Li Fuchen could go. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't able to create a Mystic class high-tier kill move, he wouldn't be disappointed. After all, it was a little too much. But if Li Fuchen was able to create a Mystic class high-tier kill move, he wouldn't mind spending some resources to nurture Li Fuchen. He didn't wish to leave and never see Li Fuchen again. I hope you can do it. The preeminent man left.